Yo, 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 what up with everybody? How y'all doing today? Woo! What a way to start a Tuesday morning, right? Some shit going on in these crypto streets, boy. we gonna find out what the deal is. You feel me? Y'all already know how I get down, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no question that won't be asked. Okay, in case y'all don't know about the new feature, okay, there is a chat box, okay, in the right hand corner of the space call, okay. If you can't get to the mic, right, if you're busy at work or whatever, or you're mic shy or whatever that is, just type your question or comments in there. I'll read them over the air. The line is recorded, as you guys all know, when I do scheduled calls, right? So that you guys can run them back and go play them back. So, you know, yeah, it is what it is. You feel me? We're gonna find out what the hell is going on. Like, I woke up from my nap this morning and I'm like, yo, what's up? So, we got Morph X. What up, Morph X? What's going on? You gotta unmute your mic. There you go.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Good. How about you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I just want to get down to the truth because the truth is what matters. And I don't know why they're fudding. There's so much FUD. It's crazy, man. And this is such a solid project. I don't know what's going on. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know either, right? Like I said, I woke up and I'm just like, what is going on out here? Like, I don't know, right? So I'm cool on my end, right? As y'all know, there was an announcement made a couple weeks ago, right? That I'm an Xspectar ambassador as well, right? So, I mean, y'all can ask me questions once Dirt gets in here as well, right? It's all good, So, I'm cool on my end. Like, I don't know what they got going on, but we gonna find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. That's for sure. And I mean, hey, all I want to say is Xspectar looks like a great project. XRP is not a joke. XRP Ledger is not a joke. We are number one. We will be number one. And the NFTs that are coming out from Xspectar are such high quality. I haven't seen any NFT like that in the NFT space yet.
You know, for me, right? Before I ever became, so let's get this going, right? A little bit. Before I ever became an Xspectar ambassador, I seen the Xspectar project pop up on my timeline, and like I posted last night, right? The very first time I seen their NFTs, I was like, "Is this a real picture or is this an NFT? Like, what the fuck is this?" That's how real it was to me, right? So I was like, okay. So I started looking on the Twitter page. I'm like, okay, this is a fucking NFT. This shit looks real as fuck. I'm like, that's some high quality shit right there. So I started talking to my MySpace call family, right? We be in here chilling almost every day, not a recorded call, just kicking it, talking about projects, what's going on in the crypto streets, on the Xrpl, everything. And I brought up Xspectar to the fam, and we start talking about it and looking at it and doing all this stuff. So we got in early. We got in at the IDO price, whatever that was, 0.00888 or 088, whatever, right? We threw our bags in at that price. So I was an investor long before I ever became a ambassador, right? I already put my money in that I was willing to lose, right? Because any investment you put in to any project or any stock market, right? It's the saying is only invest what you're willing to lose, because there is a potential that everything can go to zero at some point in time, right? So I put in what I was willing to gamble. And I've been chilling ever since, right? And as I built my space, my reputation, and what I do, he came a couple weeks ago and was like, he made the announcement on the air. We have been talking and negotiating for a couple weeks, right? Because I just wasn't going to accept what he threw on the table, because I do shit differently over here than what influencers do, right? I'm not an influencer, so I'm not, I feel I'm not trying to say I'm special, but I'm not just finna do exactly what anybody is asking any influencer to do. That's not how I move. Ain't nobody,
Right.
ain't nobody else, right, who considers themselves, they proudly consider themselves influencers, right? I don't. I hate when people call me that, right? I do shit differently because I'm here every day in the crypto streets with the XRPL community, with the crypto community, in space calls, listening in on other people's space calls to keep my ear to the floor and what's going on. I host a lot of space calls to pass on the information that I get from these other space calls, and for people to come into my space calls and pass the whatever information they got in my space calls. So whenever I'm approached by a project to be an ambassador, which I'm an ambassador for 4 projects, right? And 3 out of those 4 projects are not highly hyped and publicized and hype train projects. They're kind of on the low spectrum, right? Shit, some of them don't even have 10,000 fucking followers. And that's because these are projects that I already believe in. You see what I'm saying? So there's I don't just go like, I don't care if a project is hype or not. If I believe in it and I sit down and I talk with you behind the scenes, I've already come across a project, right? And I've done my research and I already like the project. And I don't go looking for ambassadorships. They come to me. And as these projects have came to me, every single one of them has came to me with what they want me to do. And I will counter all of that because I have my own way of doing shit. Because I'm not doing shit like, quote unquote, these influencers are doing. I'm here talking with the community all the time. So I don't need to shill your shit 50 times a day to try to sell it and influence people reading my fucking feed. Sometimes I don't even post shit about none of the projects I'm ambassador for 1, 2, or 3 days at a time. And that's because y'all don't have no updated news. So I'm not going to keep fucking reposting the same shit and shilling the same shit. I want to post important information that when you guys as a community come to me and say, hey, what is this X parrot thing that's going on, that if you hold 10 X parrots or X chameleons, we could get a good parrot NFT. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna explain that to you. So this is what they got going on. If you, like you just said, if you have 10, however you combine them, you can have 2 X parrot, 5 chameleons, or 2 chameleons, and or whatever, right? Just a mix of 10 between the two, and you will get airdropped a good parrot when they release it from, because they're doing a special collection of 150, I believe, on the Sologenic platform, and you will be airdropped a good parrot. Right? Now, what other quote unquote influencer can you go to and hunt them down in a space call and ask a question about any project that they're quote unquote shilling or are an ambassador for? You can't speak to
None of them.
none of them because they never a fucking round. They only around when it's beneficial to them to be there. It's like, okay, we want to host a space call in 2 weeks. So set that date on your calendar and make sure you show up, because, and I get it, right? Some of that shit you have to do for marketing. Okay. I understand that. I'm not a 100% hater, but you have to fucking stand for something or fall for anything. And if you have the platform and the voice whose microphone is bigger than anybody else's, you have a fucking responsibility behind you. And you have to take that seriously. And that just doesn't go for in this crypto shit. That goes for fucking celebrities, rap artists, R&B artists, actors, actresses. When these people have the platform and the voice to make a difference in certain situations, I'd be highly disappointed when celebrities don't stand up when there's injustices going around, either in their industry, in their hometown, or something, right? Because it's like, fuck, you ain't even a real fucking person. Like, you just don't even give a fuck. But, you know, that's the difference between me and whatever else. I'm not saying that I'm a one of a kind, right? But a lot of these people who have those big ass large numbers, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40, 50,000 followers, and I do talk my shit, because I don't get the same amount of respect as those type of people from projects and community members. But I know what I do is completely different. So it's okay. And I'm all right with slow grinding my way to get to where I'm trying to go and do what I'm trying to do and build. I'm all right with that. I'm okay with taking a ladder, because when I get to the top, I'm going to come back down on the elevator and reach back for the people that was here with me. You feel me? I don't forget where the fuck I come from. Go ahead, Hawaiian, my guy.
Yeah, too cold. I can't tell you how excited I am. You're hosting this space right now. Like, I woke this morning driving to work, and I just look at all the bullshit FUD that people are spreading and saying. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I take some copy, I read what's going on. And I'm like, man, this happens every time. Every time something goes good in the space or goes good in a project, you're always going to have haters and emotional people that weren't in it, or blah, 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 because they didn't get a good cut or they didn't have a good bag, and they want to drag it down because if they're not part of it, they want to be against it. And I reached out and I invited every one of these little haters and every one of these shit talkers an invite to these spaces. I'm like, hey, come address your questions. Like no drama. I was like, you have questions. I'd rather you get it out, hear it from the horse's mouth, than keep on hiding behind a corner and keep on spreading FUD. Because I've seen a couple of Discords, a couple of Discords I've been part of, and I get screenshots. People just constantly just spreading bullshit, not just about this scenario, but other scenarios. I'm like, what the fuck? But to see like the professionalism, what DS is doing around Dirk, he's like, you know what? Hey, hold a PR. Let's get a Twitter space. Let's ask these questions. Like, that's how it's supposed to be. If there's FUD in the water, you get the community together right away. It's like, okay, ask your questions. What transparency right here? Shotgun them. There's no script. You're going to ask me the questions. Get them to me. Let's see what's happening. And to see that these people are not going to be showing up, I really hope they do show up. You guys are listening right now. Shotgun them and get them over here to have them address their concerns or allegations of FUD, because this is not how a professional business or the XRP Ledger does business. Like, we're trying to build a ledger here as a community and group. And when one project does good and another project is not going in that direction, you can't be spreading FUD trying to pull everyone down. It's like we all uplift each other. And that's the whole purpose of what Tool does. She gets people together and informs you as an educator and gives you the proper tools, not for you to say, okay, I didn't get in, I'm all pissed off and angry, but to take those tools and make good decisions. So I'm really happy you're putting this together. This is going to be a good conversation, and I really hope that all these little bitches come up to the stand and start talking, because this is really getting old. I've seen many projects do this, and this has got to be squished, because you guys are going to see right now exactly who is out there supporting the community and who is out there just talking shit. Because all the ones talking shit right now, I've never seen them. Like, yeah, I looked at their Twitter. Yeah, they got like 130 followers. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I go into it, and every one of them, I was like, okay, he's following somebody with like 2 followers, 3 followers. Like, these are all fucking pumper paid fucking follow unfollow shit. I was like, these numbers aren't real. They just fucking paid for this account or fucking did the whole thing. You can go to twitter.com or whatnot and look that you could do follow, unfollow, bot numbers to get your numbers up. That doesn't do shit. Your credibility is not through a number. Like before everything else, like Xrp Rose, never heard of her. Thought she was cool to have in a community because it's cool to diversify, have women in the project. But I didn't give a fuck what she was doing. It's like she was in Europe and what does she stand for? I don't know. It's like, doesn't affect me. And I see these other people like Jack the Rippler or whatnot. Like, okay, what's his number? 132. What's he do? Never heard of his ass. Why is he going to affect me? So this is where it comes down to is like, you're going to have these people that are just always going against it. And then when you read into their shit, I'm like, dude, these guys are fucking just dirty. Like they do nothing but drama and they do it with no evidence. It's getting retarded.
Yeah, 100%, right? I agree with you, Hawaiian. You feel me? Go ahead, Big Daddy. And then we got Morph X, and then Treasury, and then Death Ranger.
Yo, Too Cold. Everything you just said right now, that's the reason why I fucks with you. You feel me? Like, what makes you different is what makes you stand the fuck out. All these influencers, personally, to me, they're trash as fuck. They're nothing but pump and dumpers. You give them a bag, they raise their bag, they hide the idea of building a community under the guise of pump my bags. That's bullshit. To me, that's all bullshit. And everything Hawaiian said, I stand for that too. If they really wanted to say their word, they had their piece to say. And if they had any ethos in what they had to say, they'd be here themselves in here. It doesn't matter how big the platform is. You're giving them a stage for them to voice their concerns. I mean, we're about to be in here with DS and Xspectar to hear exactly what's going on. I personally love to hear both sides of the story. They said that they didn't get paid for whatever reason. I would love to have both of them on here so that we hear every single side from the story without just having to have a biased reply. I mean, I'm all for DS. I think we've all heard him speak, right? Everything he talks about, he's been bullish about the community. He's been building. He's been honest about, who he's, troubled on approaching. For example, the Elephant Man, he even said it here on your stage. He had troubles in reaching out. And then, your platform allowed him to, talk to him like if he was a bud. And like I said, everything you stand for, I love it. You don't have to bend the knee for absolutely no one. That's what makes you different from all of these other pump and dumpers. And, keep doing your thing. We're going to be here. We're going to listen out. And Too Cold, I love that your platform is getting this attention because honestly, there's no one else that's in any space that would allow it for anybody. So definitely looking forward to this Xspectar on stage. So keep doing your thing.
For sure. Appreciate that, Big Daddy Chucks. Go ahead. We got Morph X and then Death Ranger.
Hey, Too Cold. First of all, I just want to say I love your PFP. Is that from the Boondocks? Because I love the Boondocks. Looks
Thank
like the
you.
Boondocks.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's not. If you open it, it's she is a female, right? It's a representation of me in my real life, right? Because I am a gay woman who has short hair, wears men's clothes, and am mistaken in my real life as a as a guy. But like I said, if you open the profile picture, you'll see in the chest area, it's actually a female. But thank you.
Oh, it's a cool PFP for sure. And I just wanted to say also that I've never had any of these influencers, so-called influencers, reach out to regular people, follow them, message them, like their posts, reply to their posts. This shows that this is a truly community-driven project. Everyone else seems like they're all about the money and they're all about fudding. And I'm so tired and I'm so sick of that. And I'm sure everyone here is also tired and sick of all the FUD, because these guys have no life other than to want to destroy something that someone is building with no basis, for no reason, just because they're jealous or sour that they couldn't get in and now they want to burn everything down and destroy it. Man, these guys, just it's sickening, what's going on. But
hi, good evening, everybody.
Right. What up, DS? Give me 2 seconds, DS. We're just speaking with the community real quick. Let's get to Death Ranger, and then we'll get right into this with Xspectar and DS. Go ahead, Death Ranger.
I was just gonna make a comment. You can go ahead though. I'll just listen. Don't worry.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. Make your comment, bro.
It was just about the two people who had, I guess, started this, Xrp Rose and that other guy, Jack the Rippler. I, in my experience, have had many times where I've cringed at the things that they've said publicly. So that's kind of how I feel about them starting off. But yeah, I don't. It's just a comment. Sorry, not that I don't want to get in the middle of anything. But go ahead. I'll listen. I'm here.
All right, for sure. Appreciate that comment. So as y'all know, this is a unexpected AMA. I woke up from my nap this morning to you know, controversy within the community about the Xspectar project. And as I was saying earlier, as you guys know, I am one of the ambassadors for Xspectar, right? And I also said earlier, from my end, I have no issues, right? Whatever it is they're talking about, I don't have those problems going on for me with Xspectar, right? You guys will be able to ask me questions about what I have going on with Xspectar and DS, and you guys will be able to ask Xspectar and DS questions when we open the floor to that. But we got Xspectar in here, right? He wants to address the situation, right? He's not cowering away and tucking his tail and not showing up, right? So to me, that in itself says something, right? Unlike some other projects, and I'll get into that a little bit later, right? When situations have arose, right? Have arisen, projects tend to cower away. They won't hop on a space call. They won't use their quote unquote influencers that they have backing them to, you know, communicate to the community in which they paid them to shill to and all of it. So we will address all of those topics a little bit later. But okay, let me get this real quick. Sino Shore always does this. His time, like I think you need to practice on your timing, Sino Shore. It's always fucked up. But go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead, Sino
I
Shore.
just want to tell Death Ranger keep Rose's name out his fucking mouth, man. Like, come on, bro. No, I'm talking shit. I'm talking shit. Yeah, that's weird as hell that we that we wake up, that I woke up, and I'm like, what the hell? But you know, Rose followed me, but it's just more so like, damn, like you just go to all these projects and you just back out, and it's like, what is the issue? And now we starting to see what the issue is. So I'll just let the guy speak. The scammer speak.
Yeah, you got rugged. Am I rugged? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, I got rugged? My bad.
Yeah, you got rugged. All right. So let's get to it, you guys. So Xspectar. Go on ahead and kick this off. Xspectar DS. Kick this off. Address what it is you want to address. And then we will start having these conversations within the whole community, right?
Yes, with pleasure. So I'm very happy that you all showed up. I see that some influencers are here, some Xspectar community members, and some other projects as well. I will start, and I'll try to keep it short, with a brief introduction of the past few months. Everybody knows that we started out with an IDO. Everybody knows that we had a lot of influencers promoting us. We never made it a secret that we paid some of them, most of them, not all. Some influencers are really good and they refuse payment. They only talk about the project when they feel like doing it, and they only spread news when it's appropriate. Not all of them. We have always done payments through the ledger. We always did it from our public addresses, no hidden addresses. We always put in the communication or the description the name of who we paid, so everything is fully traceable. That's very important, and we never made it a secret. After the IDO, of course, we tried to change a little bit our marketing perspective, and we had a different approach. We also toned down on marketing because it costs quite a bit, and we wanted to focus on building. What we did as well was to check some of the influencers, how many followers do they have, what's their engagement rate, and some of them were pretty shocking. Some of them have a very low engagement rate. So we decided to stop collaborating with all of them and to choose a few ones. We did that for a few weeks until about half of July. And then I contacted some other guys we worked with before again to see if we could make a long-term deal. And we always said from the beginning, we don't want anybody to chill the project. We are looking at the beginning, of course, we thought we had a very nice product and we were looking for brand awareness. So we had to spread the word. After the second period, I think that we were very explicit to everybody. And we said, we don't want you to chill our project. We want you to believe in it and to promote it because you believe in it. We made some deals with some of the community members, and most of them are very enthusiastic, and some of them got paid in XRP. Most of them got paid in Xspectar, especially recently. So they would be on board as well, together with the community and with us, to make it a success. I have been very busy. Not lately, but since the beginning of the project. Most of you guys know that I'm very difficult to reach. My DMs are always open. I try to answer everybody. But if I have to answer every message and email I get every day, even by only reading them, I don't have enough time, let alone answering to them. So I prioritize. And some of the influencers weren't very happy that we didn't keep collaborating with them. And of course, there are no written contracts with most of them, and that were short-term partnerships, let us call it like that, marketing partnerships. And in the beginning, we didn't select them on quality. We tried to get in as many as possible. So yesterday in the late evening, it was the first day in weeks that I had a little bit of time with my 8-year-old son. And we were getting at the table, trying to have dinner. And I got a message from somebody who we used to collaborate with. I won't say any names. I wasn't even planning to respond or to react on it at all. But I think that the community was asking for it, and that I'm very happy to do so. I try, and I will try to keep it short, but I will quote some messages word by word so that nobody can accuse us of not being open and clear about things. But one of the messages was, for example, I got messages from the XRP community that you're ignoring messages like mine. And yes, of course, the guy who sent me the message has been sending me messages, maybe 3, 4, 5, 10 a day for the past 2-3 weeks because we didn't engage with him. And he said it was thanks to him that we reached 30K followers in a very short period, but that we also bought followers, something that is manifestly wrong. We never did it. We had 2 bot attacks, which increased the volume of followers. It wasn't because of us. We didn't pay for it, and it came back as a boomerang because the algorithm of Twitter punished us for that. So we never looked for paid followers. Very clear on that aspect. The second part of his message was, I will give you exactly 12 hours or we will destroy the project by publishing things, how people are still waiting for their money, proof that you bought followers. And I said, who is waiting? And he says, you can write and read. Check out your DMs and stop scamming people. Pay them today or we will destroy the project. You have 12 hours. My response was, scamming, ? Yes, scamming. I have 10 influencers. They are ready to destroy the project. The clock is ticking. Well, I am quite a nice guy and I like people and I like to communicate. As we said, we will never block anybody on Twitter, neither throw somebody out of our Discord, and we never did until today, and we will never do it, no matter what. But the conversation goes on, and it starts looking like real threats, and threats that are interesting, I have to say. And the threats are not only threats, but they are also starting to look like extortion. And my reaction, being a lawyer, was, of course, to contact my legal team. It was already 10 or 11 at night. I called them. I asked them what to do. I contact our good friend and Xrpl protector, Chris Rippleton, the Elephant Man as well, asking what to do with this. And they advised me to send a legal notice to the person in question, and I did. His answer to that was, and I posted a part of the letter. His answer was, I can say whatever you want. I can say fuck the SEC, and I can say fuck Xspectar, and yes, fuck Xspectar. I will tweet it as well. A couple of hours passed, and then the messages start coming out. I have to say that we did pay everybody, always, everybody, no exceptions. We have been late with some payments. Late will, I would say, if we promised to pay the first, maybe some people got paid the fourth or the third or the sixth, only because we were too busy. And if I have very important meetings, I tend to postpone things that in my eyes are not the most important and that I can do on a later moment. Is that wrong? Is that good? I don't know. It's for the community to judge that, but there was never the intention not to pay anybody. Then our good friend, and I will have to say his name, Jack, started doing more threats and spreading some tweets. And he sent me screenshots, which he shared as well, of another guy who is collaborating with us, Perry, a very nice guy from the UK, a professional rugby player, who is very nice. And I was in constant contact with him in the past few days. He was sending me hearts and love and brother. So I think he was a little bit worried because he wanted to get paid and it took maybe a little too long. But Jack took that opportunity and he started contacting everybody and spreading DMs and contacting other people we worked with. And nobody said he owes us money or he owes us anything. Everybody confirmed, no, we got paid. Maybe a few days late, but we always got what they promised. So that was an interesting thing. Perry got his money, by the way. I have to say that I invited Jack. I can't invite him anymore because he blocked me. I invited Perry, and he just sent me a message. Sorry, DS, I need to take some time out. Today has really affected me. I do not want any issues or words. It's given stress levels I do not need. Please bear with me. And I understand him. And I'm very stressed. I can bear with a lot of stress. And I have to say, I didn't sleep very well, as usual. It was even shorter than normally. But I understand that some people don't like that. About Rose, she became an ambassador for us. I know I was driving one day to my residence in Luxembourg, and my girlfriend said, Rose, she gets followed by David Schwartz. And that was our first contact. So I sent her a message asking her to collaborate, and we did. And she got paid, and she did pretty well. We organized a very successful AMA. David Schwartz followed us in the meantime. We got a shout out. So we thank her for that. And we are very happy with her. We paid her for the full month of August being an ambassador as well in Xspectar tokens. What people do with the tokens, I don't have any saying in that. If I pay you to call as an ambassador and you sell your tokens afterwards, I understand that people have to make a living. I also think it's very strange that people who are chilling a project full-time, 100%, and they get paid in the tokens, and that the moment they receive the payment, they sell the tokens. It's none of my business. I make an agreement with them, I pay them, and it's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. But it looks very strange, chilling a project and selling the moment you receive the tokens or the XRP or whatever. So that's something. And at one time yesterday evening, Rose started texting me about the Jack situation. And she said, Jack is a good friend of mine. And I say, okay, maybe you should choose your friends better. And she took it wrong. She says, no, I will say which are my friends and who is my friend and who not. I say, okay. And it went on the conversation, and I was getting really, really stressed out about the situation as well. The threats, my son who was having dinner alone. And I told Rose at a certain time, and it's word by word what I say. I told her, what's wrong with you guys or with these influencers? They start to piss their pants if they have to wait a few days for a couple of dollars or something. And she took it very badly. She said it's very, very disrespectful to me and to the other ones. I don't know. Maybe it's my big mouth. I don't think it's wrong, but I leave it to others to decide about that. In the morning, after Jack started spreading the FUD, Rose made a statement where she said that she would stop being an ambassador at the end of the month. I kindly asked her to remove the tweet because that initiated all the reactions of her followers and Jack's following, of course. I told her that she couldn't be an ambassador making a tweet like that, and that I would be happy to make a statement, a joint statement, where we end our partnership at the end of the partnership, at the end of August, and do it then. She refused. I invited her to the AMA here. I invited Perry. Nobody showed up. I presume Jack will have somebody here in the room. With pleasure. I welcome you. And that's it. It didn't affect our charts. It didn't affect our Discord. It affected our community because they reacted with full force without having instructions from us. And that shows how important it is to have a nice community and to collaborate as projects as well. And probably some of you guys will say, yeah, but it's you who initiated this. You started working with all the influencers and paying them. If that's my mistake, maybe it is. The strategy has been proven very successful during our IDO, during the startup, and until now, nobody can deny what we achieved. So, but there are good actors and there are bad actors, and everybody can do whatever they want. But some people should check the ledger and see when some people make statements about projects or chilling coins, when they receive them on their account, and the moment when they sell them, or if they keep them. And that's something that's very, very interesting, and everybody should know. So I'm not offended. I have to say that I just spoke with Rose before the AMA. She chose not to be here. I told her that she couldn't be an ambassador after this tweet, and I proposed to her to end our partnership today. We paid her upfront until the end of the month, and she, classy as she is, I have to say, proposed to repay us the 20 or 21 days of the month, and she just did. So I saw the transfer has been made. So I have to say, with what we did with Rose, I am happy. It's a very, very, very big. It feels I feel very bad that it ends this way, and I think she chooses the wrong side of Xrpl history. But that's my opinion. And for the rest, I am very willing and open to get in contact with everybody in here. And I do not want to make it the Jack the Rippler show. I do not want to engage in other things that I learned or I found out about him. Some other projects send me messages. Some individuals send me messages. I won't get into that. But I'm very happy to call that you organized this space. And I'm very curious what the people in here think about it. And I'm happy to answer every question.
All right, all right. So DS has said he's ready for the floor to be open. Again, if you guys cannot make it up to the microphone, if you are microphone shy, there's a new feature in the right hand corner. There's a chat box. It is public. It does not go to my DMs. So you can type in your questions or comments in there as well, and I will read them over the microphone out loud. It's recorded, so it can be run back as well. And if you do want to come up to the mic, simply hit the request button and I will bring you up. And as you guys know, I am an ambassador for Xspectar as well, right? I'm one of the ambassadors. So if you guys have questions for me as regarding anything that has to do with Xspectar, that's not too like personal, right? I'm willing to share that information as well, right? And I will get into my own things with Xspectar after we address some community questions. Go ahead, Death Ranger.
Well, so I just, this is probably my first time that I've ever been in a space, and I actually have the back of the project, right? Like, I believe in Dirk and how open and transparent he's being, rather than the disregard for trying to tear down the project. And so I just want to say thank you to Dirk, because this is, usually I'm on the people side, right? I feel like the projects are usually the ones doing the wrong thing. This is a switch, so a little awkward for me, but I feel like I've seen this person in particular, Jack the Rippler. I feel like I've seen him do this to other projects beforehand, and so I hope this does not continue, from his end. And I just, Rose she's a sweetheart, but yeah, I feel like this was somebody's doing who had thought about this beforehand, almost like a sociopath, kind of like ideal, right, to try and extort the project.
Right. And as a community member, right, I am a community member. I'm here all the time in the crypto streets. I'm in plenty of space calls where Death Ranger hosts, where I host, and Death Ranger is a speaker as he is now, or will we be in a lot of mutual space calls as listeners listening in. So, and me and Death Ranger, we do have our private relationship as far as DMs and stuff. And I will say this: at first, as Death Ranger just said, he is a very peculiar, not peculiar, but he does ask a lot of questions. When I host these space calls and projects are here, he DMs me a lot of questions, right? And they be hard, tough questions that quote unquote regular investors don't be asking. And when Xspectar first came around, he was kind of doubtful. And it was the hype, right? And do you remember that, DR? It was the hype. And we talked, we continued to talk, we continued to host spaces, and Dirk continued to be here. And for DR to say that right now, that says something, right? Because he is for the people. I'm for the people too, right? But I'm also for the I'm for, you got to hold people accountable, right? And for me personally, there was another project that Rose was an ambassador for. I'm not trying to bash her, but this just goes to show why you have to hold these quote unquote influencers accountable. Just because they have a large following, it don't mean shit, right? To me, that means they're chasing the bag if you kind of look at how they are within the community. Like I was saying earlier, you can't find them in space calls regularly. I understand people have lives, I get that. But if you're such a quote unquote influencer and content creator, you kind of, to me, it's a responsibility to be where the people are, not where the money is, right? If you're trying to help grow the space and do this type of stuff, You have to be accessible to people and not like you're better than them just because you have a larger following. So I say that to say this. She was the ambassador for the 3D Apes project. When shit hit the fan, when all that hit the fan, I sat here and I hosted a call for over 24 hours. I think it was over like damn near 48 hours, pretty much. I sat here and hosted a call with the community. I took a lot of shots from the community, and she was ambassador, nowhere to be found.
I was there as well, and you did a pretty good job. It was a very long call, I remember. But I want to avoid making this about Xspectar. I want especially avoid to make it about Rose, and I also don't want it to be the Jack the Rippler show. But I think I had a very strong warning, and I think it's good for community members to know that we are subject to some kind of threat, and that other projects as well. I see lots of people in here, Robbie, Clubex, Yona from Yonix, Super Eagle Coin, NFT Labs. I thank you. I see Jack is here as well from Casino Coin. Thank you for joining. I know he's not my biggest fan, but I suppose that he is on the same side today. We even got a very nice message from Bias Goose, who is a Ripple employee, and I think he is not the biggest fan of Xspectar. I never spoke to him directly, but it was a very nice message, and I'm very happy that most people in the community understand what happened, and it's really threaten somebody and trying to extort somebody and say, if you don't this, we will destroy you. Yeah, this is a bridge too far, you know. It's in real life there would be real trouble, huh? So we will be happy to collaborate with anybody who can provide us with our friends' details, and we will pursue legal action for sure if we are able to. Not for us, because I don't really care. It doesn't affect us. It's a very unpleasant feeling, and Too Cold, you know about it, being threatened or getting people to get to you in a very, very unpleasant way. So yeah, I think it's something that regards all of us, and I hope that we can shun the people who don't deserve to be here. And if it's me, I will take full responsibility and full blame, and I will be always happy to answer every question that people have about us.
Yeah, I agree with you, DS. Right, I'm not trying to make it about Rose or the 3D ape situation, but I'm just trying to help people understand that accountability, right? That's like, I'm not trying to just personally bash her, but it just goes to show that just because, and it's not just her, it's these people that call themselves proudly influencers. You have to, as a community, you have to start asking these questions in their fucking tweets, right? Like, don't DM them the shit. Ask them these real questions in their fucking tweets, so it's public.
The thing is that they don't DM it as well. They don't DM, they go public, and they speak about projects and trust and being doxxed. Everybody knows my name. Most of the people know even where I live, or almost where I live. Some of you guys have my mobile phone number. So calling Xspectar a scam or a rug, I have an 8-year-old son. I have done pretty well in my life. People who are saying today that we raised a lot of money, yes, indeed, but I hope everybody knows what the metaverse costs, which we are building. And if you would know how much of my personal money I've invested in it, for me, it's not a big money maker at this stage at all. So I hope to be successful as a commercial project within the coming months or years. But I can tell you, until this moment, it's been only investing, and not only money, but also time. I have no social life. I have no family life. I don't get any sleep, and I don't want to victimize myself at all. I chose for it. I'm very happy that I did, but you don't have to. You can't underestimate it. Maybe we should go to some questions. I see some people raising their hands.
Yeah, let's get to I think Hawaiian was first, and then Dr. Avon, and then Hales, and then Fragala.
All right. All right, Too Cold, thank you very much for letting me come on the stage real fast. And Dirk, I'm sorry that you're receiving the cyberbullying, cyber threats, and harassments. You know, that is one thing I very look down upon, is anything that on there, because just to feel, let's say, threatened in any way is not any way that anybody should be living. So looking at what just happened, you know, seeing the his, the hers, and the truth. I always see three sides of the story. And I wish, again, I wish some of the hers, the other side, would come out and speak too, so I could have everything and how they're feeling, how they're seeing, and what they're accusing of. But I think you did a pretty good job of being transparent, of explaining exactly the scenario that happened. And going into that, there is a couple things you could learn from this. One, there's different people in the world that are used to be receiving payment promptly and on time. Like I know for me, for my job, if I don't get my paycheck on Thursday at 7:00 p.m., I'm raising a hand. I'm like, where's my paycheck? Some people live paycheck to paycheck. Some people rely on the paycheck. So maybe that could be a learning lesson on your side to maybe branch out and expand to maybe hiring an accountant to be doing just payments, to giving payments to, let's say, influencers, if you decide to keep going that route, or to be kind of just branching out and having more management on that side, because we understand that you do a lot of work. Working 20-hour days, balancing out sleep and personal life is very difficult. So we could see exactly where it's hard. I do see where some projects fall in the same category. You know, they receive their native token where they're supposed to receive them on, like, let's say a Friday, but they don't get them till a Saturday, to where they're 24 to 48 hours late. And there's questions arise like, where's my token? Where's my token? And it's like, hey, we're having troubles. You know, I have no sleep. We're having problems with the devs, whatever it is. There's always an excuse, but maybe getting back, keeping those guys on your top of priority, your payroll, just keeping them informed, saying, okay, it's coming, it's 24 hours, I'm not around, you know, just letting them know something. I think that'll be probably the biggest thing to learn from this.
We do, and Too Cold can confirm that we have had long discussions about some things, and she had to wait before I acknowledged some agreements as well. But I always respond if we are working with somebody. Today, by the way, I checked everybody to make sure that I didn't forget anyone, and luckily there is nobody. So with the Jack story, we stopped working with him, and he sent me message after message after message every day, but we didn't collaborate anymore. And I told him, if we need you, we will get in touch with you.
Awesome. It's good to hear that. And I think the biggest thing that we could take from this is it's kind of a learning lesson. You know, everyone's impatient. Everyone's kind of looking out for the next big thing. You know, how Too Cold said there's influencers and educators. I really look down upon the word influencers, especially after learning everything about, you know, the idea of what an educator really is and what it stands for. Because just because somebody says it's good doesn't mean they support it 100%. They got to know the project in and out. And I see that a lot of the influencers that we had on Xspectar, they're knowledgeable of the project. They could answer questions. So that was a good thing. They had, let's say, an investment into it, not just emotional, but they saw the project and they had confidence in it and what it's doing. So that's a good thing. But when you have, let's say, influencers that are there because they have friends that are in other projects or in other aspects, and they're going against the principles and fundamentals of that project, and they're taking their own personal beliefs and saying, because you don't like someone, I'm not going this route, or because the project doesn't do this, I'm not going that route. You know, it's just like how for when you bring up things in the project, you cannot have personal beliefs in the projects. You got to go with principles and fundamentals of what's good for the project. So I would say keep on working with that one. You're doing a great job on keeping out the emotional level, even though this is very close to you, putting a lot of work, effort, and your own money into it. But keeping it all emotion out and sticking with the business and hosting these AMAs to address any questions is going to be key. I've seen too many projects run with tail between the creator's not even showing up whenever questions are needed. So we really appreciate you answering.
We don't
this.
have anything to hide, and everything is on the ledger. I don't even have to give you wallet addresses. Luckily, we have in our community and in our Discord some community members who are watching us very closely, and if they see something and they have questions, I'll get a message before anybody else has seen it, and things will be explained with pleasure. And that's something that I'm very happy with, that there is no transaction that will be suspicious or that can't be explained. So I'm very happy that we have that. I'm very confident, and I'm willing to answer every question about that all the time, forever.
Awesome. Thank you for clearing that, Derek. We really appreciate that. Thanks, Nicole.
No problem. All right, Dr. Avon, and then Hales, and then Fraggle. And then after Fraggle, I got some comments that I'll get to in the text box as well as some DMs. Go ahead, Dr. Avon.
Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
So thanks for giving me the stage. So my name is Dr. Avinash Din Mohammed from the Netherlands, and I want to make a first general remark. Dirk today shows his character. I have much respect for him. Why? Because he comes to this AMA in a vulnerable state, explaining what is happening. So Dirk, much respect for that, because of the opposition, they didn't show up. So that also says something, right? At least in my opinion. So thank you very much for this great AMA. And go on. I'm just rambling.
Doctor, coming from a well-respected medical doctor who is one of the top-notch doctors in cancer research in Europe, it touches me, and thank you for being here.
No problem, Derek. Thank you very much for all the effort and communication. So before I go to my question, I also want to make a remark about that. People were complaining that you didn't immediately respond to thousands of DMs. I'm the doctor. I do research. I supervise a lot of young doctors to also prosper them in their future career. I also get a lot of emails. I cannot also immediately answer those emails. So I think today we live in a society where we're so stuck on social media to get the dopamine reactions of texting people. In my opinion, that suggests immaturity. If someone doesn't reply instantly within 15 minutes, okay, we have a life. We are progressing. We are working. We want to make the world a better place. So I totally understand you that you can't just reply in an instance. And I'm also very grateful that I have your number, and we had some conversations via WhatsApp, but there were also some days about that we didn't respond to each other, but we respect that, right? So I don't know what nowadays is happening with people getting too grumpy that they don't get answers immediately. So just ignore that immaturity.
All right, thank you for that,
yes,
Dr. Evan.
And now for the question. So thanks to Colt for bearing with me. Dirk, so my motto is from failure you progress. I don't want to call this debacle a failure, but if you don't fail, you don't progress. So regarding the ambassadorships or influence, how would you proceed with this knowledge in the future? What would you do different or?
Well, we will for sure be more selective. We thought that we had some good people on board, and I think we do. But, well, maybe I was a bit naive. But as I said, we stopped working with Jack for a while ago. Rose came a bit of a surprise. She chose the side of her friend, and that's her good right. And I think I couldn't have known that before, that they were in a good personal relationship. So yeah, we will be more careful, and we will make sure that I probably have to listen more to some of our advisors, like Sadaf and King Solomon, who was an advisor, who warned me for some of the bad players in space. And we are at a learning curve, and as you said, I learned a very, very big lesson in the last 24 hours.
Great, Derek. Thanks for answering this question. I wish you all the best, and we'll keep in touch. And I hope to meet you in Rotterdam soon at the cancer center where I'm working in. Much
With
love, brother.
pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Tuco, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem at all. It's what we're here for. So again, if you guys have any questions, go ahead, hit the request button or type it in the text box in your right-hand corner of the chat. Let's get to Hales and then Fraggle.
Do you want to let Fragala go first because they posted a message saying they were short on time? I've got a bit of time.
Okay. So Fragala, go ahead. She's handing it over to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I am at work right now, so I'm sorry if you hear any noise like on the radio or anything. Let me just tell these guys to give me 2 minutes. Sorry, guys, give me 2 minutes, okay? Yeah, sorry about that. I don't really want to take away any of the space or what's going on with the Xspectar thing. I just wanted to pretty much say that I was a part of the Jack's Patreon, and so I know what was going on in there. I wasn't in it for a long time. I was only there for about a month, and basically, from what I saw from it, it was just a bunch of shilling of Ponzi schemes. He's recently created his own Ponzi scheme, and today, with all this Xspectar stuff that's been going off, it's kind of helped me be able to expose him a little bit more. I know he's pretty much exposed himself, but like again, I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the beginning of the conversation. But from what it seems like, from what sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, if it's Derek, it seems like he's doing a good job. It's like he said, if someone's sending you a message and it doesn't get back to you instantly, like people have lives. People have stuff going on in their every single day life. They can't jump to you and talk to you like, oh, you got to talk this right now. That's not how the world works. I pretty much just want to, how do I say this? I want to expose him for what this guy is doing. Right now, he's saying that he's trying to get legal action towards me and somebody else that was in the group, which doesn't make any sense because I had nothing to do with the group and I never sold or shilled anything, or was I ever part of any of this stuff. I just find it really funny and ridiculous that he's going to these lengths to try to scare you, I guess, or scare us, and to think that he can do something really. But there's nothing that can be done. I'm in Canada. This guy's in Germany. He's not going to send a legal paper to me. They're not going to extradite me to Germany off of false accusations. I have all the chats of anything this guy's ever talked about. To me, it just doesn't make any sense.
You would be surprised about how many projects would send him tokens and roll over so he wouldn't open his mouth.
Oh, and I believe it. I believe you 100%. It's just, I find it's so ridiculous that this guy talks so much shit. Oh, sorry about that. This guy talks so much shit and he has like nothing to back it up. I really don't understand.
I have been threatened in real life as well, and even physical threats. And I have to tell you, if you engage with those things and if you give in, then you're completely finished. So I tried to stay calm during the daytime, and I saw that actually the reactions weren't that impressive, but I felt like responding as well. And I could have done a thread with screenshots, with transaction IDs, with names, very elaborate. It took lots of hours of my day, and I was very happy when Tuchel asked me if we wanted to do a Twitter space about this, and I'm very happy to answer all the questions. I think it's that the community has a right to know what's happening. But yeah, of course, they scare you. Huh? I was scared as well. If people start selling and FOMO kicks in the wrong direction, it's not good for a project. But I knew that giving in wasn't the option at all. So he picked a fight. Okay, let's do it.
Gloves off. Let's go.
Finish him. Throw this victory. Before you go.
All right. Thank you, Fragala. Let's get to Hales, and then we got Xspectar Addict next.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it, Tuchel.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for sharing that insight from being a part of a Patreon. These are subjects have touched on as well, right? But anyways, not Jack the Rippler, but like influencers charging these ridiculous amounts for that type of info, whatever. Let's get to Hales and then XRP Addict, and then I'll get to these comments, these questions in the chat box, and then the DMs as well. So go ahead, Hales.
So DS, we're friends and we've talked in the background a bit, but what I'm going to ask is, you're a very shrewd businessman, that's very clear to see, but when you were working with these influencers, why didn't you have some sort of contract in place to try and at least protect yourself a little bit?
Well, as you are well aware of that, in this space, most things are without contracts, and I think that not many people make contracts. I know that, for example, XRP Jenna, she sent me a contract, and we did a deal with her, and we signed a written contract. But most of the agreements are in writing, but through DMs. And as you know, an agreement, even a verbal agreement, is legally binding. But we have things in writing through DMs, and that's more than enough. I think if we should make contracts with all of the people we work with, that they have to cut half of the Amazon forest to have enough paper. So I don't think it's a practical way of working. And even if we would have had a contract, and if there was an NDA in it, or if there was some restrictions in it, what our friend Fragala said, what if they harm the project? What should you do? Me start a procedure in Canada, me start a procedure against somebody in the United States, do a procedure in a Belgian or Swiss or Luxembourg court, and then try to execute it to somebody in another country. Good luck with that. It will cost you more than everything you make during your a year of work, probably.
No, that does make sense. I mean, obviously, I say that from a point because I have signed contracts, I have signed NDAs, and I fully understand the repercussions and implications of them. And, I wouldn't go, not that I'm the kind of person that would go around spreading this kind of nonsense that unfortunately is out there and shining
an NDA wouldn't have stopped him. Huh? I sent him a very nice letter from our legal team yesterday evening, and he said, "Fuck you, sue me." And he is right as well. Try to do something. It's very difficult, and it's practically impossible.
Well, from what Fragala was saying, the guy's in Germany, so he's a bit closer. He's a bit closer than you.
He is very close. And in the meantime, I can tell you this: I have also my resources, and I have a very interesting tech team, and we're very well connected. So we have done some research, and we are very, very close. So maybe I should go to Berlin and visit my friend.
Berlin's a lovely town. You should definitely do that, and maybe I should go visit my family and drop into Berlin at the same time.
With pleasure. You can drop by Belgium or Luxembourg whenever you want.
But no, thanks for explaining that, because I don't know all of the legal ins and outs of business. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to understand them all, especially in a crypto environment. But thanks for answering that, Dirk.
Thank you, Hales.
All right, thanks, Hales. Go ahead, Crypto Addict. You got to unmute your mic.
Sorry, Dirk, how are you? Can you hear me? Too cold.
Yes, we
I
can. Loud
I
and
love
clear.
I love the South African accent as well.
Dan sal ek vir jou 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat, hou jy daarvan?
Ja, ja.
No, Dirk, I just want to tell you I was quite shocked when I read the comments of XRP Rose. But then at the same time, I also wasn't that shocked at all because I don't know, I just had a gut feeling from the start. Because when she launched, or when you guys said she's a ambassador of the project, she never really talked about the project, or she never really posted about the project. So, and then old Jack the Rippler, I had my time with him the beginning of this year where he's shelling all these scam coins and pocketing the other investors' money. So when I had questions about that and staking and all of that, where I also lost a lot of money, where I was part of his Patreon group, then he also blocked me and also posted on my Twitter now again the picture where he blocked me 6 months ago. So I don't think you must. It's really ridiculous and really low life scum taking or extortion from someone or extorting someone, and then you don't even want to show your face. You don't want, even people don't know your identity. People don't know who you are. People don't know where you're from, or they know where you're from, but they don't know where to find you. So I think you must take that with a pinch of salt. But yeah, to get threats like that from someone is not nice. But yeah, I just want to say again, I don't want to talk too long, that you have a great project and I believe in this project. Every week or month, I try to buy more tokens. And yeah, I'm very excited with the rest of the team, my wine XRP and all the other guys, to be part of this project. And yes, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time too, called as well.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem. So, for me, right, the question, I think it has been answered. I think Hales, I got a few DMs about why wasn't there a contract in place. So I think you already addressed that topic for everybody who asked. For me personally, I mean, I know it's, nobody's business, but and people can have multiple wallets, right? So I just want to know, like, are a lot of these quote unquote influencers or ambassadors that you have hired, were they ever investors in the project beforehand, or was you paying them their first tokens of Xspectar?
Well, I have to say that some of our team members took a look at it, and I won't disclose personal things, but some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them came on board and sold the tokens immediately afterwards. Some of them are holding on to them strong, but that's something again which I discussed with the team. Once you get an agreement about paying somebody, from the moment you make the transaction, the transfer, it's their money. They did something and they got something in return, and they can do whatever they want with it. Of course, we had some discussions about people selling it immediately off, and that's not the kind of people that we want on board. And one of our community manager, Vincent, he was very focused on that, and I told him to focus on other things. We have lots of work to do, but as you say, it makes sense not to collaborate with people that accept your token and that chill it or promote it, and that right afterwards they sell it. That is a strange concept, and that shouldn't be how it goes, I think. But again, if you make an agreement with somebody and you pay them, if you work in a bakery and the baker pays you at the end of the month for selling bread, he doesn't have any saying in what you do with the money afterwards.
No, I mean, that's completely understandable, right? So I'll give you a little personal insight to my conversation with DS, right? We have been talking for weeks about this ambassadorship, right? He came to me and I was surprised, right? Because I am a bit controversial, right? And I know that he's a highly publicized project, right? And I'm like, well, are you sure? Like, because I'm not finna be like everybody else. Like, I'm not. And so we were talking back and forth, and then he agreed. He's cool with how I get down. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say this. He sent me, it may have been a copy paste or whatever, right? There's no written contract. And for me, I take a DM as a contract as well, right? Because it is written and you can screenshot it and save it. And I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming you can use that as like proof in court type shit, right?
It's a legal binding agreement. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, right? So any project that approaches me to be an ambassador, I ask straight up, what do you want me to do? They tell me and I counter it. I'm like, I'm not doing that because I don't do what these other people do. I'm here every single day in the crypto streets, in space calls, hosting space calls, this, that, and whatever. So we were going back and forth for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right? And we came to an agreement, and I told him straight up, right? Okay, if it's gonna be payment like this, then you know, I do have bills to pay, and I have my own project that I'm trying to build as well. So I'm telling you up front, I'm going to take the first half of the payment and I will hold. And the second half, if you can't pay me in XRP or USD, I'm going to, you know, do what I need to do for my living situation and what I'm trying to do. Are you cool with that? And he said, yeah, as long as you don't dump. And I said, okay, then we good. So, and the things that, you know, he's not the only project that I've countered with how they want me to quote unquote promote or, you know, use my platform, right? And I tell all of them, like, I'm not turning my page into a page specifically for you. So don't expect me to be tweeting about you every single day or none of that. If you don't have no important updates, I'm not going to tweet it. Like, I don't care that you're tweeting the same fucking NFT 5 days in a row. I'm not about to do that. If there's no news behind it or something interesting to say behind it, I'm not going to do it. I host space calls every day. When I host space calls, since I've started becoming an ambassador for all these projects, every time I get in a space call, right? Every time I'm hosting a space call, whether it's my cookout calls or I'm just chilling with the fam and it's not recorded, I post the most relevant tweet to the top of my Jumbotron so that when people come in the room and they start looking up there, they can see it. And then somebody will ask a question and then we'll start talking about it, right? Or if I'm just chilling with my people and we're really not on a topic, then I'll bring up the conversation like, oh, Xspectar has this going on today, and then we'll start talking about it, right? So this is why I differentiate myself from what all these other people are doing, because they're not in space calls every day. And I'm not saying, I understand people have lives to live and all of that, but if you're somebody who's supposed to be a part of the community and quote unquote be here to you say you're helping the community grow and doing this and doing that, where are you when it's time to help educate the community? King Solomon, I see, is in here. King Solomon is a busy guy. He does YouTube content, but I see him in space calls whenever he gets a chance. He may not be there every single day, but he hops in space calls whenever he gets a chance. He gets on the mic and he has conversations with the community. He answers community's questions. I see him commenting back in his tweets to people in the community. This is the difference between influencers who, like, you can't ask them shit. You can't never fucking get a hold of them.
For example, King Solomon and Sadaf, who is in here as well, they were on board as advisors of the project. We have to make a difference as well between an ambassador, which you are too called, and we sent some guidelines about what we expected, and as soon as you gave us a reply, I told you we don't want to change who you are, just be yourself and believe in what you do. Sadaf and Solomon had a different role, of course. They were almost they were very close to the team, and they had a different role. Of course, they get paid for their work as well. But by the way, they have a vesting period of the tokens, and they don't get them before minting upon XLS20 is available. So they are working for free at this stage, and they are on board and they believe in the project, and I think that an ambassador should be the same. And then of course you have the pure influencers who you pay and they retweet, bam bam bam, one after the other. Does it help? Yes. Would I advise it to a new project? Maybe. If you have a good project, it is important to build a community, and to build a community fast. It helps when your name gets out and that people know your name. Everybody knows Coca-Cola, everybody knows McDonald's, no? So you have to make some brand awareness. And if you have a good product, you will grow your community very fast. And I think if you visit our Discord, you will see that we succeeded as well.
Okay, real quick, I got a DM that says, would you say your token price is inflated by influencing the influencers drive?
We try to build our community with the influencing and build brand awareness and community. I will never speak about the token price because it's irrelevant. And I think that it's a reflection of what we do and how we do it, and keeping our word and building trust and gaining more people or getting more people interested. So we never ask people to make crazy price predictions or to blow up things. I even sent in the past few weeks to some people who are promoting, even people that are not paid promoters, just huge fans of the project. I send them messages to tone down a little bit on the boosting of the buying and pump it. It's not relevant. If you have a good project, it's a long-term thing, and you should build and deliver, and what happens, you know. But some people are in here for the wrong reasons, probably.
I completely agree, right? We got XRP Teller. Go ahead, my guy.
What's up, everybody? So, I am a graphic designer, marketer with art direction experience for Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies. And for me, what I'm seeing in the space is just like there's a lot of great projects coming out. And like you said, there's a new ground level where people are getting used to working with influencers. And when you're working as a brand, what I want to invite all of these projects to look into is customer journey management. And this goes from the awareness phase all the way through advocacy, and having someone map this out so you can see where your actual audience is, irrelevant of the influencers, how you can address pain points throughout the process. And for Xspectar team, I'm about to launch a NFT DAO myself, and so a lot of the things that you guys are going through right now very interesting to me. So I can watch out for things that I haven't seen in the crypto space yet. But for me, I want to say like focus on finding an influencer who not only has prominence in the space, but relevance to your project. For example, Rose is not relevant to you guys. She's a very good influencer because she has image, she has attraction to her platform, but does she work in the 3D space? So is she in the metaverse space? How authentic is her brand connection to yours? And that just goes back to, like you said, working with your brand and knowing your audience. And like, it may not be as fast. Of course, you can put Jennifer Lopez, you could put a rapper on there, but is it relevant to your audience, or is it just flash? And you do run the risk of being burned in scenarios where we attract for flash. You have a very good brand, a very
Well, I
specific
think
audience.
I think it's a curve as well. And in the beginning, you have to focus on brand awareness and growth.
Correct.
And
Correct.
once you've reached that, you can focus on more content focused. And of course, we discharged the marketing team a couple of weeks or months ago, and we took over ourselves. And now, what our goal is, and what is succeeding quite well, is that we are engaging people from within the community to be our spokespeople, and that are very well involved and that are part of the family, you know. And that are your best advocates, because they do it because they do it because they believe in it as much as I do.
Right. And some of the other thing, I had taken some notes. True. I mean, some of the things that I'm looking at here, very good point. Maybe paying our influencers in a token or in a way that does not influence the pump and dump mechanisms is a great way to get around that. I do agree about the having some form of contracts that I know aren't enforceable beyond certain borders, but having something written in there, maybe there's a clause that, and, you know, this is all good faith. So, I mean, I understand the quorums of working with this, but having something written in there that you don't do X between the phases of Y, because we are working with businesses here, and you've already spoke on that, and I understand that, and I agree with one of the earlier speakers. Have somebody in a treasury department. As I'm looking up DAOs, I'm looking at the breakdown of DAOs and how you have those structures. You need those structures for your self protection, because you can't do everything, and you know that. And so having someone to handle those other parts when you're too busy will keep these businesses, because an influencer may be just someone posting about whatever they may be posting about, but that is their business. That is their bottom line. They do have to be accountable to the amount of time they put in and the amount of return they get out. So, and for us on the sides of these platforms, these teams, maybe what we give them is more directional. So instead of us having them post stuff on their platforms direct, for example, I worked with a team in LA. We did some stuff for Toyota. We worked directly with influencers, but we gave them our product and we created content together with them, and they were able to post that product, to post that content on their page if they wanted to, but we had content to post on our page, so our page showed their image rather than it maybe not the visible face of them, but it had some form of interaction with them, so they were featured on our page. And that might be a way to get away from just waiting for them to post all day, because to Code's point, there you have a brand, you have a style, and asking you to change your style won't really match who your audience is. So finding another way to get the best out of these influencers, that's a very interesting question. I would like to hear more on. It's like, how do other teams work with influencers in this space? What are they offering? To Code, what's your favorite way to work with different teams? Do you prefer a well scripted, hey, say this only, or like you said,
Hell no, not even my space calls are scripted.
that's good. That's good.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you how I work, right? For me, like I was saying earlier, I host space calls, right? And I'm here in the crypto streets. I talk to a lot of the community. We come across a lot of projects. We research projects together. We find projects together. So yeah, and then I enter giveaways here and there with projects that I find interesting and tagging people and this and that, right? One, I don't never I don't never do giveaways for myself. I have my own project, right, called the Tuco coin. I don't never do giveaways that's follow me, follow this, follow that. I don't do that follow train shit because I know I'm not for everybody. And I don't want my page full of bullshit people or fake people, right? If you find me and you like it, what you find here, and you follow me, great. And you engage with me. If you comment on something, I will comment back. If you DM me, I will DM you back. You can join the Discord. I am reachable. And so for one, I don't do that with like giveaways, right? If one of the projects I'm an ambassador for says, you know, can you run a giveaway? I'll run a giveaway, and if they ask for their giveaway to be, you know, follow their you know, project page, I'll do that. I will never take advantage of the situation to put my name in there as well, like, and follow me, right? I won't do that. So I don't do that follow train, and I don't do the giveaways the way these influencers do. If you look in the chat box right now, I posted a tweet of how I like to do giveaways. I like to do what's called the Fish Fry Friday giveaway space call because I want to do live trivia. I want to engage and interact with the community. I want us to sit here and learn about the project together and put these projects coins in real people's hands who are interested enough in a project that want to do a little research while on a space call with me, right? So that's how I. And if you've ever been to any of my space calls, like the XRPL cookout, you know how the trivia's go, right? They're trivia's about the project sponsoring the giveaway. So I've done one or two of the Fish Fry Friday calls for the projects I'm ambassador for already. And before that, I have been hired by a few projects to do giveaways this way, right? And I put it out there quite often that this is, if you want to hire me to do a giveaway, this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm not about to do that follow train shit. So, and I'm not just gonna do it for any and all projects, right? If I don't know your project, I need to research it. I need to know that this is a project that I could say, okay, I could see something here if I really don't know anything about it, right? I don't just take any and all, because in my real life, all money ain't good money.
Right. That. So like I see on both sides of this field we have the need for both types of brands, influencer and products to exercise more discernment in who they partner with and how they get the word out. Because to your point, not all awareness is good awareness. And so that's it, and that's a hard kind of pill to even approach because to spectator Xspectar's point, you need awareness, but not all awareness is good awareness. I guess it just comes down to getting people that are really for the product, for the market, and for the community. I really appreciate your approach to getting the word out to code. It's more of when you get into brand management, it's more of what do you call a sage brand where you're educating your community, and it's less about just like being the most important person in the room. I really appreciate that. Xspectar, keep
Thank
going,
you very
dude.
much.
Yeah, definitely. Xspectar, keep going. Do hire yourself for treasury. Get yourself a treasury team that can take some of this load off of you, bro, because it is a lot. I'm learning that. It's a lot, but there's some resources out there, and there's some people who actually believe in what you're doing. So keep going. Don't be discouraged by that. I saw these tweets coming through last night. I happened to follow Rose and a few other people like Digital Asset Investor, and I've been in the XRP community for a while, so I've been watching this develop. And then I saw that last night. It was like I haven't just the entire conversation. I was like, I don't see why she was angry, and then now to get on this and understand the behind the scenes of it. Yeah, it's personalities, stuff clash. Dude, take that stuff off your hand, bro, and that way you can focus on what you do best. And I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much
for being here. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate that. And also, I want to throw this out there as well, right? Since you asked how it is that I handle, right? When it comes to the payment, I do try to negotiate that. Okay, I don't want to be paid in full project coins because I have a life to sustain, right? I have bills to pay, and I'm trying to create my own. I'm trying to build my own project and platform up. So the more money I could put into that, I would love to. And like Xspectar said earlier, as soon as people get payments and they dump it, that's weird to him, right? To me, that's weird too, right? As somebody who would be receiving the payment, this is I really move like this in my real life. Like I'm really an oddball around a lot of my family and friends because my personal values, morals, and standards are a lot different than a lot of people. Like people say, some of my family members say I have too high of standard, right? And I'm just made different, and I don't know why that is or whatnot, but I say that to say this is when I fuck with you, I really fuck with you and I support you. So for me to take a full payment in what it is a project is giving me and then dump it, that's not being a real supporter. That's not. And I don't like moving like that, right? So I would like to take like half and half, right? Whether it's half the project coin or, and then half in XRP or half in USD so that I can do what I need to do. Because I don't want to sell like 90% of the payment because that's all you can pay me in. But I understand every project is different as well, right? Xspectar has more capital than the other 3 projects that I'm ambassador for. You get what I'm saying? So I'm a very flexible and understanding person, and I'm not here for money grabs, right? So I'm not here to try to fucking take every project's all their fucking money, right? And it's just like every time a project approaches me, I say the same fucking thing. Whatever you pay somebody that has 50,000 followers, if you have that type of capital to have that type of quote unquote influencer or ambassador on your payroll, I want that same payment. Yeah, my numbers may not reflect that, right? My follower numbers, but the content that I put out and the shit that I do in the community, I guarantee you I bring you more value than they do. I promise you that. And that's what I do. These are the conversations I've had with every single project that I am an ambassador for. I see we got King Solomon up here. Go ahead, King Solomon.
No.
Oh shit, my bad. Wait, hold on, King
you had
Solomon.
somebody with their
Hawaiian,
hand raised.
yeah, Hawaiian been sitting with his hand raised for a minute. Go ahead, Hawaiian. He might be on coconut internet, so you might could go ahead. Oh, there he goes.
There we go. Sorry about that. Hey, so I got a quick question for Dirk real fast going into the topic, because we do have, let's say, the influencers and the team members. And there's a fine line between them. Both need to be balanced out very well, because, again, to bring brand awareness, you got to reach out to your target market audience. And by doing that, that's where the influencers kind of get out to kind of get that meme out there, the bait in the water, to kind of get the attention to bring people up to the boat. Now, going into that, Dirk, how many influencers do you have underneath your team, and how many team members do we have on board right now? Because I like to see in time how you're saying, given the responsibilities to the actual members that want to be part of the team, not as an influencer, but as an ambassador, to kind of bring out that positive reinforcing. But at the same time, I understand there's a balance we need to have. And I'm just wondering how many influencers are under the table that we have hired or you have hired under this.
I have no idea. I can't say you an exact number, or I would be lying. But I think that when we started off during the IDO, we had lots of them. Huh? We had all of them, probably all of the all of them that I knew about for sure. So yeah, I think regarding brand awareness, we did pretty well. But as I said, there are some better actors and there are some other actors in the space. I think it was an opportunistic choice as well to expose our brand as much as possible. But I think that the more you grow, the more responsibility you have, and the more you learn, and the more you understand how things go. As I said again, the strategy has been proven successful, but I think it's time to shift and to try to bring more quality instead of quantity.
And I agree with you 100% on there. Like right now, the ledger is so new and just so new to crypto right now, to where I think everybody that's inside the ledger, inside the crypto space, so for especially XRPL, they know about Xspectar. They know about the top dogs. They know where to go to find the top 100, so they can do their own due diligence to get there. But I think now it's important time to start looking and getting those ambassadors as a Too Cold and King Solomon here, people that actually do their research, understand exactly what's going on, and can give the people to do their due diligence, give them good, clear, concise information, and not just a shilling project of how some people would quote it. It's
Well, I had a
important that
phone
you reach
call.
out.
I had a phone call the day before yesterday in the evening with King Solomon, also about his technical knowledge and some things about other chains and the technical aspects of the XRP ledger. And I think that's also important to focus on and to learn, because as I said before, I'm not the biggest expert on that matter as well. So we are all learning here, and we can learn from each other. And I think that again, collaborating. The community is the most important, but collaborating with other projects and sincere and honest people who are trying to do something right is very important, and it will make the XRPL community stronger and take the bad actors out. So I think that has to be our mutual goal.
Okay, awesome. So I see you doing more of a transition right now, going from kind of pulling away from, let's say, a lot of the pumpers, it was, let's say, that direction, and going towards more of actual community members and people that want to be, or influencers that want to be part of this as ambassadors.
Well, after today, especially, I will think twice before collaborating with someone, and we will make sure that this won't happen again. I hope so. But yeah, I learned a very good lesson. But it's also something that you can't necessarily predict. Apparently, Jack has some kind of reputation where I wasn't necessarily aware of. But yeah, well, I learned a lesson today. But I hope that I showed something to the community as well, and to other projects, that if somebody treats you at this way, that's absolutely unacceptable. And we stood up, and we will always do that, no matter what. And we will count on our community and the XRPL community to defend it. And if any other project would have the same issue, please reach out to us, and we will definitely be on your side to help you protect your faction from these kind of practices.
All right. Thank you for that, Hawaiian. Go ahead, King Solomon.
No, I mean, I'll just be quick. I think it takes a lot of guts for Dirk to immediately come up and have a discussion. I mean, I can only speak personally. I know, talking about influencers versus educators, I guess. And I mean, even from my standpoint, like from an investment perspective, I've made mistakes in this space. Not necessarily shilling, but, made mistakes before. But I think there's a difference between like being paid
by projects, and not, you know, to just blatantly to promote or whatever. I understand that there's a role for that in this space too, but being paid by projects is much different. And I mean, from my stance, like I think I've only done, so I did Liquid Marketplace, which I was an advocate of. I did iTrust. I think those were the only two. And then Dirk had been reaching out to me for, I mean, this is just my experience with Dirk and my experience with the team. Like Dirk had been reaching out to me for like months, a couple of months, just kind of telling me about the project, et cetera, et cetera. And then, you know, finding out that, you know, Sadaf, who I'd been speaking with for, you know, about a year on and off, and then Panos, who's been in the community for a long time too, were advisors, you know, when Dirk was saying what was going on with the advisory aspects and what that would dictate, you know, I was like, well, whatever Sadaf and Panos are getting, I'm 1,000% fine with. I think it makes sense to put it under vesting. And I'm not even an advisor for Dirk anymore. Like I haven't been for like a couple of months. So it's literally been free. And I believe in what Dirk's trying to accomplish. I believe in the vision. So I will still message Dirk and give him insight whenever I feel like I can give it. Somebody else asked, you know, investors into Xspectar prior to any sort of roles. Like I know I personally ended up getting 88 times 4 or 5. I still have that. And then the tokens that were under vesting, I still have every single one of my Xspectar, but I understand everybody operates differently. And the people, you know, if you're paying somebody to fulfill a position, you know, for real, they can do whatever they want to with whatever you're paying them. But I don't know. This space is just crazy, and anybody telling you that they're sitting on an incredibly an amazing moral high ground, but that is doing the exact opposite on a consistent basis. That's not to say that we can't make mistakes. I've made mistakes. I've made investment mistakes 1,000%. That's why we're all here, is to keep making mistakes and hopefully have some winners alongside some of the losers. And I put out a tweet a few days ago. I'm like, I was really surprised. Somebody that I knew in this space for 3 or 4 years just completely surprised me with the way they're going about shit. So make no mistake about it. You will be surprised by people once they start, you know, making money in this space. But yeah, kudos to Dirk. And, you know, none of us are perfect here. I just think that, I don't know. I don't know. This is a crazy space. And I respect you, Dirk, for coming up here and having the guts to just address it, take the bull by the horns and address things head on. It makes sense. So,
well, actually, I look forward to this because I have nothing to hide, and I'm very happy to address every possible subject. So no problem. With pleasure.
DM me later for some more free advice. No, I'm joking.
Thanks for that, Solomon. So I got a few questions on the chat box. I think these have already been answered, but I think they're joining late. So this is one person asking like 4 questions in a row. How many of the XRP influencers promoting Xspectar have been paid to do so? Have those paid influencers held or dumped the Xspectar they received? Are you, Too Cold, also on the payroll? And one more. Why do the NFTs look like weird sex dolls? So I'll go first. I'll answer for me as ambassador. I am. I do have a payment that comes to me for having the ambassador title, right? But before I got that title, I was already an investor at, I think, the IDO price, which was what?
0.08.
Yeah. So I already had my own bag. So that was what, 3-4 months ago, and then I just became ambassador about a month or so ago, or a few weeks ago. So that's my end of it. So those other 3 questions are for you, Dirk.
Yeah, about the sex dolls, I will speak to Mao about that, but I think that the one who asked the question has a vivid fantasy. And if they do, it will probably be good for marketing purposes as well. So I'm very glad with that. What were the other 2 questions, Too Cold?
How many how many of the XRP influencers are promoting Xspectar have been paid to do so?
Well, I don't know the exact numbers, but I can tell you that most of them, they did some kind of, they got some kind of reward or form of payment to do so. There are some names I can say by heart that absolutely refused to get paid. One of them is the Bearable Bull. Another one is Crypto Airy, for example. They reached out to me because they like the project and they support Ripple, XRP, and the Xrpl. And they reached out to us. We did interviews, and they absolutely don't accept payments. So I explicitly wanted to say both of them or give their names because I know they didn't do it, and I think they don't do it for other projects as well. So that's something that's a big difference. People that do it because they really think it's a good thing. And as King Solomon said, people in the space can make mistakes. I think that some of us made mistakes, most of us, and that we follow some people. Some people have their Patreon. I think that King Solomon does or did as well, Panos as well. So it's not necessarily payment to get chilled. I think that Jack does, but some of them, they are doing research and they are giving not financial advice, but they are telling what their feeling is with the project after their research. And I think they do it in their best interest and with correct analysis. And if something goes wrong, that could reflect on them and they could be at harm as well, because the community will tell, why did you tell us to look at this project or look at that project? And that's the fact that we will never know for sure 100% if it will be a success, yes or no. But I think there are lots of things to filter and that you can make quite a good assessment. But if you apply that assessment on every project, I think that 90% of the projects won't make a chance.
Okay, and then his question, last question in all of those questions was, how many have dumped their Xspectar coin?
Well, I don't. Everything is visible on the ledger. So if you track our wallets and if you track the payments we made, you know to who we made them, because the name will be in the description or their Twitter handle, and then you can check their wallets and see what they did with it. We did some research and we know about most of them what they did. But I think that's the big advantage of the ledger, that there are no secrets and it's visible for everybody and everybody can check it themselves. And you can, after doing that, you can make your own decisions and see who is really on board with a project, who really believes in a project and who doesn't.
Right, 100%. Okay, Cozy, I see you. Just give me a second, right? I'm getting to these comments that that were here before I pulled you up on stage. But I see you. So I'll get to this one, and then I'll get to this DM's question, and then I'll get to you, Cozy. So this question says, what morals and ethics are not sitting right with Rose?
Well, I have had this question as well in my DMs, and I think who sent it to you. Apparently, and I told it before, apparently I told Rose literally in a DM, some of you guys or some of the influencers are pissing their pants because they're getting paid a couple of days late or because they have to wait a little bit. And she got offended by that. I think that's the only thing that that I said that could be the reason of it. And I think I will check her messages as well. That after I said that she instantly replied to that comment, and that she said that was inappropriate and that she felt offended because she was one of the people asking when she would get paid. We had an agreement to pay the 1st of July, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, she got paid the 3rd of the 4th of July. So 3 days, maybe 4. And my comment on pissing the pants and nagging about when they get paid, I think that that was the only thing that I said that could have offended her. And if I read her reactions, I think that was the reason that she gave me why she would be splitting ways. And that and the fact that she said that Jack is a good friend of hers, and my comment to that was, maybe you should choose your friends wisely. And she answered, I will choose my own friends, not you. And of course that's true as well. So that are the two things that offended her. But about ethics and morals, I invite Rose and everybody else in this space to debate with me, because I think that we are an example of morals and ethics.
Perfect. All right, Cozy, your time to shine now. Go ahead, my guy.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Did I do this right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I got 9% battery. I'm in the car charging. If I get disconnected, I apologize. But I'm not going to sit here and comment on the Xspectar project or the Xspectar team. I'll be honest and say, personally, I hold the 666, whatever that amount is, to be the agent. I don't know. I bought that back when the project launched, and I've kind of been, my thoughts on the XRP NFT stuff is I'm just buying and waiting until the XLS20. So I'm not going to comment on the Xspectar project or the team, as I've not been following. However, I am a tier 3, or I was until today. I got kicked and banned, but I was a tier 3 member of Jack's Patreon. On that note, I understand there's some interest on Jack, and I think I could shed some light on some of this. So I've got lots of screenshots and everything, and I'm going to be putting together a video in regards to what Jack's Patreon truly is all about, because I've been in there for a little while. I was in there as a tier 1 member, and then Jack reached out to me as I was helping a lot of people. He has 3 Telegram chats. One of them's the Bearable Guy official believers group. It's got something like 3,000 members, and he uses that chat and his Twitter to funnel people into the private chat, which is the Patreon chat that you have to pay for. While I was in there, Jack saw me talking to people, posting TA, doing everything, saw the value in my opinion, and pushed me to become a content creator. I never had Cozy. I've been in crypto since 2013. I didn't do any of this till Jack was the one who said, hey man, I think your stuff is better than mine and I'm making a living. You should do this. He created the tier 3 influencer package in order for me to join that one, and he was going to help other people become influencers, this and that. So it sucks that unfortunately we've gone down this road. I don't know what happened today. I think the dude woke up in a very pissed off mood. I think he's been on the fence because he has started his very own Ponzi scheme. Before, Jack has been just promoting Ponzi schemes on his Patreon. They're not really rug pulls, but they're pump and dumps, they're pyramid, they're referrals, they're Ponzi's. 8% a day is not fucking sustainable. I don't care what anybody says. They're Ponzi schemes that are very reliant on new investors, and he advertises them to the Patreon as get in early, and that way you'll be safe in these Ponzi schemes. And he says do your own research, and that's a get out of jail free card. Recently, he's been posting that they're Ponzi schemes on Twitter. As a friend, I reached out to the guy and was like, hey man, that's not good. Those are hella illegal in Germany. You can't do that. He got all triggered about that and then started his own. Then I really hit him up and said, Jack, you cannot have access to the developer wallet for this. So this new one that he created, Diamond BUSD, him and some other guy who I don't want to dox, partnered and bought the code off of the original guy running the Ponzi scheme, which was Dino USD. They then had a deal where 4% or 8% of income is going to get split. 4% goes back to the original Dino people. So 4% of what you're investing isn't even going to your project. It's going back to the original Ponzi scheme to keep that one going. And then out of the 4%, it gets split between 2% goes to Jack and 2% goes to the other developer. So I had a really big problem with this, because it's one thing to say, hey, I'm promoting and I'm participating and we're all gambling together. It's another to shill a Ponzi scheme to your Patreon that you are running. That's very dirty, right? And not tell people all this stuff. As somebody who was in the tier 3, the admin chats, and, you know, Jack was a friend of mine, I was privy to a bunch of information. I was able to get in and out of these projects. And in my country where I live, I'm allowed to participate in the goods and services of multi-level marketing, i.e. the token sale would be the good, the node would be the service. However, I cannot participate in pyramid sales. Pyramid sales would be the referral system or recruitment or promoting. Germany, you can't do any of that. All of that's illegal. You can't promote, you can't participate, you can't do anything. So I was trying to reach out to this guy and give him some advice, and I think today with the drama with you guys has really been stressing him, and he's freaking the fuck out, and he absolutely snapped. He hit me up, threatening me with legal action. To that, I said, go ahead. You would end up doxing yourself, and I think that would end up a lot worse than you. On that note, I do plan on making a YouTube video on my channel, basically compiling all the screenshots, all the posts I have, and everything that what he's doing in his community. People of his community were reaching out to me because to show you how dumb he is, this guy says he's going to sue me, blocks me, but then leaves me as admin in his chat. So obviously I spammed his chats with a bunch of my proof and everything, saying that this guy's dumping on you guys. The Patreon group is essentially his exit liquidity. One of my friends who I invited to the chat, Paul, he told me to jump into this Xspectar thing right now. I wasn't going to do this, but now that the dude has gone all full, I'm going to sue you. And I said, do it, man. I said, send me the legal letters. I have no problem. I know where I live. I know what my laws are here. I don't think he knows the laws where he's from, as he's citing them, and they're very incorrect. And the other thing is he's got a big ethics issue. So it's weird that him and Rose are going to sit here, and I don't mean to loop Rose into this. I've communicated with Rose. Me and her are cool, but it's weird that if ethics are an issue, I have screenshots of Jack saying it doesn't matter if it's a scam as long as we're making money. That logic is so messed up. So if we could go rob old ladies on the street, as long as there's money in the purse, it's okay. That it doesn't make it okay. Enron was a Ponzi scheme that lasted for years. People still went to jail. Because you make money doesn't make it okay. Big Connect influencers are still facing charges. Because you make money is not okay. So if Rose has an issue with ethics, she should really have an issue with Jack. Because Jack has no problem shilling pyramid and Ponzi schemes as long as everyone is making money. As long as his community... Yes.
Cozy, let me interrupt you for a short time. I invited Rose to the space call. She refused. She said, I prefer not to be in there, but we were just having DMs, and she said, are you okay if I join? And of course, I think that everybody here can confirm that I was quite respectful and correct in how things went down. And I'm very happy. I see she's in here, so I will put her onto the stage, because I think that we were collaborating very nice, and things went down in a bad way, but I'm very happy to have her here and to let her tell her side of the story as well.
I've connected with Rose myself. I think Rose is really cool. She's reached out to me. She's been very friendly. I just think if her issue is ethics, then she needs to have a deep dive into Jack's Patreon. And I'm not making these claims blindly. I was a tier 3 member. I was an admin in all 3 telegrams as well as the Discord. I was privy to the behind the scenes chat. I have the screenshots. Jack knows clear as day it's a Ponzi or pyramid scheme, and he is still telling his community to get in first, get in early. So Rose, if you're listening, if it's an ethics issue, I think me and you could DM. I can show you the screenshots. If it's an ethics issue, Jack has a big ethics issue. It doesn't matter how you get there. If you get the money, in Jack's mind, it's A-okay.
Thank you. It is very information to share and shed light on with the community, right? People taking advantage of the platform that they have to influence their followers, right? So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, so we got Rose here on the stage. There are many questions that people have. So yes, Rose, welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you to Cold for hosting the AMA this evening with Dirk. Yeah, so I didn't particularly want to have to do this. It's been an eventful day for me to say the least. But I'd just like to sort of say my piece. Obviously, Dirk's, I've had literally a million DMs. My Twitter's been off the hook today. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of elaborate my side of the story because I know a lot of people obviously are very, very keen to hear both sides. And I'm obviously, I want to be transparent and obviously explain from sort of my side really as to sort of what's been said, how it's gone down and everything else really. So I'm going to take it from the top. Thank you obviously again to Cold for hosting this. And yeah, I will begin my journey. So yeah, most of you know I joined in 2019, joined the XRP community, obviously with a passion to learn more purely about XRP. Obviously being a female in the space, I connected very well with a lot of people. A lot of people in the beginning thought I was a male. So I took the conscious decision to sort of show my face and prove that, I was a female. Not that I needed to, but I just wanted to stay true to who I was and explore my Twitter journey and obviously where it would take me for the future. So obviously being in the space, I'm an advocate outside of Twitter and in work and for mental health. Purely because somebody close to me passed away, committed suicide. So I've always been very passionate about that. And it was, I think, not last year, the year before, I had somebody in the community reach out that they had invested heavily. They'd, taken out some sort of a loan, set that against the house. The wife didn't know anything about it. And I was advocating this person and saying, guys, if we can do some crowdfunding or help this person, please let's everybody help. And then a few days later, we had this person's brother come on Twitter to tell us that this guy had committed suicide, given what had happened. I did get a hell of a lot of backlash for that because, a lot of people are a little bit dubious. So, lessons learned there. But I do like to believe, whatever anybody is telling me is truthful. So I then set up the Telegram group, Mind Crypto, just for anybody if they're feeling like jumping off the top of the roof, because obviously, as we all know, we all invest heavily in crypto, and the markets can fluctuate. I've seen my crypto bags go up, down, and the story goes on. And then I was sort of approached heavily in my DMs from projects asking me to promote for them, retweets, tweets, and all that kind of thing. Wasn't something I really necessarily wanted to do with my platform, but we've all got bills to pay, and I was probably naively a little bit naive in a sense of obviously wanting to earn some extra money, and from that, I've worked with some really good projects since I've been on Twitter, and have been paid for all of those. So moving then on to, I just want to touch on as well, because somebody DM'd me too, called that you'd mentioned about the 3D ape. So I would like to address that as well. So I was an influencer for 3D apes.
No, you were the ambassador, right? Not just influencer, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my terminology, ambassador, influencer, I kind of, sort of put them in the same category as such. Some projects, terminology differently. But yeah, I was ambassador for 3D apes, and I woke up one day to a load of messages to say, Rose, we think this is a rug pull. You've heavily promoted this project, and we've invested all this money. And at the time, I was it really did impact on me sort of mentally, the thought of I've been heavily promoting a project, and unbeknownst to me, is this true? Is it not? I like to think everybody is truthful and everybody is honest and all the rest of it. So in my means of panic, I completely stepped back from the project, spoke with Alpha and a few of the team and said, look, I mentally on my conscience, I would not want to be promoting a project that, could quite easily be a rug pull. And I know obviously Ripple New Zealand, he looked into everything for everybody, and it transpired it wasn't. It was just a pure error at their end in terms of hitting the wrong button, shall we say. So yeah, genuinely I did feel bad because I did step away, kind of buried my head in the sand and thought, shit, people's lives are at risk here, and they could lose the money, and I'd never want on my conscience that I've somewhat shield a project, and somebody's committed suicide on the back of that. So yeah, that maybe lessons learned for myself. I don't want to digress too much, but no, I take on board what's been said, and lessons learned obviously with the future projects that I influence for. And then obviously me and Dirk connected for Xspectar, and have been come what may you call it, ambassador, influencer, promoting for Dirk. Had a very good relationship with Dirk, and right and very well up to today, up to now. Still do have a lot of respect for Dirk. I was made aware of a situation. So to address the Spectre situation, I was made aware of a situation last night, which I was a little bit surprised by. But obviously, to my loyalty to Dirk, I wanted to make him aware of what was being said and what was happening. And if I could, in any way help anybody, whether it's on Twitter, outside of, personally or at work, I will help anybody if I can within reason. So I reached out to Dirk and made him aware of, what had been said, and, if there's any way I can sort of mediate, and if there's any way I can help, I'm more than happy to sort of, come to some sort of resolution to whatever's been happening. I do believe, from what I'm told, Dirk's already given the stories anyway, but just from my side, I had an agreement set up with Dirk to be paid for myself personally for the first of the month, just so I can align my finances in terms of projects and everyday life really. And I was told that some people had not been paid on time. And for me, I've always been paid on time by Dirk, but in particular this month I hadn't. So alarm bells started to ring, and I thought, oh no, what's happening? Why is the delay? Obviously, I understand. With all projects, the owners are super busy. I'm not a priority to the project by any means, but I was just a little bit concerned. So I did reach out to Dirk and say, Dirk, is everything okay? Are you wishing to continue with the project and our agreement? Because obviously, like most of us, we have I must say at least 20 DMs a day asking me to sort of promote for projects. Probably a day or two I didn't hear from Dirk, and obviously because I'd actively seen him obviously on Twitter as everybody is, I just sort of was a little bit taken back in a sense of I wonder if everything is okay and if he is happy with what I'm doing, and and if I should take the step back and maybe explore other projects if my time and efforts is no longer needed. Dirk then got back to me, apologised obviously with the delay, and obviously is super busy, and totally understand that. Business resumed, and then obviously with what happened last night in terms of other people not being paid and things, in a sense myself, I just sort of just thought to myself, it's kind of a time where I sort of dilute the projects that I'm promoting, and in a sense that maybe not to sort of be banking on money every month as part of my finances. We've all got things going on in lives. I don't necessarily need to bank up money for myself. I have my own personal savings, but I'm sort of looking at the point of right here, right now, the market's low. I'm getting paid by projects. I want to buy as many different projects and up and coming cheap projects that are on on the crypto exchanges that in hindsight, in my naive mind, if I buy this, new coin that's on the market at 0.0002, £1,000 for this or £200 for that, could that be my, ticket to go traveling around the world? And, that's my end goal kind of thing. So that was sort of the reasoning behind, the payment side of things. Like I say, never had a late payment from Dirk. It was only particularly this month, and then hearing obviously from other people, they've kind of had the same thing. It was kind of the sort of somewhat lack of communication in terms of are we continuing with this or what's happening. To touch on the Jack situation. Jack, like many people from my original days of 2019, I think the first two people I ever sort of connected with was Patty and her husband, and Connie and a few other people. Then a few of the idols of YouTube that I started to follow. A lot of respect for a lot of people. you know, Jack was one of them as well. And you know, the connection I have with Jack is, you know, I don't, you know, personally know where he is and who he lives and all the rest of it. I know obviously he's Jack from Germany. But, you know, when I've had some low moments or when I've needed a bit of advice, or if a project's reached out to me and I've sort of said, you know, what should I really be charging for this? You know, I've never done it before. Or, you know, have you heard about this project? Or, you know, what do you think for me purchasing this cryptocurrency? You know, he has been one of those that I could count on my hand that, you know, if ever I've sort of needed some sort of advice, as opposed to me sort of reaching out to the likes of, you know, Kevin Cage, Bearable Bull, XRP, you know, Xrp Owl, you know, they're to me top tier, and I wouldn't necessarily disturb their day to ask them for their, you know, personal opinion of what crypto I should be purchasing. So Jack has been one of those that, like I say, has been there for me, and you know, I've welcomed his guidance and advice. I can't speak on his behalf as to what he's put out on Twitter himself. You know, the things that I've put out today is not by any means linked. It's just my own personal opinion. And in terms of sort of, you know, transparency to my followers, and my own sort of personal ethics and morals, you know, I just think it's time for me to just sort of take a step back from Xspectar. But I do want to sort of highlight, you know, through this whole last 24 hours, you know, me and Dirk have been fine. You know, we've had a bit of a to and a fro, a few disagreements here and there. But in a sense of, I was just a little bit disheartened that obviously as my nature as a person is, you know, if I can help anybody, I would. You know, on hindsight now, I wish I'd have not got involved in the situation that happened last night. You know, and let, you know, a grown man who is, you know, awaiting a payment himself. And for me, I shouldn't have necessarily involved myself. And I thought I was doing the right thing by sort of letting Dirk know from a perspective of,
Rose,
you know, just out of loyalty.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy that you are here. Let's agree on that. And I think that we always had a very good relationship. And it's a pity that it ends this way. I genuinely think that you will be on the wrong side of XRPL history, choosing Jack's side instead of mine. But I don't want to speak too much about our friend Jack. I don't want to FUD people. I don't want to talk people down. There was one guy that didn't get paid yet, and it was Perry. Perry, our friend, the rugby player, and he reached out to Jack, and Jack abused that situation because I ended, or I didn't go on with Jack since half of July or even longer. At the 15th of July or 16th or 17th, I had some talks with him. Should we go on or not? We didn't engage. He kept sending me messages. I didn't reply because I didn't have time. I told him, I will engage with you. I will get back to you if we need your services. And yesterday he exploded. He sent me messages from Perry asking him, is it okay with Dirk? Is it okay with Xspectar? And he completely blew it off. He started threatening me while I was having dinner with my 8-year-old. I have screenshots. I have so many things I can show the community, and out of respect for everybody, I won't do it. But I don't tolerate threats. I don't tolerate extortion, and I will strike back and retaliate in a very, very, very hard way. This is something I can promise everybody in this space, and you can hear it in my voice. I won't take this. And Perry, in the meantime, the only one that didn't got his payment at the moment we were discussing it, he was sending me hearts, and I love you, and I know there's nothing wrong, and I have screenshots about all of that. So Perry, I invited him as well. He said to me, the last 24 hours were so stressful to me, I can't even get out of my bed. I can't come up to the speaker. And that's all initiated by one person. And you got stressed, I get stressed, and nobody asks themselves what is going on with Dirk, because they are attacking him. They are jeopardizing his project. They threaten to spread rumors that aren't correct. And that's not okay. That's not okay, and I won't tolerate it. And if I send a very nice message to him asking to not do that made by a legal team, and you get as an answer, fuck you, I will destroy you. Wow, Jack, I hope you're listening. I see that there are members of your team within the space. Fuck you too.
I just want to say, brother, you're a bigger guy than me because Jack threatened me too. And that's where I had it. That's where I said, I fucking tried to help you. I reached out this morning to try to help you manage your drama and help you with your legal and your Ponzi schemes. And you're going to sit there and you're going to threaten me with legal. You're a bigger man than me. I have the screenshots. I'm putting together a YouTube video. I'm going to post it. I'm not going to sit there and
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't want to digress too much. Like I say, my DMs I've never had so much engagement in 24 hours. But yeah, I just wanted to sort of give my side to the story. Like I say, I've got no disrespect to Dirk or Xspectar and what they're doing. I do think, I generally do believe in the project and it is how it is.
So can I ask a question real quick?
Go for it, yeah, please.
Since we know you say influencer, ambassador, they're all the same to you. With these projects that you become an ambassador for or an influencer for, do you research these projects ahead of time? Have you personally invested in any of the projects ahead of time, or were your first payments becoming their influencer or ambassador?
Sure. So I mean, I will obviously from like my own personal sort of brand image on Twitter. I always do my own sort of research, and I do reach out to certain people. I'm not going to name names, but I do get their opinion on said projects and ask them to do a little deep dive research, just to sort of collaborate and elaborate of what I've, my own deep dive myself, just to sort of make sure I'm making the right sort of decisions of who I'm promoting. I can't very well say I've been burnt too badly with the projects that I have. I have unfortunately been part of 2 rug pulls that are no longer to be seen or heard of on Twitter, unfortunately. And everything from what I did in terms of research checked out. It was just a case of, unfortunately they use my platform and my following and who I am as a sort of, positive person in the space to sort of help boost up the value of their said token. In terms of purchasing pre sort of ahead of me being a ambassador, influencer, some call me a shiller. No, I don't. I'm very obviously heavily invested in XRP and XLM, which I've plugged that from the very beginning. I do, the coins that I'm given, sometimes I will keep them, but, if I need to get my car MOT'd and, I need, something goes on my car or, I get an unexpected bill like I did last Christmas with the gas and electric, I will obviously, unfortunately have to, take out what I see as my crypto pot of savings to dip into and obviously, live, life day to day. And yeah, like I say, these past 24 hours has really sort of made me sort of sort of focus life. Do I really want to continue doing these kind of roles and be sort of embroiled in this? I don't know. I'm going to have a bit of a think about that over the coming weeks. Again, my heart was in the right place last night to try and help a situation and try and diffuse. Kind of backfired on me in a sense. Ruined a sort of partnership with Spectre. I thought at the time I was doing the right thing, and I stand by what I did. As soon as I got told, I made Dirk aware, and I was liaising with third parties. We live and learn, as always in life. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of come on and sort of give my side to the story. My heart's pure, my heart's genuine. I do believe in God and law of attraction and all the rest of it, even though some people say have called me crazy for believing in law of attraction, but that's their prerogative. But yeah, I like to think I did the right thing last night. And just obviously the blowback that it has been, I put the tweet out today, just sort of give the heads up to my following. It was by no means malicious to sort of, ruin the project by any means. I just wanted to stay true to who I was, and just sort of pre-announce. Looking back on hindsight, maybe I should have waited until the end of the month, as Dirk did say to me in DM. Again, lessons learned. So yeah, the past 24 hours have been a Twitter learning curve, to say the least. And yeah, just wanted to come on and just sort of, give my side to the story and, somewhat back up what Dirk's saying. And again, I can't elaborate on what, for Jack. I do still regard him as a friend, relative of what's been said and happened. That's my own personal opinion. But yeah, in truth, I thought I was doing the right thing last night by helping. Things were resolved, and businesses resumed as normal for the Xspectar team. I invite if anybody wants to ask me any questions. I feel very nervous actually because this has been an emotional day to say the least. If anybody wants to ask me questions, please do feel free.
Yeah, we got a couple people up here with their hands up.
Yeah.
Don't hold on. Don't feel nervous, right? I mean, if this is your truth, this is your truth, right? Just I move different, okay, and I will.
I know I need to. I need to learn a few.
I will. Yeah,
sorts
I
of
mean, because I do. I have some other questions I want to ask you as well, but. Right, I'm not trying to attack you or nothing, but this is the thing, right? It is when people, I was saying this earlier, and I say this all the time whenever I host space calls, not every single day, but it is a continuous conversation that I do speak on. When people have the power, right, which numbers equals the power, right? Because these accounts that have these large numbers, they have the power to influence their following, right?
Absolutely,
so that means you have a responsibility, and that responsibility should be taken fucking seriously. And that's why when shit gets real, and I feel like all the influencers that I'm quote unquote influencers that I'm following, when real questions are being asked to projects, whether they be top tier projects, right, or projects that ain't never been heard of, when I come out and I ask questions or do whatever, and then the community starts attacking me about my sexuality and this and that, and just going way left and way right, nobody steps in ever. And I'm not sitting here crying or nothing, but I'm sitting here saying, if you have that, and my numbers aren't big compared to a lot of these accounts. I don't even know how many followers. I think I barely have 5,000. I have barely 5.7K followers compared to the 10, 15, 20, 30, 40,000 accounts that have those type of numbers, right?
Yes, sure.
I will sit there and ask hard questions to projects. And it's because I know I have a platform, and I know that people are depending on information to come through this page, whether it's a space call or a tweet. So if they don't have the courage or the voice to get their questions answered by commenting in a tweet or getting on a stage in somebody's space call, I will fucking do it. There's people who don't have the power to get certain questions that they want answered, and when it's addressed, to personally be attacked. So don't, I got my own questions as well, but go ahead, Jake, and then we got Combat Kanga, and then Hawaiian, and then MetaMan.
How you doing? I don't know you, but I'm just looking at your tweet on your page and seeing that you do have this huge following. When you step aside from a project, I think you owe, well, it would be a service to not cause an uproar if you kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Just put out there that, there's nothing wrong with the project. We just see, we just have some differences, because reading your tweet last night is kind of like an indirect stab at the project. And it's
Hey, James Rule, who is in there as well, he quit our Discord because of it, and I have his phone number. I called him right away. I asked James, what's happening? Yeah, I see that Rose is speaking about ethics and morals.
Yeah, so I mean, like, That's
I've been answering DMs all day. I have had 200 people asking me about my ethics and morals. I'm very curious, Rose, and you hear my voice that I'm a little bit angry. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at the situation. What was the problem with my ethics and morals? Because I said that some influencers send me 20 messages a day, and I said they're pissing their pants to get their money. What is that a problem? Maybe the wording wasn't very good, but you have to understand my state of mind yesterday after being threatened and extorted by somebody, you know, somebody that you are defending, by the way.
So obviously some of the me and Dirk have spoken privately. You know, I've not screenshotted and plastered that all over Twitter, because I would never do that. But obviously conversations Dirk had with others, and I saw a comment around these influencers are pissing their pants on payment. From my side, I just that wasn't directly said to myself, but I just kind of saw that as a little bit disrespectful, knowing that I work a full-time job. I look after family. I'm there for my friends. I'd try and do my utmost to sort of upkeep on my Twitter and sort of answer every DM as they come through, and comment on things, and speak to people in my own Telegram and things, and promote the projects. I just found it a little bit disheartening for me that I was categorized as being pissing in your, well, I can't remember the correct sort of quote unquote as you said it, but for me it was a little bit upsetting, because I thought I had asked, obviously, when I was going to receive payment. My payment was late, and then to see that we're all kind of pissing our pants, I just thought it was a bit of a, as us Brits say, kick in the teeth, for all that I've sort of I'd like to think I have contributed to the project itself as to where it is. So I kind of took that negatively, really, and just thought it's not wrong for me to ask where my payment is. When I see I respect that you're busy, but yeah, you did not get back to me on my messages, and I was kind of wondering, is this continuing?
Rose, you're working. You have your job. You have your family. I have a family. I was sitting on the dinner table yesterday evening for the first time in weeks with my 8-year-old son when Jack started this. My girlfriend is now angry in the living room because I am taking time to be here to discuss all possible subjects. Though don't speak to me about work and stress, because we're doing everything we can to make it a success for everybody involved. And then seeing those people saying things, it's incredible. It's been a huge disappointment, and I respect you, and I'm very happy again that you're here. We will keep on speaking terms, but the proceedings of the last 24 hours were terrible. And I told you as soon as you posted it, if you want to keep on being an ambassador, make a post at the end of the month when it's finished. I have to say to everybody, just before the space call, I had an agreement with Rose. I say, if you don't delete the tweet, and you can't be an ambassador, and we'll make a calculation. We paid up front, pay us back for the 21 days in the month, and the 9 days until now, you can keep it. And she immediately repaid the part that she doesn't deserve, in between brackets. So 100% correct in that respect. Let me clarify that.
Sorry to jump in, but Rose, if ethics truly is your concern, DM me, because Jack is not an ethical guy, and I can prove it.
Again, I'm not going to digress. I took the situation last night as what it was. It didn't sit right with me that how things are being handled. And again, I reached out to Dirk. As true as I am, who I am as a person. I thought I was helping the situation. On hindsight, I won't get involved in the future. Everybody's a grown adult; they can defend themselves. But my own downfall in life is that I like to try and help anybody I can and resolve things, and we live and learn. Next question.
All right, let's get to Combat Kanga.
Hi guys. My question's actually been answered, because it was kind of about the morals, really. I wasn't quite sure what they were, but I think Derek obviously asked that question anyway. But
So I'm going to kind of pivot a little bit, and this is just as a general thing. It's not as a specific thing, but listening to Rose and maybe some of the other people that were getting paid, I think some of the irritation is probably based around people aren't used to dealing with businesses. So with businesses, it's completely normal to get paid late. In fact, finance directors will track their collectors and debtors over creditor days and debit days, right? So they want to make sure that their bills are paid late and their creditors pay early, and they're even tracked on their success of paying bills late and taking in invoices early, right? So in the world of business, this is like easy street. Sometimes, well, businesses have entire departments of chasers of invoices. So you've got people that literally whose job role is to chase invoices to get them paid, because that's just the way it is. So I think some of this is just new people. And I don't know, Rose. I don't know you personally, but I just heard what you said about the payment and some of the other people complaining about payments. I think a lot of this is just new people in business. They don't understand how it works, and they just expect it to be paid exactly when it's supposed to be. And unfortunately, it's never that easy.
Yeah, I mean, I can hand on heart say that all the projects I work with or worked with previously, I've never ever had to ask for, is everything good? I've not had my payment yet. Another day later, again, is everything okay? He's still wanting to continue. I can hand on heart say that all the projects I've worked with so far up to press, apart from Xspectar, I've never sort of had to be in the situation of chasing payments.
Well,
and again, I understand it was 3 or 4 days late. I get that, but again, situation that transpired last night, I was just naturally concerned, which then led me to.
I would probably suggest to you that the other people that are running these projects don't normally run businesses either. So I think it's the problem is on both sides, because in a normal business environment, this is very true, right? So you've got your credit controllers that try to pull in invoice payments, and they will defer payments to people that they need to pay, like suppliers, right? It's just the way business works. And if you've got a creditor, or sorry, if you've got an not an employer, because that's not necessarily the same, because employment is different. But if you've got a contract between two different businesses, a business that pays every day on time, I know this is going to sound wrong, right? Isn't necessarily normal. So I think a lot of the projects that you're dealing with are also new to business. And of course, when you're new to business, you don't want to be late to pay. And I'm not saying that in a negative way to Derek. And if he was late, he was just busy. But in terms of how that dynamic works, there's usually a bit of tolerance there. And I think that the newness of it on both sides is that projects are eager to pay because they're not used to running a business, and influencers and ambassadors are eager to get paid because they're not used to being under a contract with a business as well. So both sides are trying to do the best. And when that doesn't work out, things like this can be very easy to materialize, because I think there's a big lack of understanding. And in a way, this is a good thing, because it shows that there's new business coming into crypto. There's new people discovering what it's like to run a business, to be paid from a business. And these are really important things and life lessons to a lot of people. Now, the last thing I want to say, Derek just said, did actually just do a bit of a point towards it. I've spoken to him a few times where I know that his missus is in the background or his child's in the background, and I know how much time he's spending not being with his family. And I have a wife and 2 kids too, and I know my wife is annoyed at me. And my boys sometimes don't understand when I'm really busy, and I'm like, sorry, boys, I'll be with you in 5 minutes, and 5 minutes turns into 2 hours, and they don't understand, right? And it's actually very difficult to manage. So all these things are very new to people. And I think that, tempers need to be sort of put on ice a little bit, because there's a lot of emotion I'm hearing tonight. And I don't think I've ever heard Derek quite as frustrated as he has been on this call. But I think that's because of the sacrifices he's making, which he should not make public. It's his private life. But when they get pulled into this, where if it was down to just late payment, it's not. I think that everything that's transpired is a little bit harsh if it's just late payment, right? But yeah, so that was all I wanted to say. I think it's all new business, people interacting, don't understand how business works, and it's a lot of learning happening, be it good or be it bad. I don't think it really matters. It is what it is. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Well, you know what, Combat Kanga, Neil, fuck you too, right? Because we had an agreement for our paydays on a certain day of the week, and you've been late a lot of times, and now I think it's a whole new payday that we have going on, and we didn't even discuss it. So fuck yeah.
You are owed nothing. I'll let you know.
Right?
Your next
No.
payday Friday, and I'm clean on the invoices. I know
Yeah.
that.
Right. So, I mean, what Neil was saying is 100% true, right? I DM'd DS, right, to get confirmation when exactly are the dates, right? He took like 2 days to get back to me with the answer, and then the payday was here, and then I was like, "What's up?" And I didn't get an answer for a day or two, and I was like, "All right, whatever. I know he's hella busy. It's good. I know what I'll do. I'm not gonna dump my investment because I had already invested on the IDO at 0.008, right? So I was just like, whatever. I was just gonna lean back on my posts, right? Like that's what he wanted for me to post, right? And I already don't post every single day, right? And that was how I was gonna handle it. Was like I was just gonna lean back, and when he DM'd me something he wanted to post, I was gonna say, I'll post it when you pay me, and then leave it like that. I wasn't gonna go out and, make this but that's me personally. And Combat Kanga, because this is recorded and people gonna run it back. That was just a joke, right? Me and Combat Kanga, we good, right? He does pay, and I enjoy working for both of them. But anyways, let's get to Hawaiian.
Can I just say as well?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you, Neil, for the question. I was a little bit concerned because I know sometimes your questions can be 2 hours long. So thank you for the short and sweet. I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's get to Hawaiian and then MetaMan.
All right, right on. And Too Cold, fuck you too. It wouldn't be a Too Cold space without
Right.
discussing, right? I love it. And Rose, I just got to say right now, thank you very much for coming to the space and talking. You have helped cleared a lot of things in the air, the his, the hers, the truth. This is the whole purpose of the AMA. And again, we really, really do appreciate you explaining your side. I know a lot of emotions are high and people are going back and forth because there is a lot of, let's say, investment, a lot of money, but at the same time, a lot of good forward progression in here. And when people see emotion and FUD flowing through the spaces or inside the network, it draws questions. And thank you very much for answering those questions. And at the same time, learned a lot about you and where you came from. Because again, you're just a number and a face that we could interact with. But actually hearing the voice and hearing who's behind there makes me understand, the thought processes. And the biggest thing that I'm seeing that I see a common reoccurrence across the entire spaces is emotion. Emotion is always high when it comes to money and it comes to investments, and people hold on to that more than they do using their own head when it comes to investing. So if they hear any kind of fear, it spreads like wildfire and it's stuck there. Once the words are out, it's shot, you can't retrace them, and it does more damage than action. So
I think that's why I wanted to come on this evening as well, just to sort of, because everyone's like, Rose, there's this space is happening, you need to come on, you need to tell your side of the story. And, I've already spoken privately to Dirk, and, we're cool with, it's resolved. And, I took the decision to, think of, the next steps. And, Dirk asked me to, if I wanted to sort of, cease contract as of today. So I took the decision, yes, let's do that. Because I just thought that this whole situation is just going to blow now until the end of the month anyhow. And yeah, paid back the payment as I was paid of, for the, last 21 days or whatever that is. So I just wanted to come on and sort of give my side and, answer any questions. So yeah, Hawaiian, I don't know what you've got for me, so fire away.
So my biggest thing, not just damage control, but the biggest thing that I'm seeing is like words have been shot. And those words travel far and wide, and not everyone's gonna be on the space. Not everyone's gonna listen to this space. and people are going to be listening to what's happening and what happened, and those words are laid down in stone. Are you planning to go back and maybe clarify, put down in your spaces to kind of address to everyone that's, we'll say, following, or try to retrace and say, hey, I highly encourage going back in here, listen to this. I moved to the impulse, because now that everything's being said and heard, we can see that there's a lot of fuzzy gray areas. When you first read that first tweet and you go to now, it's a whole different story. There's a whole different unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I spoke privately with Dirk. I'm very much, respectful of who I work with, and I had no intentions by any means to go public or start, screenshotting tweets and messages and things, and putting it out in the public, because in my opinion, everything's resolved and fine between me and Dirk. But obviously, from what I've obviously said today, it's somewhat been blown out of proportion. 50% agree with what I've said, and they're thankful that I'm, transparent and honest, whereas the other 50% have said, Rose, you're slandering Xspectar, and we've invested, talk to us about that. So yeah, I just wanted to come on and sort of elaborate on my side, which, like I said, I didn't feel I needed to do. My intentions last night to try and resolve a situation that transpired between, two people I respect. That's somewhat backfired on myself, and, here we are right now. And again, lessons learned.
Rose, I asked you, and that's not to attack you. We were in DM discussions. I asked you not to do the tweet. I asked you to remove the tweet, and I proposed to you to keep on working until the end of the month and to make a joint statement where we agree to disagree and to end our relationship. And the tweet is still on, and I got lots of direct messages from people that you convinced to come into the Xspectar community, and they got all damaged as well. And the tweet is something that really, really bothers me. I respect you. We have had our issues. We discussed about it. You made a payment, all good. But the tweet is really something that you shouldn't have done, and that created the reaction of the team of Jack and all of his followers. And I think that is maybe instructed by him, and you refused categorically to delete the tweet. And I see, by the way, that some of the Jack gang, the influencers who work together, who collaborate, are in this room as well. And I would be very happy to hear them as well.
Yeah. Just to touch on that then, Dirk. So obviously I put the tweet out this morning. Again, probably like yourself, I didn't really sleep very well last night because obviously my emotions and everything else floating around. So I'd made the tweet. Yes, you did reach out and say, Rose, please take that down, and we'll put some sort of joint tweet out at the end of the month. And well, by that point, my phone was blowing up, and I'd quite upset with myself that damage had been done, and once you put anything on Twitter, it's screenshotted and it's there forever. So yeah, lessons learned. If I have this again with another project, I will keep that NDA confidential, and
you can make a public statement through your profile explaining the situation, instead of accusing me from ethics and morals, because I have had people from Saudi Arabia, from Vietnam, from everywhere asking about my morals and ethics, and I'm very willing to clear that out.
What I'm sorry to interrupt, but what Dirk, I mean, go ahead. The thing is, what was the example of his ethics and morals? How did you find out that he is not good with ethics and morals? Just a late payment, or what? I don't understand.
Okay. I'll just recap on a few things. So Dirk, we'll talk offline, and I'll put some sort of announcement, joint, wording together of update on this evening, and obviously I'll share the recording for everybody to. If not around the world, are already listening now. I'm sure a lot of people, when they wake up, will be listening to the recording anyway, and clarify a few points. My terminology of morals and ethics, that's just my personal terminology, not necessarily,
But that's a big accusation towards a businessman. This guy's
Words
like
mean things.
Yeah, this is the CTO or of a big company. Like this guy, he has a lot of people. He's giving them jobs. You're not only hurting him or Xspectar, you're hurting the people working for him.
It's bigger than you.
It's bigger than you. You're one person. You're whatever.
Hang on. You're kind of piling in, right? Hang on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had my hand raised.
You're piling in, right? let me just
So
let me
Yeah,
rephrase
yeah.
it.
What one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Whoa,
It gets
whoa.
hectic, and we can't hear when everybody's speaking on top of each other.
If
Okay.
I could just rephrase that question for you, Rose. Sorry, I'm not
Yeah.
sort of trying to make your life easy because, well, my question will show that I'm not really making it easy. But I think that, you know, I was a little bit deterred by the wording in the tweet, right? And I know Derek, and I was quizzing myself. I'm like, what exactly am I not seeing here? Because the words were quite strong words, I would say. And I think that forget Xspectar for a second. Even your own followers, I think they need to understand, and you should embellish what that is, because if it had any like basis, and I'm not saying you're wrong, right? You're entitled to your own opinion on what has happened, but I think leaving it the way that it was left, it just makes it sound really bad to anyone reading it. And I think even from your own followers' perspective, it's kind of nice to know what those morals are, so that we understand what your morals are. Because if it's against your morals, that's fine, but no one knows what that is. It isn't, you know, and you don't have to explain what your morals are until you say that someone has breached your morals, and then you kind of have that requirement to explain what that was, right? Otherwise, it's kind of saying I'm offended, and then not say why. I can't just get away with that, surely, right? I can't say I'm offended. Yeah, but why? Yeah, well, I'm offended. I think that you kind of unfortunately, you owe a reasoning behind what those morals were. And sorry, some people were piling on you then, and it was
Yeah,
a
I
bit
mean, you know,
harsh.
yeah, she has a large following on her page, so that's why I say like people need to take this shit seriously. But let her answer, and then I have a thing I want to address as well. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of ethics, then, so you know, for me being British, sort of translation of the Oxford Dictionary, moral principles that govern a person's behaviour or the conducting of an activity. So in terms of ethics of Xspectar, for me, the behaviour that transpired last night, and from what I was told, the behaviour of what I'd seen, and obviously myself sort of experiencing late payment, just didn't quite right with myself in terms of the behaviour, but that has obviously been rectified, paid, and I've obviously paid back the remainder of the month. Touching on the morals, so you know, meaning of morals, a lesson that can be derived from a story or experience. The morals for me, in terms of, you know, behavior, fairness, honesty, it was a little bit of the morals that didn't sit quite right was for myself, obviously asking around payment, and obviously the information that I'd been sort of given last night from, you know, numerous other people regarding the project.
Which numerous other people, Rose? I want to have names of
But
people that didn't get paid.
You're not explaining what is ethics and morals.
Wait, Meta Man. I'm gonna remove you from the mic because you keep just jumping in. Just hold on a second, all right? I got something I want to address as well, so you're gonna have to just wait your turn. Go ahead, DS. Finish what you were saying.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, so all I know is, obviously, as Dirk said, obviously with the late payment of Perry, but it was more so around the communication and lack of communication from the project, which I'd also experienced a little bit myself. So alarm bells have started to ring, and you know, morally, you know, I don't want to be again in a situation where
Okay,
I'm
Rose.
operating
Rose, I'll interrupt you and I'll save you from giving a complete answer, and I'll save you on this one. Let's talk about morals and ethics. Talk about your friend, Jack. You told me he's a good friend of mine. Let's talk. I didn't want to make it about him, but let's speak about morals and ethics. And I will send you every screenshot and I will fucking publicize it on every possible social media, and we will get into a discussion about morals and ethics.
And Cozy has some insider information from the Patreon as well. He said he's going to post a YouTube video as well. So I just wanted to add that.
I mean, again, I can't talk on anybody in.
You do about me, Rose. You talk about my morals and ethics, and you hear on my voice that I'm getting really, really, really frustrated. Talk about the ethics of our friend Jack the Rippler.
Again, I cannot honestly comment on.
You can
no,
because you can do it about me.
Dirk. Okay, hold on. I never mute nobody, and I will remove you from co-host, Dirk, right? Because I don't want you getting. That's not what you do, okay? I'm controversial, and I can go off the rails. You are running a high quality project, so we don't want that on this recording, okay? So I'm gonna jump in right here real quick on this morals and ethics topic. Where were your morals and ethics when you were 3D Apes ambassador and the community was asking for the 3D Apes to step out and talk to the community? Just come out and answer questions. You didn't communicate anything about what was going on with the project or anything that you knew of the project. Where were your morals and ethics? There's a tweet in this chat box right now. Somebody posted, they're physically threatening me and talking mad shit about me. They changed their name to whatever hitman on Too Cold. Too Cold forced me to change my name to Too Cold Hitman or some shit, right? Where's your ethics in these type of situations? Or do your ethics and morals only apply when it's beneficial to you?
No, not at all. Obviously, the situation with 3D Apes, I was made aware, obviously, of everyone saying it was a rug pull. I completely took a 360-degree swivel, took a step back, reached out to the owner and obviously to Alpha and a few others, what the hell's going on? I'm getting all these DMs, and in my panic, I just said, look, I can't be sort of associated with a project that I don't know myself what's going on. You're telling me it was a wrong click of a button. I don't know that. I don't know you. Again, I've brought a lot of people into your project to invest, and I would never want on my conscience that I'm helping promote a project that ultimately could make people lose the hard-earned money. Looking back now, yes, I shouldn't have just cut all ties, and I should have sort of been there for help and support. I did answer a lot of the DMs that I had, and did sort of say to the majority of everybody, please guys go to the Discord, all updates will be in the Discord, which is majority of the time what the project was saying at the time. And I think I don't know if it was this week or last week, I actually commented on one of their posts to say it's as a woman, it's very often I would admit I'm wrong, but I was pleasantly surprised that they've come through the storm, and I wish them the best. And yeah, that is somewhere documented on Twitter if anybody wants to screenshot. And again, lessons learned from. If that helps answer that question. Too Cold.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get to Fraggle, then Dead Clocks, and then Metaman. If you still had something, R6, did it pull you up? R6, hit the request button again. I had to shift some people around. The stage is too full. So let's go in that order. Fraggle Rock, Dead Clock, and then Metaman.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing. It's to what you said, Too Cold, before about how basically these so-called influencers, they have the following, and like you said, people they preach what they're saying, and people are following them blindly. What I want to say is, I've got nothing. I've got 2,000 followers. If that. I started calling out Jack last week. I couldn't get anybody to even pay attention to it because nobody really cares what I have to say. I never shill any projects or any of that stuff. It's not until today or last night that all this stuff came out that it started to bring to light of all this stuff. What I want to know is how Rose, after seeing, I don't know if you've seen the proof yet. As Colsey was saying, me and Colsey were in the group together. We're real life friends. We have proof that this guy is shilling Ponzi schemes and has his own right now. which I think he has made currently around $20,000 in his pocket. That's directly from all his Patreons that they're paying monthly to get a subscription to stuff that you can find no problem on your own on Twitter. How can you, as a person, still call him a friend?
Again, I cannot comment obviously what he's said to Dirk and what obviously he's posted out there. I'm only going on my own personal opinion when I've needed advice on a crypto project or crypto coin that I've thought might put a couple of hundred on that and naively make me a millionaire. Or I've asked him guidance. Over the years, really, I'm just going on my own personal sort of communication that I've had myself with Jack. Again, I can't comment, obviously, the last 24 hours, that's for him to, speak of. I'm just sort of explaining my personal interaction with him. And, he has been there for me and given me, good advice. And, I will say that tonight documented on Spaces. Yeah.
Are you willing to give the names of all the other people?
All the other people who, sorry?
Are you willing to give the names of all the other people that Derek was asking for before that have been in cahoots with you and Jack and all those
So what he's asking is the names of the people who were not paid. Since you said there was multiple people.
No, to my knowledge, there wasn't multiple people. Dirk's named the people that wasn't paid. I was paid late, but that's only come out today. I kept that private between me and to myself and Dirk. I've never publicly announced that I was the one that was not paid on time. That's just sort of transpired through the whole situation that Dirk's talked about with Perry. It's been more of the lack of communication, not the payments.
If we show you all the proof that we have on Jack, are you willing to change your mind or even consider it?
No, you can't make her change her mind, right? You can feed her the information, and what she does with it from there, that's up to her, right? And then
that's true.
That just goes to show where people's real morals and values stand. Because when you're presented with truth and facts, and you still move against what you preach, that's, to me, that's a hypocrite. But that's my own personal opinion. So you can't make her, right? You can post information and it would be helpful to the community, right? And maybe she reads into it and then she starts doing her own research, and maybe later down the line she'll sway her decision. But as of right now, it sounds like that she's coming from a personal friendship opinion and not what he's doing business wise. So to her, as of right now, that shit don't matter, it sounds like. Let's get to
I wouldn't, just to touch on that, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. Of course, I do like to take 360-degree feedback and advice and, information that I'm presented with. I'm just only going on my own personal opinion of conversation I've had with Jack, and, I've never had any issues and he has always been there for me. The biggest thing for me was obviously trying to help a situation that ultimately is blown back on me and ruined relationships with Xspectar. Again, in the future, if I can help anybody in any way, I will. I've just obviously given reflection of what's happened the past 24 hours, maybe look at sort of dealing with it differently.
All right. Let's get to Fraggle, and then wait, no, I think I said who was speaking. That was Fraggle. Who was speaking? I
Fraggle
forget.
and then Meta.
Okay, yeah, Fraggle, and then Meta. I think I said I had Dead Clock in here too. So somewhere in those three, however you guys work it out.
Go ahead, Dead Clock.
Hello, guys. How are we doing today? Nobody here knows me because I don't know almost anybody here. I know a few Xspectar members that I'm decent friends with.
Real quick. I don't mean to cut you off. Hey, Jack the Rippler, I see you're in the room. Your name is a hot topic in here, so you can grab the mic anytime you want, right? So just hit that request button. Just letting y'all know that Jack the Rippler is in here. If you can't speak right now, Jack the Rippler, there's a new feature on the Twitter Spaces. There's a chat box right there to the right of you. You can type your questions or comments back right in there, because your name is being dropped in here a lot, right? I don't know too much about you, but people who are
Yo,
in your
Jack, it's
Patreon.
cozy. It's cozy, Jack. If you're gonna sue me, sue me. Don't threaten like a little punk ass bitch. If you're gonna fucking do it, do it. Be a man. I don't take kindly to your online bullshit threats. All right. On top Yeah, of that, Jack. I bet
Right,
1,000
yeah.
XRP Jack doesn't say nothing because he's never picked up a voice call from me. He's never done a voice message. Jack is a coward. He won't say nothing.
All right, we'll
If I may
leave
just
it. We'll
Hey,
leave
yo,
it right.
hold on, hold
If
on.
you
Before we get
Hold.
Jack in here, let's have a civil discussion. We were able to hear Dirk. We were able to hear Rose. I understand that the feelings are hot right now. Let's hear every single person that has any input within the story. If Jack wants to get up here and share his perspective, let's listen to him. Let's hold back all the negative commentary. Again, we're all men. He's the man himself, and he should be able to answer for it. But lay back from all the negativity for now. Let him respond, and we'll go from there. Again, let's have a civil discussion. We're all in here to listen and understand what's going on. Let's not go and shoot off the bullshit off the top. Let's go ahead and continue having the civil discussion that we're having, y'all. Cozy, you're dope. I understand where you're coming from, but let's keep this shit cool and level-headed for now.
Yeah. The only one flying off the hinges in here is me, right? I'll get to cussing motherfuckers out in here. But Jack is dropping comments. Jack is dropping comments in the chat box. So if you guys want to go take a look in there. But go ahead, Rose, and go ahead and answer back so that we can get back to these people who got the microphone and got more questions.
Yeah, sure. So I think it was Meta that's got his hand up that he was wanting to go next.
Yeah, sorry, Rose. I don't mean to I don't know you personally or anything like that. I don't know anybody here personally, but I know I do know that when someone falsely accuses you of something or whatever, it could get worked out of proportions. And like I said, in this case, you're when you accuse somebody, you better have evidence, or you better have even if I'm not a lawyer, but I know.
Can I ask how have I accused? I've basically said that I'm seizing my partnership as ambassador.
No, but you said that you have a problem with his ethics. So that's like a big word. That's even like saying a bad word to him. You have a problem with his ethics or his ethos.
Can I jump in for a minute too, Cold, politely and say something?
So I want to hear what she's going to say, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, I think I have already touched on this, but in terms of ethic and morals, again, obviously with the situation that transpired last night, it just didn't sit right with me what had happened.
So Rose, I don't mean to cut you off, but the thing is, I feel like you're going around like a merry-go-round, but you're not really stating what exactly was his ethics that did not fall well with you besides paying you late.
All right, let me jump in here because ethics are determined by pertaining or dealing with morals or the principles of morality pertaining to right.
Wait! You guys, let her try to answer. I hear what you're saying, MetaMan. Right? I've heard the question asked a couple times. What are the morals and ethics? And it keeps going back to late payments and the comment of the piss in your pants. That's what I'm getting when she answers that. So just hold. You guys can't force her to make a statement of what moral and ethics are that will sit right with you. If that's her answer, then that's her answer for the moral and ethics topic.
For sure, too, Cold. Much respect to everybody. Much respect to Rose as well. But the thing is, I can't just go out. If I go out and say somebody's let's say pretend like somebody hates dogs or I don't know whatever I want to say. I don't want to say something like absurd, but I can't go accusing you of something you're not. And then everybody else is gonna think that you are that person. I mean, even James Rule quit on it just because of a tweet. Are you kidding me? You didn't even. James Rule just quits because of a tweet. I was like, "Oh crap! I'm gonna jump ship and go into some other."
Yeah, I'm also good friends with James as well, so I do take.
Okay, MetaMan. Let her respond, and then we got to keep moving around. You can't. We got to try to shift this so that people can get their thing in, right? MetaMan, and then Dead Clock, and then Daniel. I know you want to get in here, so MetaMan, you're done, and then when Rose. No. Oh my God! Go ahead. Say this is your last thing. Go ahead.
last thing to Dirk. Okay, I'm sorry, Rose. You know, we've been talking about you the whole time, but Dirk, I appreciate your project, man, and I know how it feels like to be accused for no reason, for nothing. I know you're a hard worker. I see it in your videos. I mean, YouTube videos. I hear it in your voice before. You're a hard worker. I've worked in small business companies. I mean, your company's bigger than a small business, but the thing is, I know how it is to work for a boss or somebody, you know, and I understand that it's stressful even to like manage people. And Dirk, I mean, don't let this get to you, brother. And I know that you have a good project here. So I mean, we're all counting on you. We believe in you, bro. So don't let this crap. And I know, and that hurts me too. When you said you're with your 8-year-old child trying to eat dinner and you get all this crap. I got kids myself, man, and I know how it feels. You know, and I'm sorry that you have to go through that shit, man. But you're doing a good job.
Hey, all this seems personal, man. Why don't you just go ahead and take that to DMs?
What are you talking about, man?
Okay, come on. Let's get okay. Thanks, MetaMan.
Yeah, that's for sure. You got to respect, bro.
All right.
Nice for you, bro.
So let's okay. Thank you, MetaMan. Thank you very much. Let's let Rose answer the question, and then we'll get to Dead Clock, and then to Daniel.
Sure. Okay, so regarding ethics and morals, again, my terminology, in terms of the ethics, obviously, on a person's behaviour, it wasn't a direct, somewhat direct dig, but what didn't sit right with me was Dirk's comment on a message that said, basically we're pissing our pants for being paid late. Given obviously my busy work schedule, my life and family and friends, I give more of my personal private time to said projects than, maybe going and seeing certain family members, which is, something I'm going to heavily reflect on. But in terms of the ethics of what my meaning was I just took it personally, and I found it disrespectful to myself that, he would talk of myself and others in that sense. He may not have meant it that way. I don't know. But obviously emotions were high last night, and that's what I took from that comment. And that's all I'm going to say now on ethics and morals. So I hope that covers what I've previously said. People, please listen back to the recording. But yeah, it was more on the person's behaviour and the comment of what was said. I just took that a little bit negatively, and it did somewhat upset me. I'm not going to lie on that fact. And yeah, that's my answer.
All right, thank you for that, Rose. Dead Clock, and then Daniel.
Mm-hmm. What's up again, guys? I said hi, and then Jack entered the chat, and everybody blew up. So I took a back seat for a second. Like I said before, I don't have a connection in any way, shape, or form to Xspectar or to Rose, nor have I had any personal conversations, or anything like that. So this is just completely from an outside perspective that has watched this unfold all day. From someone that has a very strong background in business and in dealing with situations kind of like this. So my advice is mostly going to be aimed towards Xspectar, but also to a lot of the other people that have talked here in this space today. I've been listening the whole time, and I can say that honestly, maybe 1/3 of this space so far has produced any sort of value of solutions and or reconciling or fixing anything or addressing any problems. And it's been a lot of yelling and going back and forth and demanding answers and stuff like that. And that is not that's not how a lot of this stuff needs to be handled. Especially if you are trying to be a big company and a legit company. Xspectar is trying to take over and do something very big here, and they need to kind of have that Fortune 500 mentality when it comes to a lot of things. I think back to one of my first businesses, the very first time that I got a bad review on Yelp. It wrecked me. It wrecked me for a week. I was pissed about it. I was trying to find this person. I was trying to burn them down. I was trying to, to defend my honor and whatever it is. And really what resulted in that was me kind of causing more damage than good. Right. So, when you look at this just kind of from, a big company perspective, this is going to happen again. and again and again. The bigger that you get as a business, the more adversity that you're going to come in contact with, the more disgruntled employees that you're going to have, the more people that are going to think that you're absolute shit. You're going to get bad reviews on Facebook, on Yelp, on places for no damn reason, because someone didn't like their NFT that they got, or someone didn't like one little thing that you did. And it's kind of how you kind of absorb that and address that will always speak words and to your company and how professional you guys are. I think that Xspectar has been very professional through this whole time. I can't say the same for some other people and some other comments and some other things that have happened. But what I'm saying is that if you were to apply this situation with Rose to anybody else, so let's just say Rose was sexually assaulted by someone, okay, and she made a post, and then a whole bunch of other people were demanding better explanations or demanding why she used the words that she used or said the things that she said.
Nah, that's you're way left, bro. Sexual assault is something
I was using that,
completely different, bro. Like you're going way left now.
Well, no,
right?
so I'm
like,
using that as
come
an
on now,
example.
stay on topic, bro.
As someone that just listened for 5 minutes of people demanding that she explains herself to why she used the words that she used. She used the words that she used because that's what she felt like using, right? And I'm not defending her at all. I don't know her. I don't know her at all, okay? I'm not defending her at all. But all I'm saying is that this doesn't need to be an arguing point. This doesn't need to be a, why did you use these words? You can't do this. Yes, she can. There's been lawsuits thrown around. There's been several different conversations here where people have brought up lawsuits with different people and stuff like that. None of that's going to happen. Period. None of it. You're
Wait? Let me ask you this. Do you know who Dirk is at all?
Yes.
Do you know that he is a businessman and he has the capital to pursue a lawsuit if he really wanted to?
Right, but in the same conversation,
ethics and morals are defamation of character. Right.
Here's the thing.
It's not just an NFT project. He has a registered business with bigger money investors than 90% of the projects on the Xrpl. So those choice of words. She has a following of damn near 100,000 people. People want to know. So for you to come in here and come on, bro.
Too cold. I love you, for one. For two, that several times have stuff about lawsuits been thrown out, including stuff with Jack the Ripper and several other people that have spoke. I was not even fully talking about just the Xspectar thing and Dirk thing. That's like one of 3 or 4 different.
Yeah, but the only reason why he threw it around is because that word was threw around to him first.
Right. And I'm going to be honest, of the 4 times that's been talked about by different people in this conversation and different people with the Patreon and all that stuff, like his mention of it was probably at the bottom of that list. I made sure I started this by saying I wasn't attacking him.
Yeah, let me intervene. I didn't speak about it at all. I think maybe I touched the subject very slightly, but I think that there were some other people speaking about other things. And I don't want to make this an attack Rose Twitter space. And I'm very happy to see my good friend Jack the Rippler, if he's still in here or he just disappeared maybe. He's welcome. We are very happy to hear your version of the story, my friend.
Jack is
we
DMing
invited
me
him
right now. He's not going to come up. I'm telling you right now. He's DMing me right now. He's not going to come up. He's a coward.
We understand that. We know that. All right. So Dead Clock, thank you for that. I don't think there was a question in there for Rose, but go ahead, Rose. Go ahead, address that. Thank you, Dead Clock.
Thank you, Dead Clock. So again, many people have told me, Rose, you've said what you've said, you're taking a step back. You don't need to explain yourself to anybody. It's your decision in life, and etc. etc. Obviously, things have transpired in 24 hours, and there's all these conversations and things happening. And I said to Dirk, I'd like to come on and obviously explain my side of the situation, because there's 2 sort of situations going on. And what I put out was in no way malicious. My choice of words, people are now spinning that in a sense of trying to harm or damage. You know, I have friends myself. You know, I've previously, you know, I've come from a law background myself, so a lot of people have advised that I, you know, don't even engage in this. But again, I'm an honest person, and I just wanted to sort of say my piece on my sort of perception and of the situation. And yeah, like I say, there's no illness or any sort of, you know, bad feeling between me and Dirk. I'm just happy to answer any questions. So next question, please.
Yes, thank
All
you,
right.
Rose. Let's get to Daniel and then Combat Kanga.
Hey guys, before I speak, I just want to say, you know, I'm not an anti-Xspectar guy, you know, or an anti-Rose person either, right? Not at all. I just wanted to speak because I see what Rose said earlier, and listening to the whole thing that's going on this evening, you know, and reading through the whole definition of even being ethical, I'd say what she said it was pretty fair. And there's a lot of Xspectar people in here, you know, big supporters. You know, that's fair enough. And she's been brave enough to come up here on her own and say her piece. And she, you know, she's getting it from all angles. And you know, I'd almost say that
No,
it's
Daniel, I agree
wait
with
there,
you.
wait there. Let me speak.
I
Guys.
agree with you. Huh?
Wait, let me speak. Because it's almost gone to the point where it was an issue between them two, and now it's branching off with an issue with anything else that anyone can find. And you're sort of forgetting the whole concept of how it all started. And don't worry, Dirk, I'm not against you. Just hear what I got to say, because I think it's pretty fair. And I want to defend Rose a little bit here, but then I want to speak a little bit after.
We really don't need to.
So the definition of ethical, right, and I've pulled it up because I know this is being recorded, and a lot of people will probably listen. So let me say it, and then we'll talk about it. So the definition of ethical, pertaining to or dealing with morals or the principles of morality, pertaining to right and wrong in conduct. Now, how this all started was because Rose didn't get paid on time, and then to be fair, she found out. Just wait a second. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. It's okay.
But that's not true,
Now,
though.
to be fair,
Sorry, that's
she
not
was.
No, she's saying it wasn't her payment. She was contacted him for somebody else's payment.
But that's the point I'm sort of getting at. So she was stepping in to defend someone else because it wasn't ethical or moral. Now, even that there has been a massive argument about this, you know, and it's probably gone a little bit over the top. And now it's starting to branch out where other people are getting involved. Now, Dirk, you know, I have no doubt is a busy guy. I deal with 3D art. You know, I have my own team. I understand how busy, you know, people can be in that environment. I completely get it. But I also understand when people don't get paid. And everyone here, with your bosses, if you don't get paid on time, you're going to get upset by it. And if you've got kids and children and they don't get paid by their bosses as parents, you're going to get upset by it. It's just the life we live. And this is sort of where we've come to now. And, you know, and everyone's got to be upset by it. And now we're branching off in all kinds of scenarios where we're looking for someone to attack. And it's this person's fault and it's that person's fault. And the simplicity of it was, you know, Dirk's a busy guy.
Daniel, my sincere apologies. But with what you're saying, I think you don't get the situation at all, with respect. And we're not about attacking Rose. We're not speaking about Rose not getting paid. It's about Perry, and it's about
but
everybody,
and I thought that was very unfair.
Okay. I'm about to press the mute button because everybody talking at one time, you can't hear nothing.
Everybody's saying that we're not attacking Rose, but she's the only one that had the fucking guts to come into this discussion and try to at least tell her standpoint from this. So
100%
the only
agree.
thing that I'll say. Nobody else wants to fucking come up and do whatever, and everyone wants to throw stones from glass house. Rose came up and she's been talking for an hour and getting shit on. And I said earlier on when I came on that I made a lot of fucking mistakes in this space. I may not get paid by projects and do all that stuff, but that's a business model that a lot of people take. And she had the balls to come up here and fucking at least talk about and field all these answers. So I'm going to hop back down to listening, and we may not agree with what you may not agree with what she stated, but she has the guts to come up here and state it publicly. You know, she has the right to state things that she states. So
absolutely,
I'm hopping back down to listen.
Yeah, you know, I give that shout out to Rose, right? Even like I said, I had questions, right, about the 3D8 situation. We talk about morals and ethics. You're addressing this issue. Jack, you came in here because your friendship with Jack the Ripper put you in this position, and he's in the room, not grabbing the microphone at all, and hearing his name being slung around this whole entire time, and you're up here taking bullets. So I just want to tell you, Rose, welcome to the club, right? Because this is the shit I deal with all the time. When shit gets real, I am a woman that will stand up and host a space call about difficult, controversial topics. So shout out to you, and I know I have my questions, and sometimes I don't talk. My delivery is kind of fucked up sometimes, so it may seem like I'm attacking you, but I just had, you know, my own questions, right? But I definitely shout out to you, right? Because when people cause a situation or a problem,
yeah,
and then send somebody else to go into the battlefields, and then show up in the same fucking room and still don't fucking grab the microphone, you're a fucking pussy to me. You're a fucking coward, bro. But anyways,
okay. If I
sorry,
just
go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
If I could just add to that, I just want to say thank you to Xrpl for his kind words. But no, I have taken on board of what you said regarding spaces. I'm going to look at my diary and try and join a few more of yours, more so particular than others, and give more of a presence. I don't particularly do spaces because I'm normally binging Netflix. But yeah, no, I'm going to try and give a bit of my time to come on yours more and yeah. Give a bit
Hi
of
guys.
Sorry,
Yeah,
can I jump in? Because I've been listening to this most of this. Hi. Sorry, I've been listening to this about paid influencers and stuff, and I'm a little bit shocked by it, to be honest. Because normally projects are won by the strength of their white paper and reaching out to YouTube influencers who claim they are not paid by the projects to promote their projects. This has just opened up a whole can of worms, and it looks really bad. I mean, it makes the XRP community look bad. Why are you paying influencers to promote your project? If your project's really strong, your white paper is very strong, and you've got the connections to YouTube content providers, you should be fine.
Well, YouTube content creators are the same as they're paid influencers too, right?
Yeah, but by YouTube, not by
the only difference is they have a visual aspect. They make fucking videos.
Exactly.
So to
But
me, that don't make no. Let me tell you something. Because I'm gonna tell you right here from being a space call host. You may think that hosting these space calls is very fucking easy. Just throw up a call and host it. My calls are not like other calls, okay? It is very organized and put together, and I take a lot of time to host these space calls. Do you think sitting here for hours at a time is very fucking easy, holding conversations and maintaining the room and pulling people up and entertaining you guys, making you laugh, making you guys want to stay engaged in shit? The difference between a YouTube content creator and a space call content creator, we deal with real fucking people. You just fucking put up a camera and fucking making a fucking video, and you can edit and clip shit out when you want to.
Hey,
you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer conversations in the comments if you don't want to. You can act like those comments just passed you by. So don't sit here and shit on like people. I'm not an influencer. I don't say that I'm an influencer, and I don't. But I'm not gonna sit here and let you talk shit about people who are on Twitter providing content.
I don't think
There's
that,
a fucking difference.
I don't think that's what Lionel was trying to do at all.
No,
all right.
No,
well,
but what
sorry.
Lionel, if you don't know,
y'all got me riled up.
I know. Okay. Lionel, if you don't know, dude, I'll just fucking tell you. People posting about projects on Twitter or on YouTube, I've seen I don't know, because I would be not necessarily like in a position where I'm continuously trying to fucking put out real content without fucking paid videos or paid tweets, which I've actually never, except for Liquid Marketplace and fucking what is the other one I said before? iTrust or whatever the fuck it is. I keep thinking there's one more, but YouTube content creators for a video mention. And this is the Xrpl was small fucking potatoes compared to what Ethereum influencers get paid. You know how much they're fucking charging, bro? They charge $80,000 a month for one video mention and 4 tweets a month. That's what people are fucking charging, and that's across the entire industry. It's not just the Xrpl; it is across the board. Twitter, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. So when you watch a fucking DAI video or whoever the fuck it is in XRP that you think is this white knight. And they're getting thousands of dollars from Link 2 to shill at the beginning or end of every video.
Yeah, but those are sponsorships, so that's
of course. Okay, so yeah, explain your position then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically, because I've been in this space a long time, yeah, and throughout the whole time we've been here, everybody's going, "Oh no, I'm not a paid influencer. Just talking about the project, want to promote it." And the white paper sells it. Yeah, if the project is strong, the white paper will sell it. Yeah, and if you've got YouTube content providers that will promote it, they're getting paid by the viewings from YouTube. Yeah, but when you have somebody that's paid to shill a project.
No, they're getting paid by the. They're getting paid.
Can I just finish?
They're getting paid by the project as well. A lot of them are getting paid by the project as well, not just by YouTube. So let's get that straight.
Getting paid by both.
Tons of content creators get paid by projects.
But they're claiming they're not. Yeah,
because they're fucking liars, and you're gonna fucking believe them? Fuck out of here.
Well,
oh, no,
you can believe some of them. There's not very many people that do that. But yeah, a lot of them get fucking paid.
But this has just exposed the whole thing, because everybody says no, not paid. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's we've been having that conversation. So you must have joined late, because there is a continuous conversation that I have in my space called where it's hold these influencers accountable and start asking real fucking questions in their comments, not in their DMs, so that people can see we're asking questions, they're not answering. Or if they're answering, they're providing shitty answers, or they're providing good answers, or they really do know about the project. It's a 50-50 relationship at this point, because the community is responsible for all these retweets and even sharing fucking YouTube videos. You post them on your page and say, hey, go watch this video. We're just as responsible, right?
Exactly.
So that's why I say everybody needs to start asking real fucking questions. And when shit gets real, like it is today with Xspectar, and people are like, what are the morals, the ethics? Like, what did he do? Did he like sexually harass Rose? What did he like? Those are strong fucking words. You know what I'm saying? So yes, he's doing what a lot of projects probably wouldn't have had an influencer or somebody major took those words to Twitter. They wouldn't have came and fucking hopped on a space call to address the situation head on. So shout out to Dirk and Rose, right? But for you need to get your information correct, because YouTube content creators are not only fucking paid by fucking YouTube. You need to really go do some more research.
Don't wrap us all into one big fucking ball either, though, too cold. Because
not all, but a lot of them.
I haven't fucking taken a goddamn dime.
Let me correct that. Not all of them, but a lot of them are.
My point has just been made. It causes a major fucking problem.
Of course.
It's better that you just promote the project, and if you're invested in it, fine, you'll make your money off your investment. But
who's the guy that's talking now? Sorry. Who's the guy that's talking?
El Diablo. Go ahead, Combat King.
Lionel's
Hop in here.
is an original OG.
yeah, Lionel's been in this community forever.
Lionel,
I
know very
no,
well.
there's a few fundamentals that don't quite add up. El Diablo, sorry, I'm trying to take the most moderate, on the fence role as I can in this chat, not because I want to. It's just it just there's lots of emotion in here, and I don't think more fuel to any fire is useful. But I think that there's so much that's just happened since I put my hand up. I'll just address the El Diablo part first. So unfortunately, there's a marketing void that you're sort of missing here, right? So you can't just say if your white paper is good enough, people will come to it, because people can't find the white paper. They will never find it to read it. So you have to engage in marketing. That's entirely the point. If no one knows about your product, they can't find out about your product. They can't find out if it's good or bad. They can't read your white paper. So of course you have to engage in marketing, right? How that marketing works. Do you go to a YouTube person, which, as everyone has just been piling onto you and said, they are not just paid by Google, because they are not doing it out of the kindness of their hearts on the clicks that they get at pennies per view. They're doing it on the 5,000, 10,000, 15, 25, 35, whatever it is, deal they've done in the back end.
Most.
Sometimes they say, who's that?
That's Solomon. He's saying stay most, not all.
Most people are making their business model that way by taking a shit ton of affiliate deals with projects that they have no fucking clue about what they're doing.
Yeah,
and that's
of course,
not to say that people don't make individual investment. I've said this before. I've made fucking decisions before that were wrong in this space. But if I ever shilled and told somebody to buy or did a promotion, fuck no.
There's loads of parallels in real life where you get certain TV channels that everyone's happy to advertise on, and then something happens, right? Drama happens, and all of a sudden they don't want to advertise there, right? When it comes to advertisement, you can't really expect the advertiser to do a deep dive on every single thing that they do, because that's just not how it works. Just like the advertiser doesn't do a deep dive on the platform that they're advertising on. I'm not particularly bothered about that. The point is that they don't make their money just by saying, oh, I found this white paper and therefore I'm going to tell you about it. No, because how would they have found it in the first place? They got paid to go and read it, and they probably didn't even read it anyway. They were given some bullet points of talking points to do about that white paper. But regardless of that, my original point that I tried to get in on earlier was actually when Jack joined the room, which I don't think he did for very long. I think he was gone. At least his profile doesn't say that he's there. And I was just going to make out the point that, Rose actually turned up and she fielded, as King Solomon said, she fielded the questions. The reason she's here isn't necessarily purely just her comment. The reason she's turned up is because the shitstorm was caused by someone else who hasn't bothered to actually turn up and speak. And maybe he can't speak, right? I'm all for it. Maybe he can't. Maybe he doesn't have a voice box. But apparently he was in the chat, and apparently Rose has spoken to him on DMs and whatnot. He hasn't bothered to try and justify his position. And I'm more of the type of person that I don't give a shit what someone says. I'm more about what they do. And Rose has turned up and answered her questions, and it's pissed off Xspectar. And for Rose, for you to say that you're cool with Xspectar with the way Derek is responding to you, not too sure that's honest. Or at least I don't think it's necessarily correct. But at least you're here, right?
So I don't know what you
mean. The guy isn't.
The only thing that I'll say to Combat or Rose or anybody is I put out a tweet like 3 or 4 days ago, and I don't call out any names like ever, but I'd known somebody for 3 or 4 years in this space, and I was very shocked at what I was presented to be a part of, in the way that I was being presented to be a part of it, in a community that I care about, and it was almost like a Roman fucking expansion, for the sake of a Roman expansion, without having any knowledge of an ecosystem. When people get And that's, I guess it's not even about any. I don't give a fuck about any of the people like that you're friends with, like Rose. Like you can be friends with whoever you want to be friends with. I will just say though, these are all, we're on the internet. This is Web3. When people start incentivizing themselves, it's great that everybody has a good relationship with people, but people can change due to X, Y, or Z reasons. And even I was shocked a few days ago, and it's not even any of the people that you're in that circle with. It was somebody completely different, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. And
Do
you
a
have a lot
little,
of fucking
do
guts.
something strange for a little change, Solomon. Come on, man. Do
No, but
something strange
Rose
for a little
has.
change.
I have to give Rose 1,000% credit for hopping into this chat because, and I think Combat, you kind of touched on it, but I think what it really shows about Rose is not only does she have the guts to come into this chat and talk, but she believes she full-heartedly believes that she's trying to do the right thing in this space, which is 1,000% like. Otherwise, she wouldn't have came in the first place. Otherwise, there would be zero reason for her to come in, just like somebody else came in and hopped out. It's okay to make mistakes in this space. It's okay to do certain things, and I'll give you all the credit in the world, Rose, for coming up and fielding these answers because it has not been easy for you whatsoever. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, the whole point of me obviously coming on today is obviously to elaborate obviously what happened, within the last 24 hours. This situation is not necessarily about myself. I thought I was doing the right thing by helping and reaching out to Dirk. It has somewhat blown up in my face, and it's it's been quite intense. I don't know what time we are now on the clock. It has been, I've got so many DMs of saying, Rose, just don't say anymore. You've been attacked. Be quiet, but I'm an honest person, and I'm all for sort of fielding questions and giving my version of events and the side of the story. Has gone off on a little bit of a tangent. So yeah, thank you, King Solomon.
But no, see, like I don't, again, shout out to you, Rose, right? Because the questions I was asking you, they're questions that a lot of people in the community have, not just for you, right? But for these people that are considered influencers, right? Like, do you, these are real questions that me and the people in my room have had conversations about plenty times over. Do these influencers even know anything about the project? Were
you
they
want to
invested
know
in
too
it
cold?
before? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, Solomon.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
so you're giving us an insight of what it is that influencers are doing. Now, everybody moves differently, right? But the common denominator is when you're an influencer, you're getting paid. So however they get paid and whatever they do with their payments afterwards, yes, that's on them. But for you to give us insight on, okay, yeah, no, I haven't invested before I was asked to be an investor, influencer or ambassador. That is that's giving transparency to the community of what to now expect when they see these fucking influencers shilling the fuck out of shit, right? Like that helps everybody. So
Let me
thank
say
you for
this
that.
real quick too, Cold, because this is even a smaller aspect of what we see in this community in general, where I think everybody in this space knows that I cannot stand certain people that are YouTubers in this space. So if we're taking this as a
How
model,
dare you?
yeah, if we're taking this as a model, and I'm not making accusations because I'm not going to do that. But there's that $30,000 or $50,000 price thing that most people don't know. That's being spread and it's going to be sold to people. There's going to be a price evaluation model that shows you that XRP is getting to 50 grand. So what I would have to ask myself if I'm a smart person is who is presenting that information and why would they be presenting that information? I mean, it's the same thing within the small, like not Xspectar is like, one of the largest projects on the Xrpl. But if you even extrapolate that out further with just XRP itself, what are people presenting to the mass audience and why would they be presenting it in that way? And then you start really understanding what's actually occurring because these people are very incentivized to spread whatever is going to get them the most views, the most clicks, the most likes, the most shares. And there are people that start buying into it to the point where they are so fucking diluted upon what's really occurring in the world, which is massive. Crypto and digital assets are fucking massive. NFTs are massive. Everything's massive. A lot of people misinterpret it and they get wrapped into this, you know, siloed fucking mindset, which is not going to do them any good whatsoever in the future. And who knows, maybe I'm fucking wrong, but this is what we're dealing with across the board. And it's crazy.
You hit the nail.
Hello, guys. Hi.
Exactly what I'm
So,
trying to convey. It's yeah, you hit the nail on the head there.
okay. Guys, hi. I'll just give a quick 2 cents. Yeah, thank you, Rose, for coming on and explaining your point of view. And it's nice to hear that you've learned from your experience, and that hopefully you'll be speaking with Xspectar and coming out with a statement later on, just to clarify things for the community. Yeah, so yeah, it's been a learning curve, and I'm sure it's been a very long day. Yeah, I think we should try and keep this sort of short and sweet to prevent it from escalating into something else. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you for clearing that up about Xspectar, because I have a personal man crush on Xspectar, and he's gonna take me to a nice candlelight dinner when I reach Belgium. So I appreciate you clearing that up. Yeah, because I was worried.
Yeah, thank you, Rose. And to the people in the comments, right? To the people in the comments right now saying, can we move on from this and I'm here for crypto? Let me tell you something. Again, I'm not a fucking influencer. And I will get on my microphone and cuss the fuck out of you. And I don't give 2 fucks. You're not forced to be here. This is what this AMA is about. And if you don't like it, you can leave. It's that simple. Go to another space call or go host your own. Goodbye.
You know, this space has like 15 minutes more legs whenever Too Cold pulls out the Debo voice. So
I was
Right?
scrolling through, wondering whose face that was speaking there. I was like, who is this person speaking?
Oh yeah, that's you know, that's why I say, right, hosting these space calls are not like, I could just continue to host them how I was hosting them before I got my PC equipment, right, and make it as entertaining as I could that way, right? But I invest into what this has become, because it has become something very valuable, not only for myself but for the community, right? They like coming here and learning about these projects the way that I have formulated these space calls, right? So it's not as easy as one may think to host these space calls. And just like, you know, Combat Kanga was saying, and just to be clear, right, at the end of the day, every single one of us is here in the crypto space right now to be financially free and to possibly position ourselves better, right? So I'm not a 100% hater on influencers. What I'm a hater on is not taking your platform and your role in these communities seriously enough to where you know that you are affecting people's pockets, right? So I'm not here. I've been here for over 6 months. Last Sunday was my 30th week in a row hosting what is called the Xrpl cookout, where projects, 3 to 4 projects every single Sunday, different projects for 30 weeks straight. You could go on my YouTube channel and see it for yourself. And then I added more calls in between all of that. So for 30 weeks consecutively, I have organized getting projects here, and none of the projects that have came and spoke to the community have turned out to really be I think 2 or 3 of them were scheduled to come, but they never showed up, and they ended up rugging before they came to the cookout. But all the projects that I've had on here are pretty much respectable, reputable projects, or diamonds in the dirt that nobody has ever heard about, and these calls have helped give them exposure, right? So I did all of this for hella months without any payments, right? It doesn't cost to come and be on the cookouts, right? I don't charge projects because what do I look like asking projects to come and then say, okay, in order to come on my platform, and I don't even have 10,000 followers, now you have to pay me 5,000 XRP to come on the cookout. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? No. What
You
it
know how
is
crazy? You know how hard do you think it has been to do this like Lighthouse Report thing free in perpetuity with like all these ridiculous like Ari, Darren, and editing? Like people don't realize people it's so funny to me when like people call me whatever they want to fucking call me. Yeah, I've made mistakes before, but I've never gotten paid to fucking make a mistake. I make them on my own. But to do a report like that at the end of every month is like it's about 45 or 50 hours to do that report, to edit the content, to facilitate the content, to do my sections, to do it all. And you're doing fucking great work. I'm hopping off too cold. And I think Rose, you had it takes a lot of guts to come up into a space like this.
Thank you.
So I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you,
Rose.
Solomon.
Thank you.
See you guys. See you, Dirk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
bye-bye, guys.
And
Rose, again, thank you for being here, and lots of respect. And I think that we are in good contact, and that I'm very happy that we spoke, and I hope that you understand my issue as well. And it's not at all with you. We didn't start this call.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to come on and sort of give my side of the story, because it's kind of somewhat been a little bit blown out of proportion.
And
with
I'm yeah, of course, and it's very courageous that you're here, and the things between us aren't that impressive. You know, there are some other things that started the whole setup of this space call that are completely off between. That has nothing to do with us initially. And I think that you did very well, and again, very happy that you were here.
Thank you, Dirk.
Yes. Thank you, both of you guys. Right. Again, if you guys have any questions or comments you want to add, hit the request button or type it in the chat box. But I mean, I'm glad this, everything happens for a reason, right? Because this has been not a hot topic, but not between Xspectar and Rose, but just the conversation of the weight that influencers can have on projects, right? So hopefully this conversation helps the community hold your own self accountable, right? Like I was saying earlier, when you see a suspectable project being shielded by somebody who has that power, meaning that the influencer numbers of followers, you need to get in those comments, and you as a community member of whatever blockchain it is that you're on, and question these influencers, question the project, like hold them responsible, both of them, the project and the influencer, because like Combat Kanga was saying, you have to a project has to pay to shine their light. And if it's going to be a quick rug pull, you better fucking trust and believe a scammer is going to be a scammer wherever the fuck they can scam, as we all know. And they're going to pay the most highly qualified person to get the most exposure in the shortest amount of time. They're going to fucking do that. And then they're going to fucking take the money and they'll fork out whatever to pay for it. And then they'll fucking take their money and run once the pump comes. Y'all need to start asking these questions and stop attacking people like me when I start asking these projects questions, or I start bringing to light certain situations that don't look very positive for a project, right? And I'm a fudster because I drew light to this or that. Like, fuck out of here, right? And then for people to attack my sexuality and make fun of me because I'm gay, all this and all that, you're too gender, you're this, that, like, get the fuck out of here, right? And then you guys, nobody steps up and fucking comments back and says, you guys are out of line or wrong for this. Everybody just I go back and forth for hours when I'm fucking in a fucking Twitter fight, and I don't see nobody ever fucking commenting and shit. But I
I just
get
want to chime
DMs
in
all
there,
the
man,
time.
because
But
I
go
still
ahead.
know, I still see that there are some people in here that are still part of Jack's group, and they're gonna know, me from doing exactly what you just said. I asked the hard questions in the Discord. I brought up the parts of the law that weren't cool in different regions and this and that. And instead of being met with answers, I was met with being silenced and banned. And I know there's people from Jack's community in this chat right now who are probably sitting there going, yes, that's exactly what happened. Cozy brought up hella concerns, and instead of having an open conversation about it, I was DM'd, hey, shut the fuck up. Don't tell people that. Don't let people know. And you guys are still in that group right now. You saw me get banned. You saw my message that I put out there for those of you that are still in there. That's the behavior he tries to stifle. That's like some little cult group that's not an open community of discussion of people trying to help each other. That's Jack telling me, hey guys, stop telling them to sell Spring Token, because if they sell Spring Token, we can't sell Spring Token. So tell them to reinvest into nodes while we continue to sell. So just those are the things. If you can't scrutinize a project, if you can't bring up these questions and you're met with, you're a fudster, shut up, silence, get banned, those are big red flags, guys. I understand we're emotionally invested in a lot of these, but when the people shilling them to you are silencing instead of meeting you in an open discussion like this is amazing. This is the first time I've been exposed to a lot of this type of conversation. It's the first time a lot of you guys in the XRP community has heard my voice. I think this is amazing. This has been a great back and forth. And yes, big props to Rose for coming up in here. That takes guts. Jack steps in here, doesn't step on the mic. Just let that sink in, everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
and to add to that, Cozy, obviously, you know, I've got 1,000 DMs to go through this evening before I'm up early tomorrow for work. But again, this is why I wanted to come on this evening, just to give my side of the version of events. And obviously, you know, as what happened and transpired last night, my intentions were pure. I thought I was helping a situation, and unfortunately, you know, being a good person, it's blown back on me. So that's why I'm here this evening, just to sort of, you know, field the questions. I did reach out to Jack and let him know that I was coming on the spaces and if he wanted to join me. And yes, he did join, and I think he has now dropped off and is not answered any questions. Again, that's his prerogative. But yeah, I'm here. So if anybody has any more questions, please feel free to raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Rose. And Cozy, yeah, you got to come to some more Too Cold calls. We keep it real and 100 in here. Like, no, we don't do that fake shit in here. Go ahead, boss man, Combat Kanga.
Firstly and foremost, I actually massively respect Cozy. I have no idea the relationship and what he's been doing with Jack, but I suck at marketing, and this guy apparently knows how to do it. So I've got good morals. I would like to speak to you about what you could do for for Combat Kanga, because apparently you've got some good vibes, which seem to resonate with me. In terms of what we were saying earlier about the sorry, it's kind of lost on me a little bit, but it was about the paid promoters and stuff like that. Yeah, I've paid a few. I pay hardly any of the ones that come to my DMs. They basically ask a lot for basically nothing, and the reason they do that is because that they can, and the way that they do it is just like, I'm not going to argue about why they do it. It's good business, right? If I could make $500 from a post, fuck me, I'd do it. But my project would be a lot more handsome if I could get $500 for a post. I don't, argue with their model, but I don't think it's right for projects to engage in that. And it's one thing to try to turbocharge your community, but the problem is, I think that out of the, I don't know, let's just keep the numbers easy. Out of the 1,000 people that might come your way, is it 1% that are actually interested, or is it none? Because they just want the giveaway, or they want the incentive, or, I'm not entirely sure it's money ever well spent on these promoters. So you know, one of the reasons why we are still, you know, less than 10,000, which is a big number by my interpretation, but we're way under 10,000 followers on Twitter, is because I refuse to pay these people to shill needlessly. I've paid a few, don't get me wrong, but I've not done it to the nth degree to get, like, you know, thousands of followers to try and follow a project which they're just not interested in. It just makes the whole thing hollow. And back to the guy earlier about like your white paper and what you're doing. You know, believe me, and by all means, you can you know, do your own research on Combat Kanga here, but we are massively ahead of the vast majority of projects in what we're doing, both in the game that we're delivering and the way we're incorporating blockchain and how we're actually doing, you know, purchasing. We built an entire blockchain e-commerce model. No one's done that, at least not like openly. We have it, and we are one of the smallest projects you can possibly find. In fact, bar a few people in this room, I will guarantee no one knows what we do or how we do it. So the whole idea that like you shouldn't market your project, I struggle with the idea of spending that money because I feel like it's a waste. But the white paper alone doesn't do shit for you. It's really difficult. And sorry, that was back to El Diablo, because the conversation got massively diluted as soon as we started to speak. So yeah, but it was back to the marketing thing and how you can get people to see your white paper. Because it is epically difficult. You're basically in an ocean of shit. And I don't mean that in a horrible way. It's just an honest way. And it's so difficult to actually stand out, even when you're doing everything as morally correct as you think you can. You will always be pipped by someone that isn't doing it that way. And you know, it's tough. It really is tough.
I think
I appreciate what you're saying, and I get that. But the problem is, if there are lots of paid influencers to promote one project, and some of those influencers may not understand that project or not even read the white paper, but they're getting paid.
I would argue that none of them understand the project if you're paying them.
Yeah, well, I'm being kind, yeah. Yeah, so say some don't understand it, but they're still shilling it, and then they get rug pulled, yeah. And then somebody's listened to that content provider, and they've just got wrecked. You know, and the person who's promoted it, they've made money out of shilling that project.
Is that any different to a drug manufacturer that advertises a drug that kills people? I mean, I know that's an outrageous statement, but I don't really hold those people responsible. I hold the project owners responsible for that. They're the ones paying the person. The apparatus to which you market through, I don't know. Imagine it takes you 100 hours to invest a project, to research a project. You've got to directly accredit that 100 hours spent investigating against that project into the payment that you receive from that project. And frankly, the numbers don't add up, right? These guys are on volume; they're not on accuracy. So
yeah, I know, and
it's a bit difficult, but that's their job, right?
If I may just add to this, I think like with any project, with any business, you know, whether, you know, albeit on the Xrpl or, you know, with any of the communities, I think first and foremost, when a project first goes live and launches, you know, the most important thing for them is marketing and obviously getting their name out into the crypto world. And that's where the influence would then come in. You know, they would heavily, you know, DM all of the influencers, or I'd get a message from one of my friends saying, you know, Rose, have you heard about this new project? They're needing some influencers. Are you interested? I'm like, yeah, sure. Let me do some research and, you know, pass in my details. So yeah, a lot of projects at the moment, you know, they heavily rely on influencers, you know, such as myself to, you know, help promote and get their sort of name out into the, you know, communities, whether it be XRP or, you know, I'll not talk about others. You know, they do heavily rely on us to sort of help, you know, make their project known to the communities in a sort of short quick turnaround, space of time. And again, that's where we sort of come in to help fulfill that role. Yes, we are all paid, and I've probably lifted a little bit into the world of influencers and ambassador roles this evening. I'm sure my DMs are probably going to tell me that also. So yeah.
No, but what you've done is you've actually blown it out because now everybody knows, yeah. Because before everybody was saying no, we're not getting paid.
That'd be their prerogative
now.
But I think a lot of people do know are paid. I'm under no illusion people, don't know that people are paid. If people choose to disclose that, that's their prerogative. I do like to be transparent and say, yes, I am. What I choose to do with those tokens or payments or investments is, that's for me personally. We all do our own thing. We've all got things going on in lives, so that's
I think it's a good thing that you've done this, Rose. Because because then people know, because all these YouTubers that say we're not getting paid, and people have got to know these people on YouTube and trust what they say, and they'll buy coins, and a lot of them don't do their research. I mean, they're not like fuddies like me who will go and look at the white paper and look at what's going on with the project and who's invested in it and all that sort of stuff. But when you got people coming in saying, look into this project, buy this project, buy this coin or whatever, and then just shilling the hell out of it, and they don't provide the white paper when you even ask for it, that to me is a really bad thing, and it damages the community. It makes us look like a complete arse, and I love the XRP community side of things. I'm not big on the other projects outside of that. I have my own personal view, and that's my view, and I'll keep that myself. But people got to be really careful when they're sharing stuff. If they're being paid for it, I think they should say, right, I'm a paid influencer. In respect to this project, you need to look at it. These are the reasons why, and attach the white paper and make their own decisions on it. But if you're getting paid and not saying anything, I think that's wrong, and you've just exposed that now, because a lot of YouTubers say they don't get paid for showing these projects, and that is not true.
Yeah, that's 100% not true. Like, come on, bro. Like,
I'm not saying that I didn't believe that was not happening. I'm saying the people have been claiming that, and there are a lot of people that believe that. I mean, look at the number of projects have been rug pulled on because they've not bothered checking stuff because they believe
exactly. And where are the influencers when shit gets real and the community starts asking these influencers, right? They start ignoring the community. They start blocking the community and this and that, right? Let me tell you something. Combat Kanga was the very first project that approached me to be ambassador, right? And since that, now I am ambassador for 4 projects. With every single project, before I became an ambassador, like I said, I've believed in the projects and I was already doing my own thing with the projects, right? I've had them on my space calls called the Cookout, right? All the shit. When I'm approached to be ambassador, I say, when can we have a Discord call so that we can go over everything about the project so I can write it in my notebook about all the very important points of the project, so that when I talk about it, because I host space calls a lot, that I can talk about it because I already know what I know from my own personal research. But now me and Combat Kanga, before I made my first tweet or we even made the announcement that I was ambassador for Combat Kanga, we did like 2 or 3 space calls for 2 to 3 hours at a time. I mean, not space, Discord voice chats before we made it the announcement that I was the ambassador. And that was because I'm not trying to sell nobody nothing. I want to be able to deliver useful information about the projects that I so happen to believe in. And yes, I am being paid at this point because I have a platform to reach a couple more people than you do, so to speak, right? So, and at the end of the day, like I was trying to say earlier, we are all in this crypto space to get ahead, right? We feel that we're ahead of the masses by being in crypto, by learning it, by learning about NFTs and understanding what we got going on here. As I was saying, I've been here for over 6 months. I've been hosting space calls since October. We all are not doing what we're doing as investors, as project creators, as devs, as influencers, as educators. We are all not doing what we're doing to stay at the bottom and in the same position that we're in, right? So yes, as I'm approached to be ambassador, okay, yes, I would like some compensation because I put time into what I do. And that's what a job is, right? When you go to fucking clock in for the man, you're getting paid for your time on that fucking job. So
Absolutely.
I'm not right, Rose? I'm not 100% against influencers getting paid. I'm against them not taking responsibility of the shit they're taking payments for.
I mean, I can
I
touch on.
hate to sound like an arsehole, Tuchel. Remuneration is the name that you want for getting paid. You can use
Wait,
that.
say what?
Remuneration is being basically compensated for your time for working.
Yeah, and I can completely, back up what Tuchel's saying. Myself, a lot of people that know me don't even know my world of crypto Twitter. I work full time. On an evening I'll see friends and family. For me to explain to my own dad, what I do on an evening, and actively being on Twitter, and how much time I invest in, day to day, of my own personal time would literally be mind blown to a lot of people. So yeah, I do stand by what Tuchel said in terms of we do dedicate a lot of our personal time to this, for the end goals. I see a few hands up in the Twitter spaces. I know Dirk's got his hand up. Cozy, hi Hatter. Welcome, Matt Hamilton, one of my peers. Blockchain, Becca's also here. Welcome to you. I don't know if anybody wants to come up and ask me any questions.
Yeah, so anybody who has questions, comments, want to join the conversation, hit the request button and get on, and we'll bring you on up. Go ahead. Who is that? And then we'll get to
This is
DS.
Hi Hatter.
All
I'm
right,
sorry
go ahead,
to
Hi
interrupt
Hatter,
everyone else with the
and then
hands
we'll
up,
get to
but
DS.
my question is very a part of what you're just talking about, so I don't want to lose topic before. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
sure.
So when it comes down to ambassadors or promoters or influencers getting paid by these projects, are they like entering a business contract, getting paid in fiat, or are they actually just getting airdropped the project tokens and able to sell them on the exchange for fiat or whatever, so they can actually get quote unquote paid as a income? And in that sense, it like I would hope that there'd be some kind of transparency in a project saying that, or like for the community members, knowing where the allocations of the tokens are going, like, hey, this is this promoter, this is this influencer, as an ambassador or whatever, they're a partner in the project and they're getting paid this much in the project's tokens, and they are allowed to do what they wish with. So the rest of the community can see where at least some of the allocations of the tokens are going and for what reason.
Yeah, I mean, for most projects, they'll either pay via crypto, or their own token themselves. It kind of goes, project to project in terms of what, how they wish to pay said influencers like myself. some pay me, I would, as Dirk can say, I would rather much be paid in XRP so I can keep that building for my future goals. But some projects would rather pay me in their said token, and I would then exchange those for XRP because that's my number one. And again, every project's different. I've never been airdropped anything. It's more been sort of a transfer of crypto as such. But yeah, that can just be changing from dependent on project to project.
Yeah, and as for me, Hi Hatter, right? Every project is not the same. The type of capital they have and whatnot, right? So I negotiate, right? If the I take, I would like to be, I like to try to go half and half, because if I'm going to be an ambassador for your project, that means I should be holding, right? So if I already have my personal bag invested in it, right? And then if you want to pay me in your coins, that's fine. But if you can, I would also like to be paid in XRP so that I can do other stuff, right? As I was saying earlier, I'm building my own project and doing my own things, right? So, and then there's projects that can't do it like that, and they have to pay you in all their coins. Okay, that's fine, but I'm going to let you know I'll take probably half and I will sell it. I won't dump it, but I will exchange it and keep the other half. So it all depends, right? It's
Yeah, and
all onto the
that's
influencer and the
totally
project.
exactly. That's totally understandable and cool, as long as it's like transparent in the system. And it's like if you're taking fiat or XRP or whatever, as long as it's not their project's token, the other exchange is more or less just considered a transaction of your employment or your participation or whatever. It's your payment. But if you're getting their tokens and then having to use it in the DEX to then sell it to make your funds, it's more or less you're just creating a price for their project's token, like for free, just because you have to sell it to be able to make some kind of payment, to be able to get your some kind of payment for the work that you're doing.
I think it's all dependent on the project owner themselves as to how they would like to pay said influencers. Some may want to pay in their own sort of token. Some may want to pay in a crypto. And obviously pulling it back to saying as paid influencers, I could get paid at the end of the month from the company that I work for, and if I choose to invest into shares into that company, that will then be my decision. Or I could decide I'm going to blow all my money on that 1 month. Again, that will be my decision. Or I could siphon a little bit off and invest that into crypto. So most influencers, they're paid via crypto, fiat, various other ways of means of payments. Again, it's all dependent on the influencer themselves and what ultimately their end goal is. And a lot of people that are on Twitter know my dream would be to travel the world on a yacht, have a chef, and go see the world and continue working remote. That would be my dream goal. But everybody's different in terms of how they wish to have payments from said projects. And again, it's all down to the owner themselves of how they wish to then pay their influencers. I hope that's answered your question, Hi Hatter.
Yeah, thank you, Hi Hatter. Let's go, DS. You're up, my guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we have to remind why we created this space too called, and we have been open. Hi Heather and Lionel as well. We as a project, we started out with lots of paid influencing. We were quite successful. I think that we have proven in the meantime, in the last 3-4 months since we started, that we are doing something right, and that the strategy was quite good as well, and that we are delivering way more things than only paying influencers. Of course, we have the 3 validator nodes. Tomorrow, the full history nodes will be synced. All our 8,888 NFTs are ready. We are building a metaverse which is fully pre-financed and funded by my own personal funds, not by community people or tokens that have been sold. So we are doing something quite well. If you look at our numbers, if you look at the collaborations, if you look at several other aspects, I think that lots of people were a bit weary in the beginning because we took off quite fast. But the subject of this evening was, and the thing that all started this was that we were getting threats. I personally got threats from somebody in the influencer world, and we will. Well, his name has been mentioned several times. I will try not to do so. But that's at one point we decided not to collaborate with somebody anymore because he didn't meet up our standards, and he was sending me private DMs, trying to extort me, threatening me, and it got completely out of hand. And Rose got stuck up in the middle of it. But the person that is responsible for all of this, he's not here. He was in the room, but he refuses to speak, and threatening people and trying to use extortion tactics. That's something that had to be addressed. And I think it's very useful for people in here, also other projects that we can't. That's really crossing a line, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, you know, for those in the in the crowd, obviously, Dirk, you know, you're a well-established international businessman. Obviously, you know, you've built your empire up globally, and obviously you've started Xspectar, and you know the project itself is doing very well, and that's why again I wanted to come on to sort of this evening to address obviously. What happened last night, and again, obviously, you know, me trying to do the right thing and help a situation that's ultimately, you know, C-Star partnership really. So yes, nice to see my peers in the crowd. Anybody else got the hand up? Combat Kanga's got his hand up. Hopefully a short and sweet question.
Neil.
As much as I try to stand the fence on this situation, I'm not entirely sold, unfortunately, Rose, on the idea that you tried to make a situation better. I think that it was a situation that seemed like it was gonna go one way, and you made a decision to go that way. I think, unfortunately, and I don't mean to sound this I don't want to say the word disrespectful because I don't think that's the right word, but almost, I just don't think that you made the right choice here, and it's hard for me to explain in words. But it feels like you thought the tide was going to go one way, and you went with that tide, and unfortunately, over a very small grievance in my mind, may not be in your mind, the tide has simply changed, and I think that a lot of the drama, I guess, for lack of a better word, that has been created over this didn't need to be. I think a lot of it is needless. I think there's been a lot of sour grapes here. I think there's been a lot of unfortunate conversations that didn't need to happen, and I think some potential bad actors have been, you know, brought to the front here, which didn't need to have any sort of exposure at all. And I feel like a lot of this could have been done. I don't want to say like behind the scenes because that makes it sound like it's inferior in some way, but I don't mean that. You know, businesses transact with businesses in a certain way, but I think that people do not agree that, and I think that people think how they operate now is a personal experience, and this is just the way that social media is now evolved, right? Everything's about me, and everyone wants me to be the center of attention. It doesn't mean it doesn't matter what you're doing. Yeah, you could be eating breakfast. It's the best breakfast you've ever seen in your life because I've taken a photograph of it and everyone needs to see it. And I think that, unfortunately, business is meeting personal, and there's going to be a lot of weird headbutting between the personal and business world. But unfortunately, I because I'm a capitalist, that's what I am. The business world is going to win, because business is business and personal is personal, and it's a very different environment. And I think that this has gone way out of proportion. Personally, I think none
Well,
of this needs to happen.
I think more so I wanted to sort of join this evening's AMA was more so to elaborate on obviously what happened last night, obviously to defend Dirk, and sort of give my versions of events as to how everything sort of unravelled, and obviously, you know, to hear obviously of Dirk being, you know, personally threatened and things, obviously, you know, I will obviously reflect, and obviously, you know, for myself, lessons learned in a sense of, you know, I try to help anybody in all walks of life, and you know, whether it be, you know, personal, family, or in, you know, in work situations. You know, I am a very of a caring nature, so I do like, you know, maybe my own self. Self downfall really of trying to help, and you know, last night I tried to alleviate a situation that transpired and occurred, and obviously that then blew back on myself, and obviously here we are this evening.
Yeah,
Well,
and again, hold on.
Sorry to sound a little bit harsh, Rose. But I think that what you said kind of warranted the blowback. Because the way that you use the words that you used, if you would have said, I'm ceasing my partnership with Xspectar because you know we're ending the contract, you know, that would have been a neutral way. Unfortunately, the words you used weren't neutral. They were basically.
To use the words ethical and you know, the ethics and morals was
But they've got a lot of
again,
emotional baggage.
Wait. Let her answer, Neil.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously the words that I used, you know, on hindsight now, obviously hearing everybody's 360-degree feedback, you know, maybe I did use the wrong choice of words. But obviously, you know, as things happened, and you know, last night was very an emotional evening for both myself and Dirk, I'm sure. You know, I felt awful when he told me he was out seeing his 8-year-old son that is not, you know, spent much time with due to the project, obviously, and everything else and being busy. You know, I kind of thought, oof, maybe I shouldn't have, you know, made him aware of what's happened, and maybe I should have waited until the morning. But you know, I am very reactive of, you know, if something happens, I'm very quick to want to solve a problem. Yes, maybe my choice of words were not correct. Again, lessons learned, and again, that's why I'm here this evening, just to elaborate and field the questions.
And again, go ahead, Neil.
Sorry.
Maybe Neil would just agree to disagree.
Yeah, well, we probably will, right?
But I do. Yeah. I will obviously. You know, I've got you DMs this evening that you've sent me, and you know, we'll catch up after the spaces. I am conscious of time because I will be up early, UK time of 10:30. But yeah, we'll catch up outside of this. And I do appreciate obviously your comments and your feedbacks. And I'm going to do a bit of a self-evaluation of the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and you know, you know, I have a different thought of, you know, this being a lot of time wasted, right? Because for me, I see the brighter side of this, right? Yes, what transpired did probably get out of hand, you know, between Dirk and Rose and Xspectar and Jack, right? But what it has done, and it has brought to light the conversation of the roles that influencers can have on a project, and how it should be transparent, and how influencers should start being held accountable as well as the projects, right? So it is open the community's eyes to start asking not just the project, but also the influencers these type of questions when they're hosting AMAs. Don't just get up on the fucking mic and ask, hey, Xspectar, how many NFTs is in your collection? Right? Like, no. You ask this motherfucker, like, hey, you're building a top-notch fucking metaverse? When do you expect to have something to show for it? Right?
Yeah,
And then you get the
people,
Devi people in here, and they're gonna get on his ass and counter that and say, okay, so you expect to have it out by October, but upon me being in the gaming world and a tech person, I know that the load of having that type of capacity, it's gonna take a lot. So how do you plan to, like, ask these fucking projects and these influencers real fucking questions?
Word.
well, I hang on, Too Cold. We're probably going to disagree on this one, but I'm not entirely sure that that is actually all that fair. When your job is to essentially market and remarket a product, there's only so much time you can dedicate in researching what that product is before you can say that the amount of funds that I'm being given to do that is actually worth my while. And I don't think it's necessarily on the advertiser to be upfront and honest about all the front loading that they've done on a project. What I think is more, morally correct is what they do if they discover there's a problem and how they rectify what it is they've said. Now,
Yeah,
does that help anyone that's paid any money? No, it doesn't.
This is where we're gonna disagree, Neil, because as an influencer or somebody, right? Everybody can be paid real quick that has a large following to make a tweet, retweet, follow me, get this spread out real quick, throw me my bag, right? But just like I did with you,
I know where
right?
you're going with this, Too Cold. No. If
No.
I'm a good liar, I'm going to lie to you all the way, and you're going to believe everything I say. I don't think that the due diligence you're going to do is anywhere close to efficient enough to prove that I'm a con
But
artist.
that's where it comes in different, right? Because when you sit down and have a conversation one-on-one like me and you did before we made the announcement, you could have determined on my end, like, oh nah, Too Cold's full of fucking shit. This is a fucking con artist. I don't want to move
What
forward
if I
with this.
was X-Cows? Would you have believed me if I was X-Cows and I told you everything I told you?
If you was who?
X-Cows.
X-Cows? If you would have if I believed in the project already, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Is all money ain't good money. And I move that way in my real life. No, hold on, Neil. You keep interrupting me. Hold on. All money ain't good money. I've been approached by other projects as well to do promo tweets, or I've even been asked to come to the cookout, and I've done my research, and the next thing I know, I don't see the fucking project around nowhere, and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that I didn't throw them an invitation to come, right? Because the cookouts aren't a shilling space. The shilling spaces, the projects have 5 to 7 minutes to sell their project to the crowd, and then it be like 50 projects that show up to the fucking call. Every Sunday, there's 3 to 4 projects that come here to educate the community about their project, which means you take all the time you need to talk about it and educate the community about it, and then answer any and all questions that they have. So that's the difference. But if I could have been paid 10 times over to fucking do hella promo tweets, right? And I don't, because it's fuck that. I don't want my page to be regarded as that. So there's a difference between marketing and having the weight that you have and taking responsibility for it, right? I wanted to sit down and have a conversation with you with Xpert and with Xbot and Xspectar, right? Before we make these announcements that I'm an ambassador for you guys, because I want you guys, I already know what I know about the project. I want you guys to give me more in-depth stuff so that when I sit here and hang out in space calls and projects do, people do ask me, I can educate them on the other things that are not out publicly, right? And I'm not saying that you guys tell me hella alpha, but you guys don't post every single step of your project, right? But you guys tell team
I don't
members
post anything.
you're
You're the last one to know.
yeah, right. But you know, your team members know that we've made this progress, right? So there's certain milestones, of course, that projects let the community know. But as I feel as being a team member that I'm not giving inside information. It's information that is available, right? If somebody was to go in the Discord and ask the right question, that it would be told to the community. But if I'm already out here in these streets and somebody asks it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, this and that, and let me expand on it and say this, that, and this. There's a difference. A lot of these influencers, right, and quote unquote ambassadors, they can't go in depth of a project and teach and help educate their community about a project. They can help sell it for sure, because that's their fucking job. But they will not help educate about it.
Tuchel, your rant's going on too long. Can I cut in?
No. We got some hands up. Hold on. We'll come back. We'll circle back around to you. We got our hands.
Sorry, I want to jump off. I just wanted to say thank you, a big thank you to Too Cold for allowing me to come on and speak. I know I'm nobody to the Xspectar community. I really appreciated that. Thank you so much, brother. I think what you're doing here is really great. I know you said earlier some people were giving you some gripe about your personal life and anything. Don't let that get you down. Keep doing this. This is my first exposure to something like this, and I think the crypto space needs more of these open conversations. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm jumping off. Thank you so much for allowing me to say my piece. These open conversations are really what we need. If you're in a community and they're stifling these, big red flag. Take that to heart. Much love. Thank you so much.
100.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Cozy.
You should post
Peace,
what you got
everybody.
on Jack Cozy, by the way. I mean, I researched that guy's profile a while back, and he's a pretty clear scammer. So I think
I'm
you should
making a
expose
video.
him.
I'm gonna give him the good old Cozy Zilla. Don't worry. I'm making a video. Keep an eye on the YouTube. Thanks everybody. I gotta go.
All right. Have a good one. Be safe. All right. Let's get to Dr. Avon and then MetaMan and then Scam. And then Special Ops after that.
Oh, Scams can go before me. That's fine.
And MetaMask
right.
was also before me, so the floor to MetaMask, please.
All right. Well, give it to MetaMan then.
MetaMan's pushing the scams.
I'm pushing the meta coins. No, I'm just joking. What I wanted to say is it's like a car salesman, right? You can only sell a bunch of lemons. You know, after a while, people they're gonna know you're selling bad cars. You know, if you're all in it for the money, selling shilling shit coins, you know, they're eventually gonna find out, and they're eventually gonna stop following your shit. Just gonna say that. And Rose, I mean, whoever it is selling shit, you know, or trying to talk shit about other projects, who's gonna work with you or with anybody like that, you know, in the future if they see what people have done to Xspectar?
Again, obviously, you know, the tweet that I put out obviously was in no way malicious. I was voicing my own personal opinions. Again, you know, huge respect for Xspectar and Dirk. And again, that's been covered this evening. I am still under contract with other projects. And, you know, for myself, it was just to be sort of elaborating on the situation that happened last night. Acted in pure intentions. That's blown back on my face. You know, I have invited Jack this evening to speak. He hasn't. I'm here to field any questions. And yeah.
And, you know,
we shall see what will occur.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Rose. You know what? All respect. I know people make mistakes. And I made mistakes myself. You're right. I should not be coming aggressive. That's the way I talk. I'm sorry.
I understand, you know, emotions are high. It's been
an
24 hours. You know, I've been at work today. My mind's been elsewhere thinking about this
Sure.
whole Twitter world. And
For sure,
you know,
it's nothing personal. You know, like just
Yeah.
you know, when I mean, the thing is, I would see it if I was like the owner of a company and someone's, you know, because you can understand somebody worked their ass off to start a company, and then something like this could, like, you know, like a stupid thing, a tweet or whatever it is, could shut them down. And like people who following that guy, you know, that guy we're talking about, the Jack the Chicken or whatever he is, you know, if you still follow him after everything, you know what's going on, like, oh my God, like I don't know, you deserve to get showed on, man.
All right, thank you, MetaMan.
Yeah, I take on board, MetaMan, what you've said. Again, I have elaborated on my position in terms of, you know, the friendship with Jack. And again, I will reflect on the last 24 hours and what's transpired. And, you know, that's my decision in life. But thank you for your thoughts.
All right, Dr. Avon, and then Scams, and then Special Ops, and then X-Rated, and then we got King Solomon coming back.
Can you hear me, Too Cold?
Loud and clear.
That's good. Yes, that's nice. That's nice. So first of all, Too Cold, I want to give you a shout out for excellent moderating skills in managing these space calls, especially in a setting where emotions are comparatively high. So to all the listeners, show Too Cold some love with the emojis. Bring it on. Clap your hands for Too Cold. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice, very nice. I see the hearts and the clapping the hands. So that's good.
Yeah,
So
thank you. I appreciate it.
No. You're welcome. You're welcome, Too Cold. So secondly, despite the tension raised by the tweet of Rose, I want to praise Rose for joining this space call to clarify particular concerns. So Rose, I appreciate that. So also a shout out to you for joining this Twitter space, because it goes without saying that Jack the Xrpl chicken, as I've heard, I don't know what his name is, seems to be, in my opinion, an unfair individual because he did not engage in this space to provide his view on this current matter. So, you know, it's like, what the fuck, bro? Anyways, to get to my suggestion, this EMA is almost going for more than 4 hours. I want to see how we can work towards a solution to clear up all the FUD surrounding Xspectar. Because we have been talking a lot about morals and ethics, and like I said, for the persons that just joined this Twitter space hosted by Too Cold, I'm a researcher doing cancer research in the Cancer Center Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and we also talk a lot about ethics and morality in cancer research, and it brings a lot of divergence because every individual has his own opinion about ethics and morality. But that put it aside. So to Rose and DS, to Dirk, how we say it in Dutch, Dirk. Shout out to you, Dirk. How can we, in the following days, work towards a solution? So first to Dirk, what are your suggestions? And thereafter, I want to hear Rose about her suggestions. And finally, we should, I think, in my opinion, find a middle ground to clear up all the FUD.
I think also, Dr. Evan, we have already elaborated on this previously, that me and Dirk are going to link up after the call, and we're going to sort of discuss. And obviously, I'm going to put out a joint press release, if you'd like to call that, in the UK, of elaboration of what's been said. But yeah, if you want to ask that to Dirk, that's fine.
No, but maybe also for the remaining listeners, and Too Cold, I don't know, because we are almost 4 hours in this excellent space. So I think that should be the final thing. How can we clear up all the FUD in the following days? So Dirk, sorry, I interrupted you, but go ahead, brother.
If I may just add one thing before Dirk speaks, so that the main person that obviously, the reasons of this call would be for him to sort of elaborate on his side. I've heavily last 4 hours talked about my side of the story, and my genuine reasons as to why I thought I was helping a situation, and ultimately that's blown back in my face of being of kind, caring nature. We would need that from Jack as well, but yeah, I'll let Dirk elaborate.
No, so before Dirk, Rose, very much respect that also shows your character despite the tweet like it. So thank you very much for joining this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Avin.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Avin. Let's get to who did I say was next?
Scams, baby.
For
Too
Dirk, for
cold.
Dirk, first of all.
Can I answer?
Yeah. Oh, my bad. My bad. I was
Well, I
over here
think
Go on,
it's
go
answering
on. And
DM.
also, for lastly, to clarify, my name is Dr. Avinash Din Mohammed. It's very nice how you pronounce my name. I very like it. And that is what I also like about this international community. So big up to yourself. Very nice. Dirk, the floor is
Thank you.
yours.
Well, let me clear out some things. Huh? We have always been on very good terms, Rose and me, and we are very happy with what we achieved together. So she has a friend, which is an influencer, which started to threaten and extort me. Because of that discussion, Rose sent out a tweet telling that she would stop being an ambassador at the end of the month. I asked her to delete the tweet or at least give some explanation because it created lots of anxiety with some people, and she refused. In the course of the day, we had some discussions as we are both civilized people, and we agreed upon stopping the ambassadorship today and taking care of things. So we are in good discussions. I'm very happy that she's here, and it wasn't the most elegant thing to do probably and the most smart thing to do to put out a tweet, but it has happened, and I hope that after this we can discuss, and probably I'm very confident that that Rose will make probably a more elaborate tweet about how the proceedings exactly went, and that we stay friends and part ways without anything that's happened or that went wrong between us. But I still have an issue with Rose, and I don't have to tell you who your friends are, but I think that, and I say it to you as a friend, from a human perspective. I don't know Jack personally. I don't know what your relationship is, but the last 24 hours were really interesting, and being threatened and extortioned, I won't take that from nobody, never. And from a moral and ethical perspective, as you said in your tweet, that's wrong, dead wrong. And we have heard many people in this space telling stories. I don't know if they're true. People telling us that they have proof. And I think that the bad actors have to go out. And as Xspectar, we did pay influencers to bring brand awareness, and we are realizing ourselves that we have to focus on content, which we are doing. We are building. We have lots of things coming up, but we will most definitely look better into the people we collaborate with and do also better research, because there are bad actors, and that's something that we saw today. And the ones that made the biggest mistakes, they were here, but they didn't take the word.
Yeah. And I think as well, just to sort of, touch on as well, obviously, I did put out my tweet this morning before I started work. I've had a very busy stacked out day, business wise with the my day-to-day job. So, I've not been as active as normal. But no, like I say, lessons learned. I'm going to take on board the feedback that I've been given, and yeah, reflect on my position of the situation that transpired last night. And yeah, we'll link up after, and I'll put some press release out tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and that's very great to hear from you, Rose and Derek. And Derek, I want to close off with your Twitter title. It's very motivating. Nothing in the world can take the place of persistent. Keep up your good job, bro. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, Doctor.
Damn, when am I gonna get my turn? Jesus Christ, I've been fucking waiting on goddamn day.
Well, you gonna keep fucking waiting, motherfucker. It's a line, all right? So shut the fuck up. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes,
thank
no
you,
problem.
Dr.
Thank
Avin.
Thank you. I'm on mute now. Thanks.
Yeah, no, don't worry about him. He's a family member in here, so
yeah, much respect, bro. I love you, bro. Much blessing.
Thank you. Go ahead, scams, and then we got special ops, and then XXX rated will be your turn after special ops. So you are third in line. All right. Wait. Oh, don't get a bee in your fucking bonnet. Right. That's what I learned today from my combat Kanga guy. Don't get a bee in your fucking bonnet. All right. Go ahead, scams.
Thanks, Too Cold, and I won't try to take too long because I don't want to get pimp slapped by XXX. But
Yeah, hurry
I
up.
mean, all right, got you, bro. But I mean, what I wanted to say was basically, scams are bad. But no, seriously, I don't know anything about the Xspectar situation, and I think that the overall advice I just wanted to give to the entire community is to just be very wary of stuff being shilled by influencers, and it's very clear who the influencers are, and who they aren't. And I think people should, as said basically, and just a moment ago by the doctor that's in Dirk's profile, nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. People work almost one third of their lives to earn their money. So they should spend an equal amount of time to, not an equal, but at least a decent amount of time to research what they're investing their money into. And if you just believe an influencer's tweet, then I think it's, no one else's fault but yours for actually believing that tweet. To the influencers, I think, you should really do some research and Google Trayvon James, who from 2017 was shilling BitConnect. And, he's still being dragged through court and going to have to pay millions of dollars due to his involvement in shilling BitConnect. And so influencers can be liable even if they weren't an owner of the project and they were being paid by a project. And again, this is no comments to the current projects. It's a general comment to people who are influencers and accepting payments, from projects. And I personally think influencers should be more transparent in saying when something is a paid promotion and it's their own personal thoughts. I don't see really any of that in this community today. And I think people should be a little bit more transparent about that. Like this whole ecosystem and blockchains are about transparency. And I don't see a lot of transparency when it comes to influencers. It's still at the end of the day, the responsibility of the person making the investment. So they should approach with a lot more caution when it's a clear influencer account. As for the individual Jack that people are talking about, I did look at my profile. The name sounded familiar. I was blocked by him 6 months ago for calling him out for being a very clear scam account. It was, super apparent that he is, just easily paid by people to shill absolutely everything and also has a paid group. And there are some very clear signs that he was, a paid shiller and a scammer. So I think people just have to approach with a lot of caution. And I think what some others said about him, not coming on stage today is also very transparent in his character. He was in here, he listened to what was being said about him, and he didn't defend himself. And there's a very specific reason for that. I understand Rose, came up, defended herself. Again, I don't know the specifics of the situation, but you have to really see, the fact pattern of what people did versus what people are saying. And I think that becomes very clear at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, people are responsible for their own investments and really should be weary of just what an individual says, and maybe should look to see influencers disclose when they're being paid or not. Because at the end of the day, you vote with your dollars. If you buy into a project because somebody told you to, the project sees that. Like they see after they pay an influencer, they had an influx of dollars. And then it's a positive feedback loop telling them what they did, that investment in that influencer was the correct thing to do. You can vote with your dollars and not do that any further, and really do more due diligence and research into a project. And the last thing I want to say is to Too Cold's comments earlier about being silenced when she asks hard questions. Nobody should ever be silenced for asking hard questions. If you ever see somebody asking hard questions and they're being silenced, that should be an immediate red flag to you. If a project won't answer questions that are being thrown at them, no matter how hard they are. There is a difference between trolling and good hard questions. If somebody's being asked hard questions and they're avoiding them, it's an immediate red flag, and I suggest everybody turn the other way. Again, no comments about any specific things that are happening here. These are general comments and advice about the space and things I've seen over my 5 years experience being in this space.
Well, Scams, I think you're completely right. And I have to say that we did start it off, as everybody knows, with paying influencers. We were always very clear about that. I think, by the way, that in most of the countries, they're legally obliged to tell that they are paid, We never made it a secret. We did all our transactions from our wallet addresses, which are public and known to the community. In our descriptions, we always put the name of the ones that are paid, so everything is completely traceable. So I think that we were quite successful in our approach, but also that we are always open and communicated. We never threw anyone, not a single one, out of our Discord. I never blocked anyone, never on Twitter, and we always approached. I had everybody ask us questions, and we always had a very open approach, and we always communicate on every possible subject and everything that the community wants to ask. So.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rose.
Oh, sorry, no, I don't have any questions on that one, sorry. But yeah, thank you for the info from the last speaker. Scams are bad.
Yeah, thank
Damn,
you,
am I
Scams,
next?
for that.
Am I next,
No,
Rose?
shut up. Shut up. Special Op and then Triple X and then Kanga.
Hey, Too Cold. Thank you. Once again, a great space. Everybody, the previous speakers, the ones that are still up on the panel there, have really answered all the questions now. Some great comments by all, but I think it's a testament. This entire space is a testament to the current crypto space, and several different items. And you have so many listeners. You are an influencer, whether you know it or not, Too Cold.
I like educator better.
Yeah, well, and again, this goes to my point. One of the testaments is that this space is filled with business owners, influencers, and investors. All three of us are going to define things in different ways, and that goes with morals and ethics. So I completely understand, Dirk, your point of view. Rose, congratulations for stepping up. It takes a big person to do what you've done. Don't know why you blocked me, because I'm not an influencer and never really said anything on Twitter. But, you know, I think it's important for anybody that's an influencer, and I've been in this space long enough, and I mostly sit back and watch until more recently I've gotten involved. You know, you keep your private stuff private. You don't put the bad stuff out there. Especially when you're working with a project, have any connection with them. You try to keep that close to vest. It's business and personal relationships which have been brought up. You got to separate the two of them. You want somebody to succeed, whether you agree with them or not, you got to step to the side. With anybody with a bunch of followers to put something out negatively or could be read negatively can have a bad impact on a project. But I think that also goes to any of us out there that are brand new. There's so many people. When that market goes up, it takes a while for everybody in the world to realize that that market is going down. And people are still jumping into space. And my passion is with the people in this space. I could say I'm in it for money. Everybody is. But I've made more relationships that are long lasting in this that are just as important. And for us to put things out that could be harmful, I just think is really a bad thing for any of us to do. And I think as mature adults, as business people, as opportunists, as influencers, as educators, you know, Too Cold's doing the right thing by giving this open floor. And all of y'all have done the right thing by joining in. So, you know, my questions have been answered. I appreciate, you know, everybody stepping up and saying their piece. It's just be careful out there. You know, we're all different. We have different definitions. We have different end goals, whether we're that business owner or whether we're the investor. Car salesman's a car salesman. An honest person is honest.
Yeah, thank you for that, Special Op. Really appreciate it. We got, who's next? X-Rated's
It's
next.
me. It's me. It's me. It's me. God damn it.
X-Rated's
Shit.
next, and then Combat Kanga, and then Harry, and then El Diablo.
Fuck, y'all about to get me in trouble at school. All right. First of all, I want to get into Rose. Hey, Rose, how you doing, little mama?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Welcome
Good.
from.
I remember when you first jumped on the scene. I thought you was a dude too. So you know,
Yeah, I
glad
think
you
you
are,
and
lady.
a million other people assumed I was a guy, so I took the big leap of showing my face, and yeah.
But you know how guys are. We do shit like that. But anyways, oh, that's what I was gonna say. You know, would be nice if maybe we could follow each other so we can get to know each other a little bit more. You don't have to, but just throwing that out there. Second thing I want to get into, Jack. You guys are like kind of like piling on Jack, and I don't see what the problem is. Like, you know, like all he did was try to offer y'all a game, and all I hear y'all doing is crying in here, talking about he rug pulled, he did this and did that. So you guys need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, do your own research, and you know, I'm Team Jack.
Your team's stupid. Shut up.
Hang on. Wait. Just bear in mind, I'm on the fence on the vast majority of this debate. You can't be on Team Jack when Team Jack is basically a couple of Twitter screenshots, right? Where exactly is Team Jack? Can you give us a little bit more than just
He,
Team Jack? Come on,
he's
go
in our
for it.
heart. He's in our heart. What do you mean? Where he's in your heart? He's all around us.
What does that mean? No. These are just words, adjectives. What do you mean?
Are you talking about the ex-owner of Twitter, or are you talking about Jack that's
No, I'm talking
He's
about Jack the
talking about
Ripper.
Jack the
I'm talking about Jack
Rippler.
the
No,
Ripper. That's what I'm talking about.
well. I think he's talking about Jack. But I'll give him the latitude to describe what the fuck he's talking about. But just come on, indulge me. What is it you mean?
I'm talking. Okay, Jack the Ripper. He's trying to help the community out by getting y'all into projects early. And all I hear y'all doing is crying about it, talking about he doing rug pulls and he's like actually doing Ponzi schemes and shit like that. Like he's actually trying to help out the
Yeah,
community if you really think
but hang
about
on,
it.
dude, backpedal a little bit.
All right, I'm starting to get
The,
fired up. Let's go.
I'm not going to antagonize you. There's a specific conversation here, right? So the Jack guy, who I don't know, I just know the fallout of the conversation. How exactly is this relevant to Xspectar and what he's doing as a, sort of helping the community? What exactly has he done?
You talking about Xspectar or Jack the Ripper?
I'm talking about Jack the Ripper and Xspectar.
Both,
What is the
both.
correlation here?
I fuck with Xspectar. I just didn't like people
I,
ganging
I,
up on Jack. Y'all talking shit while you not here. Once y'all wait till he come here to talk shit.
Yeah, but no, he was invited and was in the spaces, but he didn't talk because apparently he didn't want to talk, which is his own prerogative. But what are you supposed to do about that situation, right?
Well, maybe he's classy. Maybe you don't want to get into banter with you guys going back and forth trying to run
Yeah,
people's names.
there's nothing so classy as throwing accusations and having no actual recourse, right? So I'm not too sure the classy vibe works for me. It might work for somebody, might work for somebody else. Don't work for me. Where's the classiness exactly of throwing a bomb in someone's lap and not letting them speak? I don't understand that classiness. Can you explain that classiness for me?
No. You won, Combat Kangaroo. You won. Give me a follow.
I'm not going to follow you just based on this conversation. I'm interested in your substance, not the conversation as such.
yeah,
What are you
boy.
talking about?
I don't wanna go no further. You already won. You won.
All
I
right,
don't
that's
understand what
enough.
I've won.
Yeah,
There's no winning here. That isn't
that's
a
en-
winning situation.
that's
I'm
enough from
keeping
here.
score.
Go
I'm keeping
go
score.
back. Go take your ass back to school or something. Go ahead, Combat Kanga. Don't pay him no attention. Go ahead and expand on what you wanted to get on, and then we got Harry and El Diablo.
Frankly, I've been frizzled. I'm not entirely sure what my original question was. That kind of sidestepped me.
All right, well, we'll come back to you. Put your hand up when you get it together, my guy. Let's get to
Oh,
Harry and then
after the laughing, it's not like it's not a dig. It was just a fucking mind frazzle, right? It's like you get
yeah,
an asked a retarded
what
question, you
he
kind of getting a retarded question. I don't
that's
know.
what he does. He's our family troll. Go ahead, Harry, and then El Diablo.
How you doing? All right? Yeah. To be honest with you, I probably walked in on a bit of drama and not probably not fully aware of what people are talking about. But yeah, I probably got just a boring question, which is going to throw back to XLS20 and what, if anything, there the update is with that currently in terms of the voting status. If anyone's got an update on it.
Yeah, I've got a personal opinion on it. That's funny.
Go check WEN Mint. When
Yeah,
Mint.
whenmint.day. I just see that we are at 44.1% for XLS20. 3 weeks ago, we were at 17, 20, last week 25, a couple of days ago 30, and this morning at 40%, and now at 44. So it's moving.
Yeah, I logged on to try and have a look at the where it was in terms of the vote, but I couldn't quite work my way to it on xrpl.org. So
if it goes live, if it goes live as it is today, we're gonna have some problems.
Yeah, just in terms of the validation, I guess. Yeah. What is it? 70%, isn't it? Isn't that is that the number that
80% for 2 weeks.
80% 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that see, there's a problem with XLS20, and that is the technical vote, which is like going to a university and saying, "Is this a good idea?" And they academically say yes, and then the actual reality of something going live. I'm not entirely sure that you're going to get the required votes on XLS20. But I may be wrong, but there's some things that need to be discussed.
Yeah, why? So is that why? I'm sure I read somewhere today that one of the NFT projects backed off from or is looking to do its issuance on a different blockchain. Is that right?
Which project are you talking about?
I think that's Love Monsters he's thinking about.
I can't remember which one it was. It was just one I sort of stumbled across, but, or some comment I saw where somebody was talking about something.
That probably is Yolk and his Clever Gallery. Is that the one?
It could be. And obviously, the first thing that came into my mind was was Spectar, but yeah, I guess
you can't let me feed you this information and then you say yes. Come on, what is it?
Yeah, you have to come up here with your questions that you want fully answered, kind of thing.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't join with any particular question in mind, and like I say, you guys were talking about something that I probably didn't fully understand. I'm just a Twitter junkie.
Why would you ask
So then you should have just kicked back and read the room before hopping on the mic. Then.
Well, I apologize.
No, he can do whatever he want to do. You can't tell him what to do.
You could shut the fuck up because I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean we're here on the XRPL, but today's topic we weren't specifically talking about XLS20 right at this point. So you probably should, in any space call that you hop in, you should probably read the room before you start requesting the microphone.
Roger that. I'll do better in future.
All right, thank you.
I love you, bro.
Let my daddy talk.
Oh, fuck your daddy talking, right? Let's talk about actual fucking things that are going to affect the ledger. How about we talk about the fact that XS20 isn't actually that good? Can we talk about that?
First, let my daddy talk.
You shut up before I take your microphone. Hold on. We had El Diablo up here first, waiting it. Go ahead, El Diablo.
Hi, sorry. To be honest, I forgot what I was going to say, but I did want to just say, go back to what Scammer said about transparency. He hit the nail on the head with that, and I think the whole community needs to remember to be very transparent on what they're promoting and why they're promoting it. Clean up the space, get rid of these bad actors, because I've been here a long time and I've seen so much shit. It's exhausting, and everybody's just got to work together. So I just want to say congratulations to Too Cold and Xspectar and Rose for doing this call, even though it was a bit of a shit show, but it's highlighted a load of problems. The other thing is maybe the marketing side of things should change in projects on how they get their projects out there. A bit of advertising in the papers or something. I don't know, but there's got to be different ways.
Papers, really?
Yeah, seriously. A lot of people read papers, online papers.
Fuck me! I'm sorry. I genuinely do not swear on spaces.
You fucking liar! You're a fucking liar.
No, to you, Too Cold, I swear a lot, but not publicly. But really, a fucking paper?
Yeah.
Really?
It reaches a lot of people.
It's quite expensive as well, by the way.
Oh, it is expensive, but if you got a project, you should have the budget for it.
Yes, we do. Yes, Neil, we disagree on this one.
Derek, stop!
By the way,
this is pointless marketing. This is spending $10,000 to get zero return. It's not like selling milk, okay, at a loss that a supermarket might do to guarantee
Neil,
customers because they're going to buy them more.
It's the first.
We'll have to disagree on that one. Agree to disagree on that one.
Neil, thank you. It's the first time I laugh in 24 hours.
All right. Hold on here. I think DS is saying he has to head out of here real quick, but let's get to Elephant Man real quick before DS says his goodbye. Elephant Man, can you shed light on have you done any digging or forensic type of information? Because we know that this is what you do in the community on this Jack the Rippler guy.
No.
Hello?
Oh, thanks. Thanks for answering for me.
Yeah, come on, Dad, wake up.
Yeah, so Jack the Rippler, look, he's been somebody that's in the community that, like somebody says earlier on, he has a Twitter presence. He also has his own group, paid group. I've seen communications directly from him to other people where he states openly that he knows projects that he's shilling are Ponzi schemes, but he says, his aim is get in early, get in quick, get your money and get out. Now, anyone that works on those morals, I find unethical to be shilling any project. I've had bad dealings with him, like many others have. I'm blocked by him, have been for quite some time. Quite simply, he's an asshole. And for anybody to trust him, I've looked at his accounts, I've looked at his wallets, and I'll tell you what, the measure of his wallets does not match up to the measure of his mouth. He doesn't make that much money from what he shills.
Broke ass.
Well, that probably explains why he was so pissed off that we agreed not to work with him anymore and don't pay him anymore. And probably he's in need of some funding, and that's why he starts threatening me.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, the guy's just anyone that tries to embezzle, or not embezzle, but tries to blackmail or hold somebody to ransom for something that he just makes up, I think it goes beyond a joke. And anyone that does that, and anyone that believes in somebody that does that, is just a fool to themselves, because the guy's just an absolute fucking wanker, and he's got an incredibly high opinion of himself. But he goes out of his way to hide who he is, to enforce, his anonymity. So it gives him a playground in which to be making accusations that are idle and without substance. And only yesterday I had communications from 2 different people, and neither of them were Dirk or any of the other influencers, about communications that they'd had with him in DM. And I saw those communications, and they were just absolute bullshit. And there is stuff that he's doing that he's not telling his paid community either, that he's taking some royalties basically out of each of their transactions, but he doesn't tell them that. So it comes down to what you're willing to believe. And for me personally, if your project needs influencers, your project isn't worth having. You should be coming to the market with a project that actually works, and that it should sell itself. And if you're having to rely on shillers to shill it to make your money, there's something gravely wrong with your project.
Well, I have a different opinion on that, right? Because I do believe you do need help marketing, right? So like TV commercials, you don't hear about a new brand if there's no commercials out there, if there's nobody advertising it, right? So there's a difference between shillers, between influencers that are shilling and people that are trying to help educate about projects, right? So I think we have a difference of opinion on that. Like I do understand the marketing standpoint and spreading the word, right? Like Combat Kanga was saying earlier, he has a very functioning project that's way ahead of 99% of the projects on the Xrpl right now. You can go to Combat Kanga's website right now, pre-mint, and see exactly which fucking NFT you're going to get. If you don't like it, you can put your pre-minted NFT right back up for sale. Meanwhile, all these other projects, you're just holding their fucking IOU token and trading it back and forth on and off the decks, right? You can actually see, and then you can hold, if you want to hold that NFT, you can hold it and keep it and rub it and sleep with it, whatever, right? And his game is about to be 2-3 weeks. One part of his game is about to be released, right? To play. And he doesn't even have 10,000 followers. And his project is dope. And he's tried to spread the word. Yes, I am an ambassador and I do get paid, right? But look at my page. I don't even have 10,000 followers. So my reach is only so far, but the difference between him hiring me versus him hiring Jack the Rippler is he didn't hire me for my numbers and what I could bring in. He hired me because he knows I'm going to try to pass the correct information and get real people involved in the community rather than people coming in to chase a chart. So there's a difference.
Too cold. Can I change my role for a couple of seconds from founder of Xspectar to chiller influencer? We have 30,000 followers, and it's not financial advice, but look into Combat Kanga, because what they have is actually really good.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I accept that. I accept that there's a place for advertising, and I accept there's a place for specific people to do specific roles. And there's absolutely no reason why you can't employ a couple of marketers for your project, and that are dedicated to your project for that specific purpose. But when you get outright shillers who go with absolutely anybody and everybody, there's no loyalty to any one project. And so they're influenced by the value of their payment as to how much and what they're going to shill. And that's the issue. You need loyal people to do. In general terms, when an advertiser goes to market, he will pick a specific marketing company to market for him. He won't go to every marketing company and say, design a, an advertising campaign for us. He takes one person on or one company on and says, this is your project, you do it. And you get a dedicated person to look after your portfolio, and you advertise and you build a campaign around that, right? But in crypto, I could tell you now, that there are probably 40 or 50 people who are actively shilling, and I get requests every day almost. Can I shill your project? I don't have a fucking project. You've got people like Stedas who sits there and tells the community, oh, this is all about love for the community. It's not. It's love for his money, because he goes knocking on every project's door and says, can I shill your project? He's got absolutely no loyalty to any one project. He's got loyalty to his wallet. And
Chris, Chris, do you want to chill Xspectar? I even don't dare to ask it, but I'm so happy that you're here. And thank you. No, I wouldn't dream of it, but I'm very happy. And thank you for always being there. I reached out to Chris as well yesterday evening when things went south with Jack, and we had a private discussion about that. And that made me even realize more that we have to be more careful about engaging with who. And as he said, you should look into projects yourself and look very carefully at who is doing what, a matter of influencing, because as we have seen in the last 24 hours, there are bad actors. Luckily, one of them is exposed, and he's exposed himself quite in a good way. Jack is the show of Jack is the show of the last 24 hours. So I hope that he gets some difficulties getting his paychecks from any other project.
Yeah, and that. Oh,
sorry,
go ahead, Rebleton.
I just think that anyone that tries to take money from you by way of any influence, with threats, any threats, I think they should have a legal avenue addressed.
Oh, come on now, stop it. You trying to call the police now? Come on, Pops. Come on.
No, not the police. I would go straight to my lawyer, and I would have the lawyer enforce action against the person. It's one thing having an argument and turning off your account or that, but when you forcibly, and I've seen these tweets, the words from Jack, and this is just outright theft and by blackmail, and when you do that, that's leaving yourself criminally liable. And I would throw the book at them. It's the only way to silence people like that. If you allow them to do it time and time again, because if they do it to you, they'll do it to the next person as well. And when he's been inadequate at shilling your project, and you want to get rid of him, you don't want him hanging over your head and threatening you with blackmail and all these sorts of things, with things that you've got no control over what he says. He threatened to have a whole lot of people come and ruin his project. I saw the words written by him, and that's just wrong.
But you always trying to call the police. Can we just troll them on Twitter or like have a fight like in Combat Kanga or in the metaverse or something?
No, look, no. There's a limit to what is acceptable, and when you try and blackmail or do any of those types of things to somebody, that's getting beyond the joke, and that's not tolerable in any sense. And you shouldn't even engage with people like that. You should just refer them to an authority or take them on legally and shut them down.
And Chris, that's what we did. Chris, I asked advice to Chris yesterday evening. He sent me a message. I immediately sent a legal letter to our friend Jack, and we have the funds. And even if I have to pay it, and I will pay it for my private funds, we will try to get to him, and I think we will succeed as well.
Oh, they coming for you, Jack. You better get your lawyers. They coming.
Well, he brought the lawyers up first, right? And this is why I say today was a good conversation, right? Because at the end of the day, holding these projects and influencers accountable, it means calling out these bad actors, right? And that in itself helps protect the ledger and the crypto space, period, right? Because you don't want to keep having to fucking float around and having to try to figure out who all these people are and what they're the more exposure you put out there when these bad actors are doing this grimy shit, it kills their momentum, right? Like, I'm not a hater, right? If you're doing things correctly, that's cool. But if you out here scamming people and fucking taking advantage of people because you have a bigger platform, these type of people need to be exposed and called out on, and projects too. Like that's real fucking talk.
And to call, that's what I was in doubt as well about how to react in public, not in public, make a thread with screenshots, transaction IDs, whatever. And I chose not to do it. We did the small thread with some facts, but very, very limited. But as soon as I spoke with you, we immediately decided to do this space. And I think that was my responsibility and Xspectar's responsibility to point out to him and to prevent other projects from getting the same treatment of our friend. So I hope that everybody in the space has learned a lesson. I did for sure, and don't give him the chance to scam people, because lots of the community members will get victimized.
Yeah, right. And not only just community members, projects, right? Because if a project gets scammed by one of these influencers or extorted and doesn't speak up, you're leaving that open for more projects to get hit by this same type of person. How does that help protect the community? You're not doing your service as a presence in the community, right? Like there's people who don't have a large following. There's people who go in spaces or follow tweets and people on Twitter and whatever, you have some who jump in because influencer has, or you have some who take a closer look at projects and start doing their own research because an influencer has, right? But if nobody is shining light on the bad actors in the space, how can we clean the fucking space up? Silence doesn't bring change or awareness to problems. In order to have change, you have to bring awareness and draw attention to the shit. All right, sorry, there's my rant. So let's get to Digital Pennies, Hawaiian, and then Combat Kanga.
Hey, Too Cold. Just wanted to say thank you so much. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, my guy.
Okay. Thank you so much for throwing this. I was in the same boat as everyone else here, hearing about this whole incident. I was like, oh, not another fucking 3D apes. I was just like, oh, shit. But I just wanted to say, thanks to Rose. I remember her when she was starting out. And all these things that Rippleton just said to me, because I've been in the finance, like day trading. I used to be in pump and dump groups. I used to be, whether it's moral or immoral or ethics and stuff, I finally realized that it's just not for me. This is not something you do, because I got conned in doing stuff like that. And knowing that the head leader of this was basically doing it on top of their followers. So, you know what? I when I see this, I just got into this since 2017 in the crypto world, and I realized nothing has really changed per se. If you realize that being in penny stocks versus being in crypto, they're almost the same. There's no regulatory foundation, so people are willing to do whatever they can to make money. And it's unfortunate that Rose got in this position because of, she's trying to gain a following, she's trying to gain a reputation, she's trying to gain, a position in the influencer world, in the promotion world. But in all that, it's just all in a different platform. you know, being in social media. It's what it is. And I'm 50 years old. I did penny stocks when I was in when I was 18 till whatever. And then I said, fuck it. I'm done. I'm done dealing with, crushing people, wrecking people, whatever it is. And I mean, I didn't do it for long, but it's just, I knew that, you don't get paid. You don't get paid because if you do it wrong, you get wrecked hard. And those people, they don't care. The hierarchy don't care what the hell happened. They said, hey, you should have got out. Well, I thought this was a good thing, So anyway, I just wanted to say, thank you, Rose, for coming, and standing your ground. And, you maybe did something wrong to the thing you did with Twitter. I mean, I'm just familiarizing myself with more Twitter, more tech stuff. And it's just an unfortunate that, I put my money in where I think I can afford to lose, but, everybody does. And at this point, everybody's gambling because, a business be a promise is, what you're going to get out of it and stuff. So I say thank you, Rose, for showing up. Also, I want to say, fuck Hawaiian doesn't even DM me back when I DM him. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. But anyway, thank you, Chico, for doing. Thank you.
And I was only one of the many ones. I can only imagine when it comes, like, let's say, to Rose, Xspectar, having that huge list of just going through, because I'm a nobody. I'm just a person, and I get overwhelmed with all the messages. So I can only imagine what it's like for a businessman or for influencers, somebody at a higher caliber with a lot more information and responsibilities going. So that's huge. One thing I just wanted to tap on real fast. I got to get going, so I just wanted to give a quick note and say thank you for everything. And Too Cold, amazing job
chill
on the
out,
space.
chill out. Don't go nowhere.
But the one thing I do want to hit, and I see this a lot, quality over quantity. Always remember that in the back of our head when it comes to projects, when it comes to influencing, when it comes to Twitter, when it comes to your posts. It doesn't matter if you're reaching out to 100 million people or 1 million people. It's what people are you going for, and if you're touching the right customers, you're giving them the right information, you're reaching out and giving them what they need, that is way more powerful than going out and just shilling out to everyone. So if I take a flyer and I go out and I take this flyer, we're going old school here, Xspectar. We're getting flyers and I'm passing out Xspectar things and I'm giving to the right people. I'm going to touch a lot more than if I do get on Twitter and just post for the hell of it. And I can see right away, Rose, she was just caught in the crossfire. Going into this, she was just protecting her name, protecting her reputation, and what she's trying to do is her business, is her job. She saw some red flags, and as protecting her investment, got out, but at the same time, probably didn't have the right information, knee-jerk reaction, and just left. We've all done that a couple of times. I gotten out of projects because I saw red flags, and with that, I was like, I gotta go. Left on a peaceful term, and from there, just drama happens. But at the same time, you leave on your own conditions, but you got to make sure you have all the evidence, all the proper information going through. So, Rose, I see where you're coming from, how you got out, but at the same time, getting information is very key. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of your posts, watching you still. I have a lot of faith and confidence between you and Dirk. I like how you guys came to the middle and just understood now, hearing the his, the hers, the truth, and understanding the clear find of what was happening, because this is a lot deeper than I thought it was. And I'm glad the space happened. I learned a lot. I hear a lot of the bad characters in the spaces now. It gives me information and knowledge to stay away from certain aspects, because this Jack the Rippler guy or the clown guy or however we're enabling him now, I was looking into it more and I was like, holy shit, this is nasty. So thank you very much for hosting this. Too Cold, amazing job. And I have all the faith and confidence in you guys working this. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you call a press release or maybe a Twitter later on, clearing some things up.
Hawaiian, thank you for being here. I have to go as well, guys. I am very sorry. I always enjoy speaking with Rippleton. Wait 1 second. Rose, my respect to you for being here. I hope that you have learned something as well today. The tweet wasn't the most smart thing to do at that time. And about your friend Jack, I have been receiving so many messages. I won't make them public. I will pass everything to my friend Rippleton, the Elephant Man. You have heard what he said. I think I told you yesterday, maybe you have to choose your friends wisely. You said You don't have to tell me who my friends are, and you were right. But I would reconsider this friendship in your benefit, you know.
Hey, Xspectar.
Yeah, I respect that. Thank you.
Wait, Jake. So let her answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dirk, for I'm really happy that obviously Two Calls hosted this AMA this evening, and obviously for me to have joined and give my side of the story. So yeah, thank you obviously for everything, Dirk, and yeah, we'll link up afterwards, and obviously I'll get some press release out tomorrow. And yeah, thank you Two Called for hosting. It's big props to you obviously for doing this for the community, and obviously full transparency. You are you've got your own sort of niche as to how you do your spaces, and I really admire that. So yeah, thank you for hosting, and obviously helping us resolve the situation that's transpired over the last 24 hours. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, no problem. Jakes, I'm gonna get to you real right after this, real quick. I just want to take the time real quick while we got everybody still here. So this is how serious I take my ambassadorship, right? I spoke to all 4 of the projects that I'm ambassador for, and I did it last week. I was gonna organize it, but since we got a large room, Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern, pull up to come learn about these 4 projects that I am ambassador for and why I decided to become ambassador for them, right? Because if you guys don't know about Combat Kanga, about Xbot, or about Xparrot, or about Xspectar, you can come learn about all 4 of them together at the same time at Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, okay? I'm gonna wing a name. I think I said I was gonna call it Too Cold Ambassador Tuesday or some shit, right? These are the 4 projects that I'm ambassador for, and we're gonna get together and let you guys all learn about why I've become, you'll learn about these projects on your own, about why decided to take on the ambassadorship roles when they came to me and offered it to me. So just so that y'all know that. So I just wanted to get that out there while we had that. Sorry for that shill moment, but go ahead, Jake.
Nah, this was just a real quick before Dirk cut out. I just wanted him to know that, my man Crush never wavered.
You heard him, Dirk. His man Crush never wavered.
Well, it's the most sensible thing to do. So.
It's the most sensible thing to do to keep your man crush on him. But he's funny, fucking funny. All right, let's get to Combat Kanga and then Daniel.
I'm gonna have to rewind for a while. There's been so much said. I can't even say what it is now. What was it? Was it Comet Kanga or was it Xspectar?
Wait, what?
I can't remember. The question was like an hour ago. Well, maybe an hour ago. 30 minutes ago.
Well, I gotta take everybody's turn, my guy.
Well, ask a question.
Well, I don't know what the question you want me to ask.
I don't know what the question I was going to ask either.
Okay, well, next time you just need to hop in real quick, okay?
Well, I did about 35 minutes ago.
I don't know what your question is, my guy.
Daniel, enlighten us.
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to actually say something on top of what Digital New Pennies was saying, because most don't know this. Whenever I come on a space call, I don't ever actually promote what I do specifically, unless Too Cold actually brings it up. I actually come on a calls quite a lot just to listen, and what I do, I don't actually shill so much of what I do. But what Digital New Pennies was saying about the pump and dump groups, I found quite interesting, because I was actually a currency trader about 12 years ago, and then I moved strong onto equities and commodities. So I know quite a lot about trading. and I've done it for a long time. And for those in the Xrpl, be pleased to know that I actually was in on a lot of Ethereum projects from a few years ago, and sold a lot in 2021, which actually funded the Xrpl project I'm doing now. So, most should be pleased to hear that. I don't have a Ripple grant for what I'm doing. Everything comes out from my own personal finance. But what was very interesting with the pump and dump groups that he was talking about. Now, with digital currencies, we've enhanced and advanced a little bit from there. Right now, everything's very speculative. So people are always listening to where's the next thing to buy. And it's something I learned along the way, especially more so over the past 3-4 years, especially in crypto with all the thousands of currencies that have gone. And I was invested in an awful lot a long time ago. I was invested in loads of different cryptocurrencies. And one thing I learned is with all these currencies that go around, this is very interesting for people, especially who are new in crypto, because this is where the game changes. This is where crypto is going to take off, is where cryptocurrencies, you can use them to like an enhanced advantageous role beyond just trading. And that's where it's going to take.
We know how to trade. What are you talking about?
So what I'm talking about is using it as a means of payment for a digital advantage, is what I mean. And you can't do that with a stock. You can't do it currently. You may get paid a dividend, which
I think we understand this. Okay, carry on.
Say again.
I think we understand this. Carry on.
But what I mean is, with these pump and dump groups, with when it comes to cryptocurrencies, with a utilized role in all different kinds of ways, there wouldn't need to be pump and dump groups because people would be buying it.
Okay, stop. What are you talking about? Pump and dunk?
What Digital New Pennies was saying earlier.
Yeah,
but
digital
your
new
point?
pennies
What's your
brought
point?
up pump and dump group.
It means you get a massive amount of followers to one certain particular token.
I know that. I know that.
Okay, so
what's his point? What's his point?
The point is that with digital currencies, when they have a utilized role, you wouldn't need the pump and dump groups. They wouldn't. They wouldn't.
We know.
Okay,
we know
but
what
hold on,
percentages are.
Neil. Let him get to it. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Daniel.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't always have to be speculative. Right now, there's a lot of speculation about all these different coins that are floating around. But we'll see when a utilized role comes in, when there's a reason to use that code, it goes beyond speculation. And that's where things are going.
What code? Be specific. What's that code?
As in what on the Xrpl network?
No, about what you're talking about. What is specific?
So on the Xrpl network specifically, as an issued currency, or if you use the native token, you can use the currency itself for digital advantages. One would be the way that you would trade or move value around, and a good example of that is hooking that's coming in. So it wouldn't be.
Sorry. What are you selling exactly?
I'm actually talking about
Neil,
digital new
you
pennies.
won't let him finish. Hold on.
I'm actually talking about digital new pennies. He was on about being in trade groups where they pump and dump, where it's a speculative trade. But it isn't always going to be that way. Eventually, there'll be currencies that will take off, where they're not just used for speculation. They'll be used because they have a utilized role. And then because of that, there wouldn't be these pump and dump groups. People would be buying and selling it, or buying and using it, because it has a use case beyond just buying and selling.
Did he? Are you still there, Daniel, or did?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't know. The combat Kanga is drunk or very sleepy or both.
What I was bringing up, because I found it very interesting that Digital New Pennies brought it up, because all the years, I understand exactly where it's coming from because I've seen it. But you can't do that with stock trading. You can't do that when you own an equity. You would buy and sell. You could pump and dump it. But then, if you the whole reason everyone buys into equities is mainly because of speculation. But with digital currencies in the digital world, people buy and sell it for digital advantages, which is where the metaverse and stuff like that comes in. So, you know, that's actually going to change a little bit. And with blockchain technology, you know, the whole concept of using digital value is actually going to change. So, and we'll see which ones take off and which don't. But yeah, I just found it very interesting, and that's why I wanted to speak. But it seems so long where Neil sort of forgot what we was talking about. So I'll move on from it.
Neil is even forgetting his name at this stage.
I don't understand what is just happened here.
Just as an aside to all of us, Harry asked a question some time back regarding what projects have left the XRP Ledger because XLS20 hadn't been moving forward, and that project would be Love Monster Token, who've moved to the Clever network. But that has never been a question. You know, that has always been their intent. When you look at their history, they've been involved with Clever ever since they arrived on the Xrp Ledger. So they've used the Xrp Ledger for funding, and they've now moved on.
Did I see that right? So they, if I remember, I think you posted something about it. So they actually took a load of investments off people, and then they literally switched blockchains and stopped exactly what they're doing on this blockchain. Literally took all that back, and moved to somewhere else.
Yeah, so they originally launched on the Ethereum network, and then they came to the Xrp Ledger, claimed that they were moving to the Ledger for all the things that the Ledger could offer them. Took everybody's money, and then once they had everybody's money, and XLS20 was announced, they then turned around and said, we're moving to the Clever network because XLS20 isn't available yet. But the Clever network wasn't even a network at the stage. It wasn't even a blockchain. Nobody was on it. So they were the guinea pigs. And after much research, they were actually involved with Clever right back from the time when they actually launched on the XRP Ledger. So they've used it for funding and then pissed off, which was really
arseholes. Absolute arseholes doing that.
Neil, do we have to send an ambulance?
Nah, you better give me my follow before you die.
Well, guys, I see Fragala has raised his hand. He was here about the subject as well, and then I really have to jump off. It's 1 a.m. This has taken up all of my day.
Yeah, we
ain't got nothing to do.
Shut up. We got Fragala, and then Jerome, and then Digital New Pennies.
Yeah, let me ask one, please. I got a good one.
Fragala, go ahead, and then Jerome.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to say again, Too Cold, thank you for doing all this. It's much appreciated that you're giving people like me who don't really have that many followers or people that listen to me, you give them a voice to let them be heard, and you actually let them speak and all that. I believe, Rippleton, I had sent you actually some of the messages between me and Jack when it first started happening. I think it was a couple of days ago. So I'm kind of happy to see you in here and you speaking about all this and all that. If anyone does need any more information about Jack and all that, me and Cozy will be working together on the whole thing about basically calling him out. He'll be making a YouTube video. I'll help participate in giving him some more of the screenshots. But yeah, basically just thank you, Too Cold, and Derek. I really hope everything goes good with you guys and the whole project. Seeing stuff like this is what it's like, you being the owner or creator and actually talking to every individual person, regardless of how big or small they are. You give them a voice, you let them know how it is, you answer all everyone's questions. I just think it's well, you have 100% of my respect, pretty much. And Too Cold, I really hope I can be on your next little talk that you have.
Oh yeah. It's all good. We here like all week. Just check the pinned tweet on my page. Those are my scheduled calls. and those are project related, right? Projects come, we learn about them together as a community. We do live trivia, giveaways, all that. We have fun. And throughout the week, I just host space calls with, you know, my community, and everybody's welcome, and it won't be
Tell them
recorded,
about the
and
pool
we
party.
have these
Pool party.
conversations all day long, right? So come, yeah, pull up anytime. You're more than
Pool
welcome.
party. The pool
Yeah,
party.
that sounds really good. Thank you, Law, for doing this. It means a lot, especially for people like me.
Yeah, go ahead, DS. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
No, I was just telling XX that I'm going to the pool party. So thank you. Thank you again. Too cold. We always have very good conversations. Thank you, Rose, for being here again. Chris, thank you for always being there, and for everything you do for the community, and for always being available in situations like this. I learned a big lesson in the last 24 hours. I hope that everyone did. And we will keep on building as we always do. I think that tomorrow our full history notes will be up and running and completely synced. So that's a good announcement to make. The white paper second version is almost ready. The new website is ready. So we have lots of things to show in the coming weeks. And I think that the ones that were today on the Xspectar side will be on the right side of Xrpl history.
Cool. Thank you, DS. You know, for pulling up and addressing the issues, right? And you know, getting ahead of it and not cowering away and then just blocking people, right? Making comments or doing this, as we know some projects do, right? When the community starts to ask heavy questions, right? And that's another reason why I accepted the ambassador role, right? Is because it's like, I want to be a part of something that's real and not no bullshit. So I know you're tired. So thank you again, Xspectar and DS, for pulling up. Go on ahead and get up out of here, my guy. Jerome, go ahead, my guy.
Quick question. As the business side of it, I get why Rose is in here. I'm pretty sure he threw you a bone when he could have put his foot on your neck. And I don't have a dog in the fight on either side. Much respect on the business side to you, Rose. But if Jack had talked, do you think would he have called off the dogs on him? And if he had came in here and accepted responsibility, once again, don't know either. Just curious.
No.
Again, I can't comment on Jack. He's his own person. He was invited this evening, and as I've explicitly said, I'm not prepared to sort of elaborate on Jack. He's a grown man; he can speak for himself. I've come on this evening just to sort of elaborate on my take of what's transpired. So yeah.
All right. Just so that we can cut this part of the conversation out, right? Jack is not here. He was here. He had the opportunity to address his part in this situation, right? Not only from the Xspectar side of things, right? Different people throughout the community who are a part of his Patreon, while he was in here, were speaking of things that they have seen and felt that they were a part of and didn't feel was correct. We're speaking on these topics while this man was in the room, and he still did not come to the mic to address it. So respectfully, I'm going to ask everybody who comes to the microphone, you can't ask Rose about what Jack was doing, feeling, or thinking, or why he didn't speak or not speak. She don't know, right? He's his own fucking person, and he's obviously not taking responsibility from his part of things, not only for the Xspectar side, but for this video that Fraggle and Cozy are going to be putting together here soon. So don't come up here asking Rose about Jack and what his motives in this and that were, because she don't know. Go ahead, Rose.
I wasn't
Oh,
asking that too, Howard. I promise. I was more just wanting to know if he would have moved forward, even if that dude would have stepped up.
if who would have moved forward? If she would have moved forward with leaving the Xspectar project?
I'll just elaborate. Yeah. So Jerome, sorry, just checking your name. So basically, Jerome, if last night wouldn't have transpired and I was not sort of dragged into this whole, as we say in the UK, shit show, yes, I would still be an ambassador for Xspectar. I thought I was doing the right thing by, reaching out to Dirk and making him aware of what I'd been told. And, again, to repeat, being the good person that I am, I thought, I'll help resolve the situation. Because I was told it was going to be, blown all over social media and, people getting threatened and things, and I don't want that. I have a personal good relationship with Jack. Aside from all this that's, happened within the last 24 hours. Again, I can't comment on that. That's for Jack to speak on his say. But what I can say is, should I have not involved myself on the premise of, trying to help somebody, third party that had not been paid and make Dirk aware out of loyalty to Dirk, because I've got a lot of respect for him. Yes, I would still be an ambassador. Again, reflection for myself. I thought I was doing the right thing at the time. On hindsight, maybe not. I shouldn't have got myself involved in the situation. But as staying true to who I am, I will help absolutely anybody. And here we are, and this has all transpired. So I just want to say, in the UK, it's just hit midnight. And I need to be up at 6:30 in the morning for my day job. I just want to thank Too Cold for hosting this AMA, hosting all the spaces that she does. Too Cold, I have tipped you 500 XRP, just to say thank you from myself as a I truly do. I am very grateful that you've done this AMA this evening, and I've taken the decision to speak publicly because I wasn't really wanting to do this, but I thought it was best to sort of give my side of the version of events and story behind the reasons as to why I've decided to step away from the project. So yeah, I don't know if you need to set up your tip box via the Xrp app. But yeah, thank you for everything. I appreciate, and thank you to everybody listening. And those that are probably going to be listening to tomorrow with their morning coffee, the recording. I love you all, and I just want everybody to be clear and aware that my intentions are pure. And just to recap, I thought I was helping a situation that somebody reached out and involved me into. Unfortunately, that's backfired on myself. Lessons have been learned on my part, and yeah, that's all I'm going to say on the matter. I want to move forwards, keep everything positive, and one day think we're all going to be millionaires from the XRP. So yeah, thank you to Too Cold. Thank you for listening. And yeah, that's XRP Rose over and
Hey, we can't hear. Hey, Rose.
Yeah, it's real muffled now.
Oh, really?
There you go. That's better.
Sorry, my phone's on charge.
We thank you for coming through, and we got number love for you, and we want to send an invite out to you for the pool party Saturday night. Respectfully.
Yeah, sure. And again, I'd love to be more involved with Too Cold Spaces. It really does upset me to hear that she's had to put up with horrible people saying things, and I really don't stand by any of that. So yeah, if I can support that in any way, I will. And I'm going to try and take on board this evening's 360-degree feedback, and be more involved in spaces, because I feel that a lot of people would rather hear the voices of said people as opposed to just ultimately being an influencer ambassador and promoting projects. So that's one thing I've taken from this evening. So yeah, thank you to Cold, and thank you to everybody that's joined and listened. I have much love for Dirk and the project, and thank you for everything.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Right. That tip. That's wow. I really appreciate that. So.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime. Like I said, the pinned tweet on my page is the scheduled calls, and then we're just here all the time throughout the week whenever, there's no good space calls for me to listen in on and, learn about other things that's going on. I just throw them out throughout the week. So, yeah, we really do appreciate you pulling up and, taking this head on and taking the bullets that were being thrown at you and whatnot, right? So that does speak a lot, right, about it. And I'm glad that this conversation has helped open your eyes of the important role that you do play in projects and how you can be using your presence better, right, to be more available to your community by, fuck MySpace calls, right, hosting your own or just showing up in other XRPL community space calls and just and I get it. Everybody, we all have our own lives. I don't have a life, but whatever. But, people have lives and stuff, so you can't be here all the time. That's understandable. But, you can tell who's in the community shows up when it's just beneficial for them. Right. So when you start showing up when you can, like Solomon, right? He shows up, he pops in, he'll stay for 30 minutes and then he'll go and he'll leave. But you kind of see that a couple times throughout the week or once every 2 weeks or a couple times throughout 2 weeks or something, right? Versus an influencer with a large following who only hosts a space call when it's for a project. That is a trigger for me, and it's like, oh, okay, they're being paid to do this space call to draw in more people to the call. So there's your just be more involved when you can, right? If that's what you want to do. So I'm glad that opened your eyes about the power that you do hold with your platform. So I'm very happy for that.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, have a good night, everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, speak to you all soon. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Damn, you ain't even let me holler at Rose. I was about to spit game.
Man, shut your ass up. You was talking to her already. Did she even follow you? No. Exactly.
Yep, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, yep.
Well, congratulations to you then.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel good.
We have who's this? Oh, we have who's this? Go ahead, who's this? Peter something, Antachiko Peter, who's this? Hello, hello. Am I rugging? Is he there?
Nah.
Jumbotron.
Hi.
There you go. Yeah, you gotta unmute.